Are you trying to ask for that that quick little up to 1,000 feet calculation?
Yeah, 1.225 times the square root of.
Okay, I forgot.
Yeah,
I forgot it. Yeah.
No, that's absolutely fine. What CB's trying to get right. Excuse me, I'll put my tongue back in my mouth. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if you've got an observation height of 1, square root of 1 is 1, times that by 1.225, and the horizon, if it was geometric and physical, should be at 1.225 miles away.
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yes, spot on. So with reference to the black swan image, we can, and this is why CB's trying to ask, what's the argument about? It's about the horizon. That's all it's about. Nothing else that we're interested in. Yes, we got oil rigs, but they're only there because of demarcation of distance. But we're just interested in the horizon. What we demonstrate within the black swan argument is the horizon is what? Geometric or optical? Which is it?
Optical. It's an apparent horizon it's an apparent horizon that moves depending on the atmospheric conditions.
Spot on. Yep, I'm happy with that. CB?
Well, just for anyone out there that still is trying to crunch some numbers in their head, a little help for you.
We'll keep it simple for you. What's the square root of 1? 1. Okay, so what's 1 times 1.225? 1.225. Okay, so if we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, where should we see the geometric horizon?
Anyway, just a legendary clip from Witsit there, where the guy was being spoon-fed answers. You could hear another gentleman chiming in and giving him the answers, even though he was just asking him. You didn't hear it in this clip, but in the next clip, he goes 1.225. Yeah, I mean, it's just simple math, guys. 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, distance to the claimed horizon, Earth curve, 1.22. Very simple. But anyway, let's get back to the questionnaire. So, out of the flat Earth or the globe, who has the positive claim or the burden of proof?
Well, if you're making a claim of the Earth's curvature or the radius, then you have the burden of proof is yours to give evidence for that claim.
Nice. I think we're like 5 for 5, so I think there's not that much left. Yeah.
I'm happy, man.
Maybe just.
Have we spoken about rotation?
I'm pretty good
yet? Have we spoken about rotation yet at all, CB?
I have not. You know what I'm going to ask, but Jedi, if you want to ask it in another way.
With the speed?
No. Yeah, go
on. Well, Pig of Death, do you think your house moves?
No, I don't think the Earth moves.
Okay. Well, that's about all I got. Does anyone else want to chime in with some questions? Meme? Who else is in here? Jedi?
I'm good.
Central?
I'm happy.
Well, folks, I think we just gained another.
Yeah, y'all are pretty thorough.
Dude, well, I mean...
We have to be.
I've spoken with Pigo Death before. He's a toroid Earth. Yeah?
Oh.
I identify as a geocentrist.
Well, that's just obvious.
So, safe to say...
Toroid Earth with a flat plane, physical plane in the middle. Yeah?
Like the Earth is flat and there's a magnetic field around it, which is in the shape of a toroid.
Bingo.
Well, we have directional values. It's been extrapolated and surmised that it's a toroid. But since we can't, test the whole Earth, like with the Enterprise sensors, we can't really know that for sure.
Meme, you've got final say on this, buddy. You've been listening to the conversation.
Yeah, he's good. I think he's good.
I'm happy too.
He's new. That's fine.
Well, there you go.
Welcome.
Congratulations.
Well, thanks for your time, y'all.
No worries, man. No worries at all.
Congratulations.
You just leveled up, bro. Respect. Welcome to the club. Let's go.
Welcome to the cult.
Yeah,
I know, right?
details about the magnetic field and the flat Earth as described by no one. What do you mean by that? I mean, do you think that someone thinks they have it all figured out?
I think there's a subset of people who are seeking, who have assumed that the Earth has a particular shaped magnetic field based on what we can measure here on the surface.
Sure, yeah. I mean, and people that make claims, including flat earthers and globe earthers,
They're like the turtle sticking its neck out. Not smart.
Yeah.
So does it tend to move in one direction? Yes. It may be toroidal, but like I said, I don't have the Enterprise sensors. I can't, scan the whole world to know.
Yeah, nobody can.
Right.
But there are shitloads of clues about Earth, and that's why history of man exists, right? Whether through anthropology or archaeology, sure, there's shitloads of clues that we and shitloads of. I love the word shitload.
Raging clue. Oh,
Yeah, there's a shitload of
shoot
people
clue goo everywhere.
that are curious about humanity, right? So anyway, go ahead.
Oh, I'm gonna get clue goo. Oh,
Yeah, man. There's clues from both sides, and so why should we not consider each side and say, hey, there's a difference here. Let's consider and contrast the ideas and be honest with ourselves about it. You know, a lot of people get emotional about it because of their predilections, but it's not necessary.
yes. You mean because of their ego?
Yeah, sure.
Yes. But you know what? My ego is for me. And I'm not going to waste my ego on the temporal, physical, material world. So, whatever the Earth is, I'm not really super concerned. Because ultimately, it's not the thing in life that's going to affect me. So I'm not going to tie like my identity up in it. I'm not going to take a stand on the unknown or the suppositional or the presuppositional or anything assumed.
Sure, but I think as far as people that come into this conversation, it definitely means something to them because they're actually involved in this conversation. So
Because it's gotten their gears turning, and that's the best part.
that is, yes, I agree, brother. Yes.
That's what life is about. It's about being deceived. It's not about waking up. It's about being deceived.
nobody here-
Because without that, you don't wake up.
We're actually moving in the same direction, whether you're globe Earth, flat Earth, concave, or whatever. We're moving in the same direction, trying to figure out what this place is.
No, we're all moving in the same
We're not gonna
direction
figure it out.
down the drain.
Maybe that could be true, and maybe down the drain is
And that's a good thing.
yeah.
I've accepted that there's just things you're not going to figure out. So
Yes. It's very liberating.
yeah, it is. That's why I've been saying that, Memus, about you. You seem liberated.
I am.
So you can see how free and like light your spirit is. Very light. So yeah.
I mean, look at me.
I think-
I enjoy Star Trek. I enjoy Warhammer. I enjoy my video games. I live my life and I enjoy it. And I'm not like, I can't watch that. It's got these numbers in it. No, they talk about the globe, and it's like, look, if you've made your life worse, then you've done something wrong.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I watch a lot of TV shows and fictional. I listen to a lot of fictional novels, murder mysteries, and all that kind of stuff, and even like conspiracy novels. I follow all that, fiction stuff, but there's an aspect of humanity in there that we all can relate to, when it comes to these stories. And whether you're looking at the news and you think that's real, that's another aspect of fiction. I mean, if you watch Fox and CNN and think that shit's real anymore, then you're kind of lost in a gambit.
Well, the only Fox is real, CNN is fake.
Yeah. I was going to say the only thing that I can't watch, that I find that I cannot watch, I can't watch anything conspiracy related. I just can't watch it. Yeah. And I can't watch any of the news. I can't watch either one of these.
If I start hearing Dave Weiss's piano music playing, I gotta go, dude.
Well, either way, I mean, everyone, has their own, but you can hate on David Weiss all day, but
I'm totally kidding. It's just the background music for the conspiracy videos that mean.
No, it's all good. Man, what were you about to say, Meme? I want to hear that.
I think it was somebody else.
Yeah, it was somebody else.
No, you were about to say something.
I was just going to invite Sticky and Moss to join the conversation, being as they identify themselves as a globe earther. That was all, guys. He's just joined the server. Yeah, so Sticky and Moss, welcome to the server, my friend. You've obviously been here before because you got the globe earth role, so I would invite you into the conversation if you want to take part. Sticky and Moss, shout out for you.
Hello all. Yeah, I was just trying to see how spicy you guys were getting today.
Buenos noches, puta.
Yeah, it's a puta. Yeah.
Puta means bitch.
I've never had that cuisine
that aspersion
before.
You've never had that aspersion leveled at you?
No,
it's all in good fun. Don't worry.
Yeah, so I think the world is a globe, and I feel like a lot of things work along that basis. It's hard to it's hard to understand how like timing works with computing devices and satellite systems, and like
is time a real thing? Is time a real thing?
Time? I think time is real.
Can you put it in a jar, paint it red?
No, I don't think so.
So time is conceptual, right?
You can conceive it, or you can let it pass by.
Does time pass?
Conceive time.
Hold on. Helio. Exit. Adios. Is there a past? Does the past exist?
Yeah.
Well,
can you? Where?
What do you mean?
Does it hang around for a while and the Langoliers come and eat it later?
You can't say where. We're talking about time.
Well, if it exists, it has to have a place that it exists in, right?
Well, time is a concept.
Okay, so we do agree time is a concept.
That's what he said.
So time isn't real, it's just a concept. Does the actual past exist?
Is a concept real? Is that what you're asking?
Is a concept materially? Is it materially real?
No, it's not physical. Okay. Absolutely not. I wish you led with that.
Okay, well, it's kind of a lot of people tend to think of it in terms as the past is not just a historical record, but it's like they think of it in terms of like time travel, like the past is still there, right? Most people do think of it in those terms.
Yeah, and like they've been getting into these, realities, if you will, where, everything's happening at once all the time.
Well, the truth is everything is all
and conjunctions, and I don't want to get it. I don't know nothing about all of that, but you've all heard that. The science fiction of it, at least.
Well, if time is just a concept, is there a past and is there a future? Well, or are those just concepts too?
So the past is the past. It happened. Just like the beginning of this conversation would be the past. Did
So
that
it's a
really
historical memory is what the past is.
happen? Correct.
Okay.
I can agree with that.
Okay.
Interesting. Would
So
you say
really-
that?
Go ahead,
mate.
Jedi.
I was just going to say, being as we understand all that, would you then concede that time is something that you can't bend?
So bend or slow down in certain
Well, can you
And-
bend a concept?
Well, it's more than just that. If time is just a concept and we're really just experiencing a single moment of entropy, and that's all we're actually experiencing, and there is no existing past and there's no existing future, and all we do is exist in a physical realm,
At that
how
point,
can something
is
speed up
time
or slow
fluid?
down?
I mean, is time fluid where you can do something like
Helio, you're messing up my jive.
that?
Yeah. So is this like the observed versus the observer kind of a thing? Because
No, it's this is just let's just talk. It's just a mind experiment, right?
yeah,
A mind.
I'm trying
We're
to-
just going on a mind
follow
journey,
you.
right?
But yeah, I'm going on a maze, is what it feels like.
Okay. Well, it's really not. If you just eliminate the entire concept of time, all you're left with a singular experience that happens in the moment, and everything that happens in that
But what
moment
about
becomes
all the
part of your
experiences in the
historical
past?
memory.
Or to come.
But they don't exist anymore, do they? Just the memory of those things.
So but it did happen.
It did happen, but it only exists in the memory. That stuff,
Maybe.
the past doesn't stay existing. Like let's say there's a train wreck, and even after we've cleaned up the train wreck, there's still a train wreck that still exists in the past. It doesn't, does it?
No, and there'd be physical evidence of something like that happening in the past.
Right. There's effects that we can constantly look at, but it's only ever in the moment. And all of us, every single human on Earth, shares the exact same moment simultaneously at all times, without a past or a future. Because the past is just a historical memory. Right?
Yeah, but if you get addicted to heroin,
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, but let's say you
doesn't
get
affect
addicted.
me
Let's say you get
anymore.
addicted to heroin. All of that is still just experiences, right? Everything in the past is an experience. It doesn't still exist after it happens, right?
I think it does. I think
So-
if I lost my arm right now, it would exist in the future.
Your arm
Well,
would exist in the future?
Thing that happened in the
I mean,
past exists
The
at the
material
same
doesn't
time
go
that
away.
you're experiencing.
Yeah.
Is that what you're getting at?
Helio, I'm trying to lead.
So what I
Oh.
was trying to
Shut up.
figure out here is if something happens in the past, there's evidence in the current, and you're saying that there is no past, but there's still evidence of past in the current.
I'm saying there was a moment that is remembered, and there's physical evidence that that moment did happen. But it
Right.
doesn't exist as a thing still. In other words, Rome is not an empire that you can travel to like back in time.
that we know of yet.
Well, that would be an appeal to fantasy, wouldn't it?
It would.
Okay. So we only deal with what we know.
I don't know any of that, brother. I hate to throw that away, but I don't. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. Like, there's only the now.
There is literally only the moment of existence. And every human on Earth shares the exact same moment of existence.
Yeah, it
And
seems like that came out of a self-help book. Like,
Oh no, it didn't. It didn't. This
don't worry
actually
about all the
look.
things he did.
Do you know where I got a lot of this from? I used to read a lot of Stephen Hawking and Einstein.
Nice. Yeah.
And it,
And
it-
a lot of these concepts come from that, because if you get down to it in Stephen Hawking's books, he was kind of cynical about the whole thing. All of it only existed in his head.
Man,
All of his
Einstein kinda
theories,
came
all
out
of his
left
ideas.
field with his new ideas on how gravity exists.
Oh,
Well, that's the problem. If time is just a concept, what do you have?
Well, there's a lot of things that we don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially when you start talking about this deep level stuff. Like, there's a whole bunch of things. I mean, you would think gravity would have been solved and done, but I mean, after it's just like what comes up comes
Is
down.
gravity a cause or an effect?
It's not that simple anymore. Yes,
Is
it
gra-
still takes effect, but
Well,
go
is
ahead.
gravity a cause or an effect?
yeah, I would almost argue both.
I can't, because that becomes incoherent.
No, see, there's other elements that come into play. You can't just grab a small piece of the pie.
Well,
You got the whole thing. But
if
yeah,
gravity is a consequence, that means it's an effect.
so
But gravity can't
in
be the
order
cause
for
of itself.
gravity to work, there needs to be multiple elements. I mean, you need
Would- So-
literally a celestial object.
Doesn't that violate the principle of science of a complex cause?
You're gonna have to explain that further.
Say a complex cause basically means there's too many variables. We can't figure it out. We can't figure out what the cause is. There's too many variables.
No, I think our understanding of gravity is well advanced, but it's not perfect.
They keep changing it about every 11 years. Every time there's a new,
Yeah.
on average,
so
it changes every 11 years. So I don't think it's stable, and I don't think anyone's figured it out.
No, but to throw out the globe.
Well, the only reason I'd throw out the globe is because the Earth measures flat. That's the only reason. No other reason.
Interesting.
The only reason, like for me, there's to me, I don't even believe in like 99.9% of conspiracies. I don't even believe in them. All right. All I saw was the math. The math doesn't fit reality, and reality says that foundationally we're on a plane. PLANE, not airplane.
So you talk about measurements, but I haven't seen a scale on a flat Earth model.
Well,
we don't have a model.
go ahead, Jedi.
I was just saying we don't have a model. That was all.
I'm just talking about a scale. I'm not talking about a full complex model like a bunch of Globers will come in here and rant for. I don't need to see the sun and the moon spiraling. What would be interesting to see is the Earth flat with accurate scale.
But
I
bro,
mean, that would be.
let's not apply a bunch of double standards all of a sudden. I wonder how much rigor you've applied to these globe measurements that have been claimed, right? So when Mima's brought up flat Earth measurements, now it's time to start applying a ton of rigor. Oh well, you need to have a scale in this, that, and the other. Well, let's take a look at the globe Earth. Do they have measurements of the globe to begin with?
Yeah, there's
Do they have-
go to Google Maps and they have a scale there. And you scroll in, it'll get smaller.
Not understanding the question.
No, I guess I'm not. Go ahead.
No.
You
Repeat
said
the question,
rigor
Steve.
about
Well, what would that scale be in reference to? It would need measurements
Distance.
of the Earth, right?
Yeah, it's off of GPS.
So do we
There's a
have
more
measurements?
concise way to ask this question. So, if you're talking about, a hypothetical where someone creates a flat Earth model of just the Earth, excluding whatever luminaries above us, etc., whatever container in, just the ground. Now, I'm not saying this is impossible. In fact, I think it's possible. But the question I had for you is, how would you suggest that we go about demonstrating with absolute definity that any maps that we would use to do this, or any model that we create with this, how would you know that it's accurate? Like, how would you go about testing that for accuracy?
So you do it like they did in the olden times. You don't have to use steps, right? You can use a ruler if you want, and then apply a little bit of middle school math. You walk and do a little stretch of, say, 10 miles, and then you multiply that by the distance that's already there on your said map. it matches up, it matches up. If it doesn't, you can go from coast to coast, but math is going to help you.
But what you're describing though is a flat line, just a straight line.
Yeah, and it's just
right. So how would you measure curvature? Curvature is the deviation, right? Is a deviation from flat.
Correct. You would
right.
Honestly, yeah, I get what you're saying. It'd be a little bit harder because you're going up a hill, then down.
Well, you'd be going down a hill or around a hill, I should say, wouldn't you?
So you're going to definitely have to take elevation into effect.
Not necessarily elevation, but drop.
Yeah.
Elevation, if you're calculating from a height, yes. But if we're just talking about the raw data numbers, we don't have a gradient and we don't have a compounding squared function. What we have is we just have a single grade that we're measuring.
Well,
so if we measured just a grade...
Stay on a flat surface, like water.
Yeah.
Measure the distance of the...
Think about what you just said, though. Think about what you just said.
The flat
Water's
water.
flat, isn't it?
Yeah.
And is the Pacific Ocean flat?
Yeah.
Yeah? Looks pretty flat, huh? Not when you're looking at the ball, is it?
I mean, if it's a very small ball versus a celestial object.
Well, the ball isn't as big as you think it is in your model. It's 24,901 miles in circumference.
Took me 8 hours to fly from Atlanta to...
That's great.
Heathrow.
Yeah.
You're going slow.
But over 10 miles...
100 miles an hour.
At just 10 miles, that's a 66-foot sagittal between point A and point B. At 100 miles, that's 6,667 foot.
And you think you'd be able to see that?
Well, considering when you're in the desert, you can see mountains that are 90 miles away. Yeah, absolutely. You ever driven through Death Valley?
Not through Death Valley, no.
You can see the mountains on the other side. It's 80 miles.
It's a good thing they're high.
It's a good thing what?
See all of them out.
They're high, mountains.
Well, the point is we can see, 100 miles. Absolutely we can. Definitely. Right? You'd agree with that.
You can see farther than that if you count stars.
Well, let's leave the stars out of it for now, because looking through the looking up is looking through the thinnest part of the air versus looking out, which is looking through what? The thickest part of the air.
Which changes.
Right?
Yeah, and it changes.
Okay, so when you're looking sideways, horizontally on Earth, you're looking through compounding levels of obscurity through particulate. The atmosphere itself distorts things. So eventually...
That's why you saw those mountains.
Yeah, because out in the desert, it's nice and clear. Right? Not a lot of moisture in the air.
Yeah, maybe there's a little bit of refraction there.
Well, we'll get into that. We'll get into that in a minute. But does somebody want to pull up the Black Swan? I'm sure you've seen the Black Swan. Stick your mouse.
I'll grab some links.
Right. Okay. So you see this? No, not the ballet movie. You see the image that was posted in live stream voice text?
Clicking. Oh yeah. So this is refraction. Yeah.
What's refraction?
It's when light reflects off of things.
No, that's reflection. That's reflection.
Sorry, why is it when you saw the image of the two oil rigs, did you first say this is refraction? Why did you say that?
Because I can show you a picture of a boat going over the horizon.
That's awesome.
Okay, well, you do understand what a black swan is, right?
Go ahead.
Okay, so all swans are white. Have you ever heard that?
Let's see where you're going.
Okay, if it's just one black swan, what does that prove? That all swans are not white. So you can't show us a white swan to disprove the black swan, right?
So who's the black swan?
Doesn't matter. All right, so here we've got this black swan image. The oil rigs are not what you're looking at in this image. Behind them is the horizon. And as you know from reading Andrew Yang's paper on refraction, which is the go-to, the horizon does not refract. Only objects perpendicular refract. That horizon is 10 miles away. It's behind the oil rigs. The farthest oil rig is 9.4 miles. All we're using them for is a distance marker.
Yeah.
Now,
and how
the camera is only 1.22 feet off the ground.
how high were these sitting up out of the water?
Okay, ignore the oil rigs. What we're looking at is the horizon, because the horizon is at 0, right?
Yeah, it typically is.
The water is at water level, right? So that's what we're paying attention to, is the horizon behind the oil rigs. So if the camera is only at 1.22, that means the globe Earth horizon should be at 1.22 miles. That is 10 times the length.
So it's like an illusion.
It's not an illusion. It's a reality.
Maybe.
It's a reality. The Earth, if your horizon is 10 miles away, that means the Earth would have to be the size of the Earth-Moon orbit, which means you'd have a radius of 238,000 miles.
That doesn't add up.
You're right. It doesn't add up. That means the model's wrong.
Or this is an illusion. It's a great trick.
It's not an illusion.
It's just what you're seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why is the left oil rig like lower than the right?
Sir,
because it's farther back. It's 2.5 miles farther away.
Farther back.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
But
and just remember,
behind any curve,
a little bit more behind the curve. Gotcha.
But
it's not behind any curve.
It's not behind any curve, because you can see the horizon behind them, can't you?
I can see the closer one, significantly bigger than the further one.
No. Look. That's just angular size. The horizon. What is the horizon? In your model, what is the horizon?
You can see the whole third platform in the first one. And
no,
you can only see
hold on. You got to listen to me. What is the horizon in the globe Earth model?
The horizon's, the flat plane you see ending.
I mean, I'd agree with that. But in the globe Earth model, what is the horizon?
Isn't it the thing that you said your boat disappeared over earlier?
Yes. The horizon's the curve, right?
It's the same definition, though.
Well, it's not the same definition, because in the globe Earth model, you don't have a flat horizon; you have a curve.
It's too big.
It's not too big to see the curve if you see boats going over it, is it?
No, you could be flying and you're not going to...
No. Hold on. 2 seconds, mate. Do you see between the two oil rigs there's a boat?
I see
little square thing.
Water.
Yeah, that's a boat.
Yeah.
Now, the horizon is beyond the boat.
That's like the...
If the Earth was a... Yeah. But there's the boat, and the horizon is obviously no less than 10 miles away. If the Earth was a ball, the geometric physical horizon would be at 1.2 miles away, wouldn't it? For things to hide behind, like your boat that you brought up earlier. What we're demonstrating is there's no physical curve of the Earth for boats to hide behind. The horizon is just optical, depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day and the technology that you're using. Right? In the globe Earth model, it is physical for boats to go over.
But you don't see that one platform that's significantly above.
Can I just say something
Hold
really
on.
quickly?
The
Sticky.
seafloor. Right.
Earlier you mentioned how you're about to get into a maze, and these guys are trying to help you out of the maze. And it seems like you're intentionally swimming against the current here. Mimas said this is not about the rigs. You're like, oh, but what about the rigs? I don't know if you're doing it intentionally or just
No,
lost or confused,
I've
but
seen it
they're trying to help you
over and
out.
over
So I'm not sure if
Yeah.
you're just going against the grain on purpose.
Sticky or Moss, can you point us to the horizon in the image? Can you do that?
You won't be able to see me.
Well, I mean, you can describe it though.
It's dark and hard to see, but I believe it's right there where the blue line stops.
Where the blue line stops, but it's behind that platform habitat, right?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That horizon in the globe Earth model is the curve of the Earth. That's where the horizon ends.
Okay.
All right. Now, if you're on a ball that's 24,901 miles in circumference with 3959 radius, that means at the height of 1.2 feet, the globe Earth horizon should only be 1.2 miles away. That horizon is 10 miles away. Where's the geometry?
In the waves.
No.
I'm just throwing something out there.
Don't. Where is the geometry?
Remember, this is a refracted picture. I mean, there's a
No, the horizon doesn't refract. Also, there's no proof of refraction. Do you know why? Because inherent in refraction is this little thing called R in its formula. It doesn't calculate anything optical. All it does is calculate the size of the Earth that you need to have to explain something. It's an ad hoc reverse engineered idea. Actual refraction, Snell's law, has nothing to do with it. This is atmospheric refraction, which isn't even real. It's just to explain the broken math. In other words, I can point to that and I say, horizon. A glober might point to that and say, it's not really a horizon. That's a holographic projection that the Earth is playing a trick on me. Which one of those comes from a rational place of thinking?
Right. Remember earlier you said that was an illusion. We're just saying what you see is what you see.
What you see.
There.
Yeah.
And you're saying that that's actually
Slightly looming non-standard refraction hyena holographic projection of a clock from behind the reified, now debunked sphere-edge horizon, formerly known as Earth curve.
so.
What we're demonstrating here is where the model says the physical curve of the Earth is. It isn't. The horizon isn't a physical location for boats to disappear behind. It is, like I said earlier, an optical phenomena depending on the atmospheric conditions and the technology that you are using to make the observation. The image is taken from a video. This is a still shot. You can literally see the gentleman put the camera down on the beach, and then in the first instance, when he looks through the camera, you just see horizon. Then he zooms in, then the oil rigs come into view, and the horizon keeps moving beyond the oil rigs, demonstrating that, wow, there's no physical curve of the Earth. We don't see that. The horizon is most definitely optical. You get this, yeah?
Yeah, it's how we perceive the light.
Yeah. So we don't see the curve of the Earth then, do we? For boats to disappear behind. No. Chris, we don't.
Let it go.
We like using this image because it's handy. It's called the Black Swan, and it demonstrates exactly what we need it to demonstrate. We can give you loads of other images, mate, if you want, where the
Definitely.
horizon appears beyond the limitations of the geometric curve of the Earth. No one's seen the curve of the Earth because there is no curve of the Earth.
So there's no chance that it's the perception of zooming in that's bringing the horizon up, along with the oil rigs down. And I'm still curious as to why the left one only has one platform to show. And the
All right, okay. Have you ever stood in a street at night and have you ever observed the lights, the street lights descend towards your focal point? The one that you're standing next to is massive. One that halfway there seems to be a little bit shorter than the one that you're standing next to, and the one furthest away seems really, really small. This is just perspective. So every time you bring up saying that oil rig looks a little bit smaller, yeah, it's because it's further away.
But notice, though, you're supposed to be making an argument for the thing that boats are supposed to be going behind, the curve. All the things you've been bringing up are all well. You're bringing up things that aren't curved. You're like, oh well, light, refraction, You said perception. So where's the curve? And it's not. It doesn't exist in any of those things. So you're supposed to be proving the curve.
And
you
I
said it's
posted
there. So where is it?
I also posted our wiki. There's probably about 100 of these long distance observations that have everything detailed in them right there in that link.
No, I like this. This is interesting. So,
Wait, so if boats do go over the curve, where is the curve in this image here that we posted?
no, it's interesting. You guys talk about perception of things, and yeah, it looks like it's our mind that's playing tricks, because are these poles setting? No. So is that oil rig really
Behind a
you
curve?
guys?
No.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think using imagery like this isn't really good evidence either way, because of how.
But here's the
Sorry.
problem. But
Sorry.
here's the issues. Here's the issue. The original claim is that the horizon is Earth curvature. So this is simply a rebuttal to that claim.
Yeah, here's my issue. If I showed you a picture of a boat going over the horizon, would you guys just disband this Discord? That's the issue.
Isn't that called a white swan?
No, the answer is no.
Yes,
It-
yes.
What?
No,
Yes,
no,
that's a white swan.
Yes. Give us the white swan.
seconds.
Do it. Actually, present it towards us and let's argue it. Let's have a discussion about
You're
it.
saying if
Give
I
us
showed
the
you-
white
How
swan.
about this?
Who's
How
on.
about
Yeah.
this?
I'm saying you
hold on,
put
break.
your money where your
Hold on,
mouth is.
Enzo.
Oh no,
Hold on.
break. Let's not be rude.
Hold on a second.
We're not.
How about? Sorry. How about if I was to demonstrate to you on a named flat surface an object disappearing from the bottom up? Would you then just dismiss that?
This one I'm
Because-
asking.
Wait, hold on. So you're
What?
having
Break.
something.
Hold on.
The fuck?
All right.
You basically just turned around and said, "Here, what would you do if I gave you a picture of a boat disappearing from the bottom up?" All right, not a problem. What would you do if I gave you a known flat surface and an object at distance disappearing from the bottom up?
On a flat
Because
surface.
that's not, yeah, that happens. Go down to your local ice rink, put your head on the floor. I've done that loads of times because I keep fucking falling over. And you can't see the ice skates of the people skating on the other side of the ice rink. Now, I should have a direct line of sight between my eyeball and their skate, but because of perspective, that person disappearing from the bottom up, I can't resolve the bottom of their skates. So what would you say to that?
I'd have to revert back to what I was saying. Our perception of light is flawed, and
No, our perception
So
of light
why
is
do you
fine.
bring-
There's too many.
So why did you bring up your boat then? If our perception of light is flawed, then why did you bring up your boat?
cranes, and I just went off of that.
If the perception of light is flawed, then that immediately means you have no evidence for a globe Earth.
Yeah.
Here, I think we need to reset the table, okay? Let's just take a listen to the original claim about the horizons. It's just a 90-second clip, if you just be patient.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is. You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that?
Okay, so just to reset the table, this is the original claim coming from the globe side. The horizon is the Earth curvature. So we've had to go out and try to debunk this claim. We've used things like, originally, when I first joined, the flat earthers were saying things like, well, there's different reasons for why the horizon's optical and not a geometric location. They were saying things like refraction. That was the first thing you said, so point for the flat earthers. We also said things like weather conditions or how high off the ground you are plays a factor as well. Your perspective, you brought that up as well. So I think that's another point for the flat earthers. So the response from the globe, just to finish really quickly, the response then from the globe was, well, you just don't understand perspective. That's flurfspective, yada yada. So our response to that was the black swan. So to turn and say, well, refraction, brother.
No. I'll turn.
That's been our argument.
That's the argument. No, you're the black swan, and I'll stick my guns.
No, the black swan argument is a modus tollens argument. If the thing is a thing, it will display the attributes of that thing. If it doesn't display the attributes of that thing, then it ain't that thing. Alright, so if the Earth is a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles, and every horizon distance will be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, this is the claim of where the geometric horizon should be for your boat to go over. What we demonstrate in the black swan image is the horizon is optical, bending on the atmospheric. I've said this 3 times now, mate. Got to get this by now.
No. I totally get it, guys.
Are you sure?
Let's make this make sense.
Because you said that looking at the horizon's not.
Right.
I don't think that's the right way to do it.
My vocals out here, because you guys
that's
have done a lot of
wrong,
explaining on this. And
Here, let me try something visual. I want to try something visual with you, okay? If you look
I
at
think we're over this.
no, at 8 p.
No, we're not.
At 11:08 p.m. I posted a video. It's just up right here. It's a little boat on a tabletop.
Can you see that video at 8 minutes past the hour, Moss?
Yes.
I'm gonna watch it along with you. So what are we seeing here, Meme?
We see the bottom of the boat distorting, shrinking, growing, until you lift the camera up, and it's on a flat table.
Okay, camera just lifted up.
Yep.
Damn, that's a table.
Yep, it's a granite table, perfectly flat.
Damn. So you sure it's not a curved granite?
100% sure. No curve. It's only camera's 4 foot away. Why is the bottom of the boat distorted and shrinking?
The same reason why the top is.
Okay, there's a significant amount of distortion at the bottom of the boat. Right? Significant. Right?
No, you're right. I'm rewatching it.
I think it's actually due to the curvature of the granite. The granite
curvature of the table?
It has to be.
I can go check the table. That table is probably flatter than my level.
I mean, that's the only possible explanation is curvature.
That's right. The only possible explanation for why you would have 2 images joined together, one being the deck and one perpendicular to it, that the angular resolution of the eye would disappear at the point they join. So maybe there's an optical effect going on that has to do with resolution,
Yes.
because that's
Maybe.
why ships are disappearing.
Yeah. But I mean,
Yeah.
all of this,
AKA
all of
not
this
curve.
stuff, all of this stuff that we're talking about, I don't really know too much about perception
Well.
of light.
Well,
It's okay. We're teaching you.
well, we're showing you, yeah.
I'm along for the ride so far, so it's interesting. And
Hey, I believed in the globe for 35 years.
23 here.
well, then give me some leeway here, guys. You know,
Oh, yeah, I'm not pressuring you.
I'm not even 35 years old,
I'm 42.
Me neither.
so I mean, to say that you believed it longer than me, who's really the
No,
real
we're
flat
saying we
earther
believed in
here?
the globe that long.
I believed in the globe. Not just that, my grandfather worked on Apollo 17 as an MIT contractor. Like, I've been involved in like loving space and science fiction since I was a baby. Super heavily invested. I always knew a lot about what I believed. I always knew a lot about, the Earth and the solar system and the galaxies and all this other stuff.
Stars. That's very interesting. See, that's
That's a
one of
big
the reasons
misconception.
Why I like the globe Earth so much is because of how stars work.
Yeah, but that's ego though. That's emotion.
Yeah, because I mean, we have stars in the south of the equator that aren't in the north of the equator. You can see them on the equator. On
Yeah,
certain
but
months.
the one thing though is that the sky is not related to the ground.
That's why.
You ever been to a planetarium?
No, actually, I haven't.
All right, it's where you lay down on you sit on a seat that's on a flat ground, and you can see the entire stars, all the stars, the entire cycle of the stars and planets and everything above you. Does not require a globe to see everything.
They have to move. Or
They are moving. You said it yourself. They're moving. You said it there yourself. They're moving. You're not.
They are. I haven't been to your planetarium, so I don't.
Any planetarium.
Yeah, I haven't been to a planetarium, so
Right.
I don't know what the perception is, but for the same reason,
It's
I'll put a video on
you're on the flat floor, looking up
the
at a
concept's
sky.
not hard. I just haven't gone, so I don't know how they.
You'll be able to understand it
simulate
pretty
that
easily.
experience of the seasons changing without a rotation.
Seasons don't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
They have to do with what stars you see.
So let me ask you this: like, let's say I go turn on my heater, turn it off, turn on my air conditioner. Is that in any way related to the shape of my house?
If your heater rotated a certain way,
Not if.
sometime of
The question is it?
it's not relative.
It's not, and it's not necessary for it. What you're talking about is a pattern recognition and then a correlation. But you're not talking about
on the north of the equator and rotates completely the opposite way on the south end. Of the
no, they all still go east to west.
it doesn't.
The direction goes
They
east
all
to west.
still go
How-
east to west.
How does that still?
Come on, Mr. Perception.
Standing upside down.
Figure this
Listen.
one out.
Listen, don't spiral on me.
Well, I'm
How the
talking
sky
about
works,
counterclockwise.
how the sky works is completely irrelevant to the shape of the ground.
East and west changes when you go south of the equator.
No, listen. How the sky works is completely irrelevant to the shape of the ground. No one's ever been there, and it's not what you think it is.
Like the Southern Cross.
What I'm saying is the sky is not what you think it is, and nobody's ever been there to validate what it is. So you don't know what it's doing. You're just seeing patterns. Now
Patterns
the ground measures flat. And
Patterns,
since it measures flat, if something measures flat, what is it?
they're patterns that support the globe.
No, patterns don't support anything. Patterns are just patterns. It's inference and human attitudes that connect patterns to other things.
There's an explanation for that.
Explanations are just stories, narratives.
Right, but there's no narrative for the flat Earth on why the stars move.
I don't need a narrative. I can just simply say, I don't know.
Well, with a great, discovery, that requires a great explanation.
No,
You can't just claim.
no, because an explanation is just a story.
Right, we need your story.
I don't need a story. Falsification does not require a replacement.
You had a lot to say with these pictures.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's because I claim that the Earth is flat, not the motion of the stars in the sky.
Your
Yeah.
illusion. You're right.
But they're not an illusion. It's
Not
what
an
you see.
illusion. We're saying what you see is just clear. Like that's what you see. That's there. You're the one who's saying when you go out into
So
reality,
that
what
picture,
you're seeing
you
is
really
an
think that
illusion.
the poles are setting towards the horizon.
No, there are no poles.
No, you.
There are no poles.
Yeah,
you're the
there's
one
no-
who's saying that they're setting or going over some type of curve.
That's an illusion.
Wait,
That's,
are you
that's
talking
what
about?
so you're the one who's saying we have the illusion. You're the one saying what you see
Correct.
is an illusion.
Yes,
Sir.
and it's
Now-
vice versa,
don't
which
don't
is-
project.
So what we see in reality is not
No,
really
we're
what we
seeing your
see. We're
perspective.
seeing an illusion,
reflecting.
is what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying.
So that violates Popper's principle of unfalsifiability.
Saying you need to get back on that red pill.
Now, what
What
you're doing
are you
is you're
talking-
violating Popper's principle of falsifiability.
I don't know who that is.
I know. So if something's unfalsifiable, is it scientific?
If what? Say again.
If something is unfalsified, if a claim is unfalsifiable, is it scientific?
I mean, there's a science method, but I would say that if there's evidence to back that up, it would be.
Well, no, that would hold be
answer the
that's
question directly,
falsifiability, though. That's falsifiability. If evidence would literally be the falsifiability. If something can't be falsified, if it's unfalsifiable, i.e., for instance, the claim that everything we see is an illusion, therefore I'm right, that would be an unfalsified. How could you ever test that?
That'd be a theory.
No, it would be a hypothesis. But it really wouldn't. It wouldn't even qualify as a hypothesis because it would be an untestable claim, which means it doesn't fall into the category of hypothesis either. It's like just a metaphysical thought, is what it is.
Oh, I mean, they talk about the Big Bang Theory.
Oh, they talk about a lot of stories. They have a lot of stories. They have a lot of narratives. I don't believe in stories or narratives.
Well, I mean,
I only believe.
everything's a story or a narrative.
No, that's not true. We know the boiling
feel
point
like
of
that's
water because we've experimented and tested with it. Do you believe that you're
That's
sitting?
in the past, and the past doesn't exist.
Yeah, but we have historical records of the past that we can
No.
all.
What you have is a narrative.
No, it's not a narrative.
No, that's then. I mean, I don't understand your argument then.
I'm not sure how you don't understand the argument. Let me ask you this: are you sitting down right now?
Yes.
Are you sure that we all exist?
No, I think some of these guys are bots.
Okay. But are you sure that we all exist, right?
I'm looking to you 24/7! Exclamation live! Exclamation. That dude's
Touche.
for sure a bot.
On a percentage value, how sure that you are talking to us on Discord right now? Are you 100% sure or less?
I think I'm talking to real people.
Good. Okay, so we're making progress here. You're
Put
not
a
the
number
90.
to it, bro.
You're not one of the 90. He said I'm thinking I'm talking to real people here. I don't think he wants to fall into the trap. I think he sees that it's kind of a trap. There are some people who will say they're 99% sure that they exist and that we aren't all just figments of their imagination and that reality is real.
Well, those are the people that would be filling this place up, right?
Well, right about when they get to this point right here is when they start claiming it.
Well, if you're truly open-minded, everything's 99%.
No, that's not true.
So the apple
does
can
the-
be the pear
Does the
one day.
curvature,
If you say
does the
100%,
curvature exist?
that makes you stubborn.
No, because if you say 99%, what it means is you're not willing to commit. It means you're not willing to say, I could be wrong. So it actually takes humility.
An open-minded person.
Right? An open mind would say, I'm 100% sure I'm here because in that case, in the case that you're 100% sure you're here, you could be wrong. You could be wrong. In the 99%, you might not be wrong no matter what.
An
But in the
open-minded person
100%,
could always be wrong.
the 100% puts your neck out. It says, I'm willing to be wrong. Therefore, the best position to have is 100%.
Moss, didn't you just say you're 100% sitting down?
Oh yeah, I'm 100%.
Then didn't you just turn around and said like you can't be 100%?
I'm not going to be open-minded to the fact I'm not sitting down.
Okay, well that's what we're saying. You can be 100% about things. That's what we're saying as well.
Right.
You can
but
know
can't
things
be 100%
for sure.
about something.
There's also
You just said
That doesn't make any sense.
there's also an addendum to the affirmation. There's also an addendum to the affirmation about being open-minded. Don't be so open-minded that your brains fall out.
Or vice versa. Don't be so close-minded that you're 100%.
Well, I don't think any of us in here have a problem with being open-minded.
Okay, sir.
Because all of us in here, every single one of us, none of us were born flat earthers, so we had an open mind.
How open-minded are you? You might be wrong about flat Earth.
I think I'm about 8% open-minded.
Oh, dude, it's got some taste.
I think that's safe. That way I don't like accidentally stab myself to death with my toothbrush or something while I'm brushing.
Yeah,
Well, here's the thing. We stick to things in this server that we can be 100% on. You can know how tall you are. That's not you don't need to be 97% sure. You know you're sitting down at 100%. So, yes, you can know things 100%.
Yeah, no need for a PO. There's one
the
for the hot and one for the cold.
The chances that Earth is a spheroid are the same that there's a fat man in a suit that rides around with flying reindeer.
See, I feel the exact opposite about this.
Yeah, your feelings are wrapped up in it. Don't feel, apply brain.
Well, you just said feel, so I just followed suit. Thanks for applying brain comment.
Okay, you're welcome. You get it though? I mean, it's a story. Can you even conceive of the possibility of this whole Big Bang globe solar system just being a story?
I know we don't know everything.
Surely you can at least conceive of it.
I can't conceive flat Earth just because of my past experience, my past narrative.
Well, you can't. It's not something you can just conjure up in your brain. That's not what we're doing here either. So I wouldn't attempt to try to imagine some sort of flat Earth in your mind. It's not in your mind. It's outside your doors. It's where the grass is.
I could say the same thing.
No, you can't.
No, you cannot.
The globe only exists on a screen. No, it only exists on a screen. You don't go outside and see round curvature or hills of water or any of this. You don't experience rotating buildings or moving houses or any of that. So you don't experience or see it or anything outside. So you can't say that. You've
never experienced it. Right? You've never experienced it in your life.
That's why you jump at space pictures real quickly. You're like, oh, well, look, there's pictures from space because you know you can't go outside and see it. Otherwise, you'd be on your phone. When you get on a plane, you take pictures of the curvature. You would have it on your phone. You don't have any pictures of any evidence of any curvature anywhere. So it's not outside. You cannot say that. We all experience the same Earth as you, and
so why do flight lines curve?
Hold on, stick here.
Because flight lines are projected onto a Mercator map. That's why they're curved.
And what is a Mercator map?
A Mercator map that you see in airports of, the America on one side and Russia on the other, and with Africa. Yeah, that's called a Mercator, and the flight lines are curved on those because it's a Mercator projection.
It's not flattened.
It's bastardized version of the ball that's flattened out.
Right, it's called a projection.
I haven't seen the new globe flight lines, but the ones that I do see are on a flat Earth, right?
No, they're on a Mercator projection map.
Africa, right?
They're on a Mercator projection representation.
There's this comment. So it's just like where Greenland's the size of Africa, right? Those are the flight lines I see. They're all curved. Okay. And
that's because it's the Mercator projection. It's a skewed, distorted. It's where they took their globe Earth map, they flattened it out, and stretched everything out. So everything's curved on it.
And how
because they? Sorry, it's the thought. Sorry, my friend. It's the thought that you seriously. Sorry, it's the thought that you seriously think that when you're in an aeroplane, because it says on the projection the flight path is curved, that the flight of the aeroplane is actually curving. Have you ever been on an aeroplane?
Well,
This literally proves my point,
listen,
Jedi.
it's
you
driving
have to
straight.
look
We both agree to
Moss.
that.
Real quick, Moss. Let me just say this real quick.
You guys,
you just proved
asked
my
me
point
like
for
3
me.
questions at a time.
But this is still the same
let
point
me
before.
address
I'm just trying to jump on. But let me just say this really quickly because he made my point for me. Just really quickly. Notice how you proved my point for me. You don't look out the plane window and see it. You're talking about what you look at on a screen. This is exactly what I said earlier. You don't see the curvature or the globe outside. It's only on the screen. So that's exactly what you jump to. You're like, oh, but look at the screen shows curved flight paths. When you said you go outside and see curvature. So you're only proving my point for me.
All right, thanks for the meeting. I'll see you guys next.
Oh.
Oh, did he dip?
Blip.
You got pissy. Yeah.
Come with me,
No.
and you'll be in a world of pure imagination.
Some great timing.
You know, as the crow flies in a big curve.
And you stood on the floor.
Time one of you little crybabies gets called out here,
the Godfather.
you came to get attention you asked for. When you get more smoke than you're willing to handle, you want to cry and stomp off.
That's right.
Has anybody ever stood on the floor and watched an aeroplane fly overhead and watched its curved path?
Every time.
Yeah. Things fly straight, then change direction.
It's
Then
like a
fly
slide
straight, then
whistle.
change-
It's like a slide whistle. It goes, whoop.
Well,
I like that point, though, CB. That was good. I like that
I
point.
didn't
man.
dislike him. I thought he was being respectful and everything, but it seemed like he was just going against the grain. He was swimming against the current the entire time. He said, first off, I'm getting into a maze here, aren't I? But it's like he was purposely going the wrong way. We were trying to help him out of the maze the entire time. He was just kind of being obtuse. No, I do. I see the I can say you can go outside and see globe. No, you can't. Because when I put you on the spot, the first thing you came to was, oh, but look at this screen shows curved flight paths. Oh, so you don't see it outside. Thank you. So
I just want to make sure Professor Phil gets my DM. Phil, you don't have to address me like this, lol. We're in this for the fun, and that's why you're here too. So come on in and banter if you want.
Yeah. Sounds like fun.
Our number one listener.
He's my number one fan.
Well, someone's got to carry the top of the leaderboards. You know what I mean? When you're playing Call of Duty, someone's got the most time played. You know, usually it's not you, but someone's got to maintain that top spot. So shout out to Phil for holding that time most spent in Flat Earth.
He is a precocious cunt, too.
Brilliant.
Come with me, and you'll be in a world of OSHA violations.
Dude, and then what's with this respawning back to like 2016? But flight paths. Really, dude? That's as far as you've evolved to 2023.
Someone was in his DMs.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Someone was in his DMs. So, and I'm fairly certain I know who it was. Because they DM'd me while we were talking to him.
You're not so smart, are you, Phil?
Some creation bear this for you. Some underwater sequences in The Little Mermaid are completely CGI due to the star having difficulties to swim.
What?
She's a black girl.
What? Oh.
It's the meme. It's true.
I have a meme for that.
Everybody knows black people don't swim.
That's hilarious. I wouldn't.
Oh, there you go.
if I wasn't for
Yes,
Destiny.
the bottom is correct.
It's 100% facts. I'm sorry you had to run off like that, man. It's too bad.
It happens. Don't take it personally. He'll be back. It's just too much heat on him, I guess. And to be honest with you guys, that was a really cordial conversation. There's no swearing, there was no shouting. We tried to let him speak when he could. It was a really good conversation, but we're just too concise and on point. His only option was to leave. He could use the crack in the door of, hey, you guys always over to me, whatever. But that was really concise, guys. Well done. That was really good.
Stop over talking me.
Yeah, I agree. It's not. I don't really envision it. Yeah, it was probably a good place to end it because if he's bringing up Flight Pass, I don't really imagine it getting much better from that point on. But I don't know. Maybe I'm not as optimistic as the next.
I only get vile with banterers who come in here. So if like Professor Field comes in here, I'm always rude, but he likes that. That's what he's here
He likes the abuse and humiliation.
He does, and he dishes it out, and you can give it right back to him, and you can hear him smiling as he leaves. Like, oh, I know why Phil's here.
I don't know why he doesn't just put the big boy pants on, roll them sleeves up, come on in here. You ain't sending me no DMs, so what's good?
See, what I don't get is why they selected, like, to me, such an unattractive girl. I mean, maybe that's just a really bad picture of her, but there's something off about her.
That's Hollywood for you, maybe.
Yeah, like the face is it's like an upside down triangle.
That's the pointy chin she's got. I ain't gonna lie.
It is, man.
I just love that meme, dude. I found it recently.
Am I coming in clear?
Hello.
Who's this?
So that face looks like an old graphical polygon model from like the 32-bit era.
Yeah, PS1. She got those PS1 polygons.
Exactly.
Girl got less polygons than Lara Croft in 1993.
What's your take on the last conversation, AI? Do you have any thoughts on that?
We were too cordial.
It's okay. I'm not.
I don't know. I'm probably in bad
super
signal
glued into
now.
the conversation. Oh, we can.
No, we hear you loud and clear. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, there's no such thing as a picture or a video of a boat going over the horizon. Even if the horizon was what they claim, right? The picture itself wouldn't inform you of that. You have to know the other thing in the first instance. But you don't actually see it go over the horizon. What you actually see is just the bottom disappear. That's all you see. That's all anyone sees. Nobody has the frame of reference to actually see it going over the horizon. You could say, well, I look at it sideways, then I could see it. No, because then the horizon would be behind it, right? Because you changed your vantage point. So it's impossible. In order to witness a boat actually going over a horizon, you would literally need to be able to see all points simultaneously. Right? So you essentially have to be a fifth dimensional being. Right? So when someone says, I see a boat go over the horizon, they're basically saying, I'm a god. Which kind of fits with their worldview most of the time. Oh man, who put those plastic buckets in my way?
It was me.
Bro. The drive-through, right? And it's 2 lanes, and they put the plastic buckets on one side. They're like, the plastic buckets are like 4 inches tall, dude. Like, that ain't gonna stop me. I barely noticed them. That's right, CB. That ain't gonna stop me in this truck, Holmes.
Hell no. Not in that Ford Raptor.
I ain't got no Ford Raptor.
Yeah, you do. That's what you told me in the chat, dude. Come on now, flex on them.
Here, I like this. I like this Chad way of going through resumes.
That's brilliant.
Oh man.
Good night, Jedi. Oh, I thought this was funny. This was Twitter's. Says, we promise to remain committed to fostering healthy conversations about black culture. Is there a single black person in this picture?
Ugh, must be a trick question. According to the one drop theory, it's impossible to know. Yeah, imagine being so racist that you simultaneously believe in the one drop theory, but then tell people they have white privilege just because their skin is white. So I have black DNA in my heritage, right? So I'm black technically. One drop's all it takes.
Get your hands off my bike.
Yeah, you literally just said what I typed in the chat. So shout out to AI, always on point. There's some MMA lore about this guy named Mike Perry. They call him 2% black. They give him the pass. It's super funny.
Oh, dude, I think it was like, what's that chick's name? Elizabeth Warren. She was like 264th Indian or something. Wow.
It was worse than that. It was like 1,024th. 1 in 1,024th.
I think that fits within the realm of, what is it, error?
Yeah, but she used it to apply for a college loan. So if you identify as schizophrenic and you pick a different ethnicity, can you get two college loans or grants?
Man, that's brilliant.
I know, huh? They'll say, no, we're just going to give you one set of money because it's the same body going to the classes. You'd be like, well, listen, when I am Sheila, I can't spend Sarah's money. That would be stealing. So I need twice the money.
Isn't that so cringe? I'm just thinking about the last guy. I usually joke about how you fly in a plane and they show you this cartoon on the headrest in front of you of a damn over-exaggerated like globe. And then you look out the window and there's no globe there. And this guy, we said, he's like, oh, but I want to imagine the Earth, the flat Earth. You can't. is just the Earth. So when I said just go outside, that's about all you got. He's like, oh well, I can say that too. Hell no, you can't. That's why I chimed in. I'm sorry, I think I cut off Jedi. I was like, no, you can't say that. It's not like all of us in this panel don't experience the exact same Earth. You can't just get away with saying, no, well, I experience curve. No. No.
Well, he can say just go outside and look at it, but then he's going to have to agree with us that it looks flat, make up a bunch of excuses for why that is.
But that's what made it even more embarrassing. Like, he was like, oh, but flight paths. Okay, so on a screen then, which is exactly what I said. It's only on a screen. I would go to say that there's no flat Earth on your screen. You're not going to see the entire realm of existence laid out on your MacBook. So if you want a taste of the flat Earth, you got to go outside. There's no other way around that. And there's no other man or woman in this panel, or in your city, or in your family, or whoever that can tell you what the entire realm of existence looks like. So they need to stop asking. I'll just keep beating that into them. Sorry, you're not going to get that answer from us. If you really want to know, it's really, you're dying to get that answer, no pun intended, you might just have to wait until then to ask your creator, because it's not going to come from your fellow man. Those kinds of answers.
And this thing where they just casually accept that everything out in the distance is an optical illusion, it just kind of is a bit silly. Maybe maybe that guy's, he's 35, I don't know. But just to act like his whole life, before he was taught to chant refraction, he's going to accept that everything he saw in the distance was an optical illusion after all. It's very bizarre, the casualness in which optical illusion, perception.
But then this illusion of this curvature that he has, which he never sees, that's the reality.
That's what's so funny, old Haas.
No, when he dropped that, well, we see boats going over the curve. Then he wants the geometric horizon. So
you had me geeking out because you were like, "Oh, Mr. Perspective over here," because he tried to have his double standards.
Yeah, perception. The way he was wanting to drag the word perception in place of perspective was that's what I was calling out there. I think I don't know what he was up to.
I didn't. The only reason I didn't read into that is because he didn't have a very advanced vocabulary.
Well, not even that. He was just applying his double standards. He was saying on one hand, one thing is an illusion, and then, when we look at it, oh well, no, that's just another illusion. It's like, no, that what we're seeing is what we see. You're the one who has the illusion. So he perfectly old.
Yeah, he just wanted to abandon it all of a sudden. It was very bizarre.
He's not like the regular normie. Like most normies that I've ever talked to, most of them that I've ever broached the subject with, slowly, of course I'm very tactical on this, are actually way more awake than people think, right? That they'll recognize a contradiction and go, oh wow, that's interesting. On occasion you have a normie with severe cognitive dissonance, and they are the hardest people to get through to because they don't have a sophisticated capability of thinking. They don't think.
I would say that some type.
Go ahead.
Those are the ones who are emotional enough to come here and defend the globe.
I was kind of thinking the same thing, that they're like doubled down. They're like sunk in. What do they say? They've got their heels sunk in or whatever.
They got the gorilla mindset.
What's that?
Gorilla mindset is no matter what anybody says, I'm not going to change my mind. Which in some instances, it's a very good way of thinking. But For anything that regarding like new information, it's not a good way of thinking.
I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me.
I'm an American.
I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
I love that. I love that one because I'm an American.
yeah. But yeah, Central had it kind of on point too. Like they're emotionally tied to it. So maybe
the average.
I kind of agree with.
Yeah, the average normie isn't coping enough about it to come in here and argue.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like your neighbor, for example, probably isn't coping like those guys. He's probably not going to do mental gymnastics and backflips to try to get out of these little traps that you set for them. It's the anti-flat earthers and like these emotional guys that will start doing backflips and stuff out of these corners that you put them in. See that. I think that's probably that was the key, probably for a lot of us. Is even though we were interested and involved in watching the documentaries and like space movies and all this and that, it wasn't an emotional attachment. At least for me, I was able to let it go when faced with new evidence. Even though I liked it, I enjoyed it, I didn't feel tied to it enough to like argue against flat earthers just because I loved it so much. I'm not going to argue against 2 + 2 is 4. That's stupid. So I think that's the issue with some people, is they're too attached, whether it's a financial thing or clout or some other thing, respect. I don't know. They're just not willing to let go. So I'll take another order of Cog Dis, please.
Yeah, maybe it's a good sign him jettisoning himself, if his excuses or his questions, if they weren't holding any water. That when he was talking about the whole curved flight thing, it's like you're kind of just, that's bottom of the barrel there, right? And I think maybe he realized that was a tad stupid. But yeah, it's bizarre that he left because he was really rolling there for a while.
Well, CB, according to the Ontario Mathematics, hold on, let me read this. According to the Ontario Mathematics Coordinators Association, the equation 2 + 2 = 4 is a white supremacist dog whistle and not a mathematical truth.
Jesus, dude. Well, gotta trust the experts, so.
Proponents of math's political neutrality who use the phrasing 2 + 2 = 4 are engaged in an act of covert white supremacy.
Well, yes, I'm a white supremacist.
I'm not opposed to this either. The wackier and crazier everything gets, the happier I am. I want this because it's that much closer to collapse.
I was gonna say there's no other way. What did they say? The only way out is through.
Yes, the only way out is through. Weather the storm and be happy.
Isn't there a Tool song that goes like that?
I think that's every Tool song.
Oh, okay. Man, the one album dropped when I was in basic, and the drill sergeant brought it and played it over the system speakers.
Which one, Enema?
I don't know the name. I can't remember the names of them. So it's the one that has the "I Know the Pieces Fit" song.
I know the pieces fit because I want to. That's the one that goes. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, that's like the only Tool song I really like. I couldn't get into Tool. Tool's a good band. The fandom is not that great, though.
Bunch of tools.
I don't think Tool likes their fandom either.
They don't.
I saw them once
He
in there.
said so, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, has the crystal meth worn off yet? He's like, yeah, I'm out of here.
Yeah. He probably said something like along the lines of, "It's a pity that my fans are more interested in the beat than the actual message of my music because they're too unintelligent to understand it."
Yeah. Huh. That's interesting. I used to think that way about like Deadmau5 because I used to be really interested and I liked him a lot. I thought he was like kind of an electronic composer or whatever. I thought he was very talented. But then the people that would go to his shows are just like on Molly and just like trying to rave out and stuff. It's like, so when I went to go see him for the first time, I hated it because he was trying to cater, it seemed like, to the guys that wanted to hear like the wah 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 wah, you know, type of stuff, and I just wanted to hear like the more composed stuff. So I was like, all right, well, I'm not going to concerts anymore. This is stupid. But I understand their pain in making music that they feel like their audience doesn't understand. So I get that. Which is why I'll be doing a lyric review coming soon. Might be going over my lyrics here on the live stream.
Like, we want to worship the black or white. Oh, maybe the black is right. I think he's hot miking. Put him back on mute.
It's probably a good call. Makes me feel better about doing it in the first place. But anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I never listened to Tool. I'm not too familiar with them, but
Right, I gotta post this one. It looks like a damn anime character. Hold on.
oh, Tool. Jeez.
Here's another brilliant move by Wizards of the Coast, right? Dungeons and Dragons to remove half species from player's handbook claims the entire idea is inherently racist.
Jeez.
So first, they said orcs are black people. Okay. And now, interracial marriage, they're banning that.
Guess I should just, stop existing then.
I guess so. That's right.
I'm mixed.
Now, are you an Oreo or a coconut?
Oreo.
Yeah,
Oreo. What's a coconut?
Coconut, that is, I believe that's a brown person who's white on the inside.
Okay, whoa, hold on. Let me think this. Let me read.
So that's like a Mexican or it's a Hispanic. The only problem is Hispanics are white because Spain is from Europe and they're Caucasian.
So
it doesn't even make sense.
But aren't those both brown on the outside, white on the inside?
Is there a fourth primary race besides Mongoloid, Caucasoid, and Negroid?
I don't think there is. I think those are the three.
I mean, some people would say reptile, but
yeah. Well,
and we were talking about demons.
I only categorize races in terms of what Soy Jack represents them. So there's Coomers, there's Groomers, and these are all completely based on phenotypes.
The gray.
I think we should just stop categorizing along racial lines and just do phenotype. Like, that guy looks like a kid diddler.
So what would that make you?
Me? A conquistador, because that's what I look like.
How about a musketeer?
Oh, yeah, I could go with musketeer.
I think conquistador sounds more cool.
Yeah.
But hey, I mean, how about that patriotic?
I could more envision myself as a conquistador, going out and wrecking some Aztlan wombs.
I feel like conquistador has a better stash as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Plus,
And
I have no, like,
slaves.
I got that devil beard and the cool mustache. So
Yeah, and obviously slaves.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in like separating the beard and the mustache, where they shouldn't be one thing. You should have a beard and a mustache.
I haven't done that yet.
That's what I've got.
I need to try that. I've been thinking about trying that, but just haven't tried that yet.
A little bit more maintenance, because there's more geometry that you have to cut into your beard to then trim out your mustache.
Right. I think I could pull it off, but I just haven't messed with it. Still enjoying my beard, I guess. It's still fairly recent. It was a late beard bloomer. But anyway, someone just popped in. Man, it's unfortunate that guy had to go. I feel like I might have scared him off, put the heat on, but sorry guys.
You did.
It's on me. I just don't like. I've got a couple pet peeves. I think he hit one of those notes.
I could see you were calm, but I could tell. It's like, this guy's pissing creation bear off.
Like, you can't say that, bro. Don't be lying. Because like I've already said this, but we all experience the same thing. So you can't just say that you experienced something else. That's crazy. So I've got to call that out. I appreciate you being honest. Yeah, that's why what are you singing in the back? Yeah.
I believe I can fly. Yeah. Just believe, bro. That's all you got to do is believe, man. I believe I can touch the sky.
And some of them literally say that you guys just don't believe enough. Are you kidding me? That's what I lack, belief.
That's the shocker one that I hear. You just don't believe enough, man.
So, dude, I probably believed more than you. That's what they don't understand. I think that's a big misconception, is that, like Mimas, they don't realize that you were into this stuff. I was into this stuff.
Oh my god.
Dude, they think we just like rolled out of the womb and never heard of the globe ever. Just like jumped on the back of the bandwagon.
When you were telling him how old you were when you figured out, and when Meme did the same thing, he thought you meant this is how out of touch this guy was.
You're so on point. I'm glad you brought that up. That's what I'm saying. They come here
5 deep into the flat Earth.
Yeah, they come here with this idea that
whatever Meme's age is.
42. And I was 35 when I was exposed to flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but he thought that blew my mind. I'm like, does this guy think what's going on here?
Yeah, he even when we told him directly, hey, yo, bro, we were in the globe heavily 35 years. He's like, yeah, see, flat Earth, 35 years. It's like they really, truly. Like,
in my head, that I always ask.
Into the break is just hot micing, bro.
Into the break, you're hot micing. Yeah, no, that's why I had to remute him the last time, because he didn't realize he was unmuted.
I think he's just into the break-in.
You know what? Let's not mute him. Let's just disconnect him so that he has to actively reconnect. Let's do that, because then we're gonna get like, oops, there we go.
Like I was
just disconnect him.
That room was the bomb shelter. It was just a way of life.
How do you disconnect? Right click.
Got it.
Oh, you got it? Okay. There.
Oh, that's a good idea. Actually, I see that's a good idea. Because if he wants to come back, he'll have to clickety click.
In case Helio ever hears this, we're just going to start disconnecting him. Oops. Oh, what happened?
But yeah, no, dude, they have these comforting ideas about us. And that's one of them, that we never really got familiar with the globe. We never liked it. We weren't, we don't know the facts or whatever. When it's really the contrary. Like I don't want to speak for everybody. I was big into it.
Right.
I can't draw, but the only thing I would doodle is the globe. It's like the only thing I could doodle is little globes. Or
I never showed you my artwork, have I?
No.
No, I'll have to show it to you sometime.
But, all the documentaries, all of them. Cosmos.
I think what really gets them, what causes the spiral is that no matter how little they know, they come in here thinking that we have never known what they know.
Yeah,
that's what gets them, because they can't conceive in their mind that anyone believes differently from them, and so the dumb little factoids that they have that are actually nothing, they think those are going to be like revelatory to us. Like, I bet they've never thought of this ever. No, the reason that like I was able to parse all this data within a 3-minute stretch from one mathematical test is because I did know everything. I knew just about everything that a layperson can know, a reasonably intelligent layperson who was very into the subject could know. I knew how inertia worked in space. You know how many people don't know how inertia works in their model?
Yeah, I don't think I could say that.
It's ridiculous. They do not understand the relationship that objects have to each other in a zero-G environment. They literally don't understand. And it's baffling to me that I knew so much, but it was like the moment I saw the math, 100 different lights suddenly turned on and connected. All the lines just instantly connected. I was like, I immediately saw how everything worked.
Brain boost. Or what is it? Brain blast. It's freaking Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah, for real. It's like a bullet right to the brain.
That's what's up, though. I've heard you say that before. It was a pretty quick onset.
Yeah. I had been familiar with flat Earth, but not in any kind of informative way. Like I had researched a lot about Antarctica because I was trying to. There was a reward, like $10,000 reward for figuring out the story to Dark Souls, and so I was like, I'm going to try it. And I looked at all the images and games and stuff like that, and tried to find out all this other stuff. And I was noticing that there was a ring of like mountains, of icy mountains around everything. I like, what if this is a metaphor for something else? Because I always noticed that the moons in the Souls games were on Earth. It was Earth's moon. It was Luna. And in Bloodborne also. And I thought, what if there's something else here? And I just looked at things. I was connecting some dots to like Antarctica. And then I look at it. And as I'm looking through stuff about Antarctica, guess what comes up? Flat Earth. I'm like, I even said to myself, I'm not going to get into this just in case it's true. And I just moved past it. That was it. And so then one day, probably about 4 or 5 months later, I'm sitting there. I'm sitting on the back porch of my house, and I say to myself, you know what? I'm gonna try one. I just look up flat Earth. First video is Rob Skiba, and it's the sight distance to in Illinois, right across the lake. I look at it. The hairs stand up on my neck. This is that fast. Once the presentation of the math started, that was it.
Yeah,
I did the math right there, and that was it. I was done. And from that point on, in that video, whenever he starts talking about the math versus the thing, that's like 3 minutes from the beginning of that spot to the end of that spot, every single light connected. Every single line was drawn in my head for like stars, this, that, the other, everything.
Wow. The implications run so deep
Mhm.
You know, that's why that you'll get the hairs sticking up on the back of your neck. Whoa, there's a lot of questions come up. You know, the implications are definitely there.
Yeah, it probably had helped that I had gotten onto geocentrism in 2003.
Okay.
So I had already left the mainstream cosmology. Yeah, I was really into like Thunderbolts of the Gods, the Electric Universe, and I had gotten into geocentrism, comparative mythology. I was already in that sphere, right?
No pun intended.
Yeah, and so I probably had already connected a whole bunch of dots, and they were just waiting for like that linchpin to like shook, bring everything together. Because instantly, the moment I saw that the math was wrong, instantly I knew space isn't real. Instantly.
Wow. That was the last thing to go for me.
It amazingly, that is the first thing in my mind is this is flat, 100%. This absolutely is, and my brain was like, therefore, space isn't real.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah, because that I think that's an issue a lot of people have. They immediately try to cram some type of flat thing into an outer space, and that's where they get goofed up like immediately. So I think if you've had been dealing with geocentric type of thinking, it's not like you were trying to plug that idea into outer space. You're like, oh wow, I guess I don't need outer space if it's flat. So that's good.
Because I had already seen that there was like real data confirming that we don't have motion, right? And confirming that the universe was spinning around us.
Wow.
So for me, it was just shrinking that. That's all it was. Okay, space isn't real. And I had so many different mythologies in my head. I'm like, what is out there? And my first thought, of course, was, are we just in a giant ocean?
Wow.
That was my first thought. So, but like I said, it's not Sunday. So, but
no, I mean,
of course, that's what I thought right away. I was like, Underwater City, the Underwater City meme.
Wow. Wow. Dude, I have a picture for that. Dude, I mean, that's probably not uncommon. I don't really sit down and think about that really that often, but it's crossed my mind for sure.
Yeah.
Just being in some type of watery type of system.
Some watery.
Yeah. Ooh, let me post a picture, man, from SpongeBob, because they hit the nail on the head with that.
Yeah. Well, I think of like the fantasy trope of like the underwater metropolis, right?
Underwater, like Atlantis or something?
Here, let me find it.
There we go. Sandy's Dome.
Yeah, it's Sandy's Dome.
And like, I never really thought about it when I watched it. As I watched this show so much because my little brother liked it, so I would like kind of raise him up and be watching it with him. And that idea never really crossed my mind. But now, as a flat earther, looking back, I'm like, damn, bro, like that's perfect. Like that's the gas pressure argument in a nutshell, right there.
Yeah. Yeah, let me see if I can find a picture. Oh, here we go. Let me add the photos.
Rob, yeah, R.I.P.
Yeah. Rippin' pepperoni, Rob.
I wonder what really happened. We don't have to get into that, but little sketchy, or how he. I guess we don't need to get into that, but
rumor has it that he has a bad reaction to a ham sandwich.
A ham sandwich?
Yeah.
Is that code? That sounds like code.
Dude. You want me? I'll tell you the story if you pull me to another room.
I think I know what ham. I think I know what you're referencing there.
Oh, really? Huh. Oh, well, what was he thinking?
Yeah, I don't know.
See, we're psychic in here.
Maybe. Maybe.
Well, there's some religions that believe it's immoral to eat pork and it's directly against God's law, and that you actually go to hell for literally eating pork. Like God cares whether you eat pork or not.
Right.
Now, some of them will only say, so far as if you intentionally eat it, it's bad. But some people say if it even enters your body, you're going to hell. So if you accidentally eat a ham sandwich, you're freaking just going to spontaneously combust. You know, it's like you're at a store, you buy some meat, and you say, I like this sandwich, give me some of that, and you start eating it, and then you look down, you see ham over there, and then you see the chicken, which you thought it was, right there, and you go, oh man, they mislabeled it. And then your head just kind of spontaneously explodes.
Yeah, if that were true, God would be an asshole.
There's some people that believe that if your corpse is violated by ham, you go to hell. These aren't jokes, by the way. These are people
I know.
who seriously
I know they're
believe
not.
these things.
I know they're not. Yeah.
And well, I mean, they put pork in the juice.
Kin ham.
Yeah, but transversely, there's also people who think if they abstain from pork, that they're better human beings than you are.
Mm.
Both of which, on either side, are equally as retarded, in my view.
I have noticed that anyone who's pushy about their diet definitely deserves hell.
Oh man.
You're not a vegan? How dare you?
Chuckles nervously.
Right. I like meat. I like steaks.
Oh, I mean, I love fat. I love fat on a steak, man.
It's good for your brain.
It is. I love fat on a steak. I like to lick it up.
You posted that underwater type of
city,
Atlantis type thing.
Yeah.
That's neat. Oh, I saw a video today. This, I got a screenshot. Just a video, lady on a boat. She said people think the scariest part of being on a boat in the middle of the ocean is the storms, when in reality it's when you can't tell the difference between the sky or water.
I've seen that.
Bro, I've never been on the water like that, but damn, that is.
I have. I've been out on the middle of the ocean. It can be frightening.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's got to be a hell of a feeling.
Intimidating. It's intimidating.
Yeah, because you're so small. Like it makes you. I'm sure it makes you feel very small.
Oh, that reminds me. So the Globers, they have a problem. You see, they complain to the flat earthers, "Where's your edge? What's beyond the edge? Yada yada yada." But in their paradigm, their world that's available being free space, right? And free space is space that you can travel in, right? Like there's actual coordinates and area that you can actually transpose yourself from point A to point B. But when free space ends is the boundary of the universe, right? If the universe is expanding, right, that boundary ever expands and ever goes outward, but they have no idea what's beyond that boundary, right? And there are articles out there and stories and I'm not sure if there's books, but where they posit the idea that the concept of the edge of the universe is terrifying. Terrifying to think that there's no more space to go into, or terrifying to think that no matter how far you go to the right, you'll never run out of space to go to. An infinite universe or a universe that just stops and there's nothing beyond it, both are terrifying. Why? Why do they use those types of words? Same thing when they use the idea of the Earth being at the center of the universe. It's terrifying. It's horrible. What is wrong with these people that they're terrified and horrified about the nature of the cosmos?
You know what's terrifying? Opening up your bank account and seeing that $5 went to like some like subscription you had.
Mm-hmm.
That's terrifying. There is nothing astrophysicists could ever tell me that's terrifying. I don't get why people are scared of this stuff.
Yeah.
Space is scary, dude. I think space is kind of scary.
Like I said, I was raised in it, and like the vastness of it and the terrifyingness of it is what I loved. That's
Really?
why I loved it so much. That's why I was attracted to Lovecraft so much, because it's cosmic terror.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, it's like being out in the middle of the ocean again. It's like
It
you're
is.
in this huge, empty, giant place, and you're such a small thing. I would try to meditate and like put myself in outer space, and then like I like would glitch out thinking about how well, because I had this idea of supposed to be. Yeah. Well, there was this idea like you're an infinite loop, and you're in the middle of infinity, and like I don't know. I would just glitch out like this is not working.
Dude. That Lovecraftian entities and all of those types of things.
As I thought,
like that is exactly in line with the new synthesis paradigm of essentially subjective idealistic monism, where there is no external agent creator and all agents exist within the universe, and they have a set of universal laws at which they can involve themselves with. And since its consciousness is the primacy, then obviously consciousness can affect those laws the same way Neo can affect the Matrix. So what these guys believe, right, part of what they believe is that mankind will eventually ascend to this level where they'll, we evolve from nothing to sentience, then we're going to evolve from sentience to losing the need for our biochemical organic body. Right, yeah, but they're going to lose the need for the body by downloading themselves into an electronic host for their consciousness, and then from there transcend the host and become pure consciousness, right, at the top level, like the programming level. And so they believe that the entities that have done this in the past, have attained like Neo in the Matrix level control of the system, and are essentially power users. So like these entities, they're involved. Some people would say that it's spiritual or whatever, but it's not spiritual in any classical theist sense. It's spiritual in the sense that they're in tune with the forces of the universe. On
it's all based off of your Reddit karma.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah.
What's funny about, I think what's so terrifying about Lovecraft is that the center of all chaos is Azathoth, which is the dreaming god. But like all of reality is the dream of the god. The problem is he calls it the idiot god, not because the god is actually an idiot, but the god doesn't even know that doesn't comprehend the dream it's having. Like how we experience a dream sometimes, it's just, and we barely remember it when we wake up.
Yeah.
And so in Lovecraft's version, it's the dreaming god that is an idiot. It's not conscious of the dream, and so it created all these rules and entities. And that's why he created, my favorite works of his are the dream quests. Because in the waking world, you're in Azathoth's dream. But when you go to sleep, you enter into the dream world. And all the dream world is connected if you journey enough into it. So there was like just a city of cats.
So this guy's name is H.P. Love. You talking about H.P. Lovecraft or
H.P. Lovecraft?
Yeah, I've heard that name a lot, but I'm not familiar. So these are books, or
if you read one story by him, you will read all of them.
Okay, you're making it sound interesting. Yeah, you're selling it to me already.
Go look up the Call of Cthulhu. Just make that the first read. Just make that your first read. It's like it'll take you an hour to read it. Less than an hour.
Nice.
Hell, you can go to YouTube. Just type in H.P. Lovecraft, and there's a million different people who have read this stuff, like audio, and there's audio dramas and everything.
Is there a movie? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I was gonna say you actually want to stay away from Lovecraft movies because they don't do it justice.
Yeah, they never do. They never do.
Do you know the trope? Do you know the close escape trope where somebody opens up a window, throws a sheet out the window, and escape just in the nick of time?
Yeah.
You know how that's been a trope throughout movies for.
Did he start that?
He started that.
Nice.
In a novella called The Shadow over Innsmouth, which legitimately was terrifying.
Yeah, that's a classic
weird.
little move, though. The sheet out the window. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's strange. That makes me put Wes Anderson's film catalog in another light because his first movie begins with that.
Yeah.
With someone escaping in a bottle rocket, escaping on the sheet.
If you look at interviews with Wes Anderson and Stephen King, they're going to tell you that their inspiration was primarily H.P. Lovecraft. They both do. Same with even J.J. Abrams. You know that movie Cloverfield?
Heard it. Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
Okay, Cloverfield. That's Lovecraft. It was his tribute to Lovecraft with the Call of Cthulhu, but this time Cthulhu's coming out and attacking the city. Essentially,
I'm not a Lovecraft scholar, but the last Lovecraft I held in my hand and read, I was reading aloud via request of others, and it was so spooky after 3 sentences that they said just put that down. So it's in the work.
Let me read you some good juicy stuff from the books.
Go ahead.
My memory banks. Okay, so let's see. Let me find a good quote here, nice and juicy. Oh, okay. So with this technology, we will be able to communicate with and perhaps even borrow the power of otherworldly entities.
Yes.
Wow, so rich and deep, don't you think? Newsflash, that's not from a fiction book. That is people who are involved with the D-Wave. Real technology. Rewind back to the radio. Even the people who were trying to do the radio, part of their goal was to communicate with these entities.
Yeah.
Right? So there's people out there that really think this is the way the universe runs, and that there really are these entities, and they're really trying to move humanity towards communing with them.
That is very much Nyarlathotep. So there's this, let me see if I can find it here. Is this it? Let me see if this is it. Come on. 4, 3.
Oh, which, by the way, it sounds fanciful to a lot of people, but the mainstream consensus narrative paradigm, right, that came through this scientific pursuit that began way back in the past, right, and, permutated itself out of science to more philosophy and religion. But anyway, the point is that they got everyone believing that they're doing real science, and so the conclusions that they come to are validated and true. They're going to be the ones that push all this crap. And they're going to say the science has finally arrived at these truths, that the universe is conscious at its base level. We're all spirits floating around in a big consciousness. Matter is subservient to consciousness rather than the other way around, like materialism says. And people are going to be like, wow, that just sounds like age-old mystic religion stuff. They'll be like, yeah, but this time we did a bunch of science before we came up with the answer. Whereas before, people just made it up.
So Nyarlathotep is only like 9 minutes long. We could play it in here. Y'all want to hear it real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, CB, can you play this YouTube video I just posted?
Mm-hmm.
Or put it in the bot and play it.
Done.
Horror readings by J.M. Danielson.
Increase the volume.
Volume.
Nyarlathotep.
Is that better?
The crawling chaos. I am the last.
Yeah.
I will tell the Argent Void. I do not recall distinctly when it began, but it was months ago. The general tension was horrible. To a season of political and social upheaval was added a strange and brooding apprehension of hideous physical danger. A danger widespread and all-embracing. Such a danger as may be imagined only in the most terrible phantasms of the night. I recall that people went about with pale and worried faces, and whispered warnings and prophecies which no one dared consciously repeat or acknowledge to himself that he had heard. A sense of monstrous guilt was upon the land, and out of the abysses between the stars swept chill currents that made men shiver in the dark and lonely places. There was a demoniac alteration in the sequence of the seasons. The autumn heat lingered fearsomely, and everyone felt that the world, and perhaps the universe, had passed from the control of known gods or forces to that of gods or forces which were unknown. And it was then that Nyarlathotep came out of Egypt. Who he was, none could tell, but he was of the old native blood and looked like a pharaoh. The Falahin knelt when they saw him, yet could not say why. He said he had risen up out of the blackness of 27 centuries, and that he had heard messages from places not on this planet. Into the lands of civilization came Nyarlathotep, swarthy, slender and sinister, always buying strange instruments of glass and metal, and combining them into instruments yet stranger. He spoke much of the sciences, of electricity and psychology, and gave exhibitions of power which sent his spectators away speechless, yet which swelled his fame to exceeding magnitude. Men advised one another not to see Nyarlathotep, and shuddered. And where Nyarlathotep went, rest vanished, for the small hours were rent with the screams of nightmare. Never before had the screams of nightmare been such a public problem. Now the wise men almost wished they could forbid sleep in the small hours, that the shrieks of cities might less horribly disturb the pale, pitying moon as it glimmered on green waters gliding under bridges, and old steeples crumbling against a sickly sky. I remember when Nyarlathotep came to my city, the great, the old, the terrible city of unnumbered crimes. My friend had told me of him, and of the impelling fascination and allurement of his revelations, and I burned with eagerness to explore his utmost mysteries. My friend said they were horrible and impressive beyond my most fevered imaginings, that what was thrown on a screen in the darkened room prophesied things none but Nyarlathotep dared prophesy, and that in the sputter of his sparks there was taken from men that which had never been taken before, yet which showed only in the eyes. And I heard it hinted abroad that those who knew Nyarlathotep looked on sights which others saw not. It was in the hot autumn that I went through the night with the restless crowds to see Nyarlathotep. Through the stifling night and up the endless stairs into the choking room. And shadowed on a screen, I saw hooded forms amidst ruins, and yellow, evil faces peering from behind fallen monuments. And I saw the world battling against blackness, against the waves of destruction from ultimate space, whirling, churning, struggling around the dimming, cooling sun. Then the sparks played amazingly around the heads of the spectators, and hair stood up on end whilst shadows, more grotesque than I can tell, came out and squatted on those heads. And when I, who was colder and more scientific than the rest, mumbled a trembling protest about imposture and static electricity, Nyarlathotep drove us all out, down the dizzying stairs into the damp, hot, deserted midnight streets. I screamed aloud that I was not afraid, that I never could be afraid, and others screamed with me for solace. We swore to one another that the city was exactly the same, and still alive. And when the electric lights began to fade, we cursed the company over and over again, and laughed at the queer faces we made. I believe we felt something coming down from the greenish moon, for when we began to depend on its light, we drifted into curious, involuntary formations, and seemed to know our destinations, though we dared not think of them. Once, we looked at the pavement and found the blocks loose and displaced by grass, with scarce a line of rusted metal to show where the tramways had run. And again we saw a tramcar, lone, windowless, dilapidated, and almost on its side. When we gazed around the horizon, we could not find the third tower by the river, and noticed that the silhouette of the second tower was ragged at the top. Then we split up into narrow columns, each of which seemed drawn in a different direction. One disappeared in a narrow alley to the left, leaving only the echo of a shocking moan. Another filed down a weed-choked subway entrance, howling with a laughter that was mad. My own column was sucked toward the open country, and presently felt a chill which was not of the hot autumn. For as we stalked out on the dark moor, we beheld around us the hellish moon glitter of evil snows. Trackless, inexplicable snows swept asunder in one direction only, where lay a gulf all the blacker for its glittering walls. The column seemed very thin indeed as it plodded dreamily into the gulf. I lingered behind, for the black rift in the green-litten snow was frightful, and I thought I heard the reverberations of a disquieting wail as my companions vanished. But my power to linger was slight. As if beckoned by those who had gone before, I half floated between the titanic snowdrifts, quivering and afraid, into the sightless vortex of the unimaginable. Screamingly sentient, dumbly delirious, only the gods that were can tell. A sickened, sensitive shadow writhing in hands that are not hands, and whirled blindly past ghastly midnights of rotting creation. Corpses of dead worlds with sores that were cities, charnel winds that brush the pallid stars and make them flicker low. Beyond the worlds, vague ghosts of monstrous things, half-seen columns of unsanctified temples that rest on nameless rocks beneath space and reach up to dizzying vacua above the spheres of light and darkness. And through this revolting graveyard of the universe, the muffled, maddening beating of drums, and the thin, monotonous whine of blasphemous flutes from inconceivable, unlightened chambers beyond time. The detestable pounding and piping, whereon to dance slowly, awkwardly, and absurdly the gigantic tailless ultimate gods. The blind, voiceless, mindless gargoyles whose soul is Nyarlathotep.
That's it.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah. That's the whole story.
Nice.
So, what I like about this one is this mysterious figure shows up. Like, at first, everyone gets this feeling like there's a lot of political and social upheaval. And then everyone gets the feeling that the world and the universe passed from the control of known gods to unknown gods.
That's where I actually wrote that down.
Yeah, and then this guy comes along and he's showing him this weird technology, like with mirrors and my first thought is like cell phones and D-Wave and all this other stuff, right? And start showing them sights, and then when they go and finally see them, like themselves, like these like demon things appear on their heads, and when they leave there, they're trying to convince themselves that I'm not changed. But then the world that they see is destroyed.
Damn.
Like their perception is completely changed after that.
Hello, puppet.
Say what?
I said, hello, puppet.
Oh.
Hello,
hello. But how'd you like it?
That was neat. Yeah, that was cool. I mean, at the end there, he was talking about the graveyard of the universe. Is that what you meant by how like their idea had been kind of squashed, or?
Yeah, like he was talking about like the all these corpses of worlds with sores where cities used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, damn, red pill. I guess.
It's like the guy that said earlier, you gonna red pill me? Or what did he say?
No, he wanted to red pill us, apparently.
What an interesting guy that was.
Interesting's a word. Unintelligent was another.
The guy we just spoke to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I miss all the good stuff.
About that Moss guy? Sticky Moss or whatever?
I'm at Sticky Moss. I'm at work rolling my eyes. I'm like, just wanted to come in here. I was thinking about heading to to break real quick. But guys, I'll be right back.
No, we got talking about some concepts. We brought up Lovecraft and decided to listen. I decided to listen to a short Lovecraft story that's like 9 minutes long.
Yeah, pretty cool, man.
Since all his stuff is in the public domain, so you can play it. And you can't copyright it. Which is one reason people won't make movies about it.
Okay. Well, I'll just pop my Lovecraft cherry. What from that last conversation stood out for you, Miggy? Anything in particular?
Let's see. He was using pretty much the old fallacious reasoning. He said he was leaning more towards flat Earth, wasn't he? Or was that the different guy?
That's a different guy. We gave that guy the flat Earth role.
Oh,
or no, that was Alaric who was leaning, and he's flat earther, but he's gonna stick around for a little while. The other guy asked for a flat Earth role, who had us on the fence for a while, and we ended up giving him the flat Earth role.
Okay, so this last one was just pretty much a Glober straight out, right?
Yeah, just a Glober.
Okay.
A normie globe head.
Yeah, he's more normie because he didn't know much, and he admittedly said so.
Yeah.
But then he said he didn't know much, and then he, like, when his pride started to sting a little, he started to kind of fire back.
The professor was in his DMs. The professor was in his DMs.
Yeah.
So I suspect because Phil was DMing me while we were talking to him.
Well, as soon as you presented the Black Swan, he's like, "Oh, that's refraction."
Yeah.
It's like, what? You don't even know the argument.
He didn't know the argument.
Well,
yeah,
I think
brought up refraction way too out of the blue and thought it was reflection.
Isn't he the one that was getting perspective confused with perception?
Yes. Yeah.
He's like, "Oh, it's not the perception." You're like, "Dude, do you mean perspective?" Like,
so whoever was in
he
the DMs was just giving him buzzwords and buzz phrases that he didn't understand.
yeah, it's like Joe Biden trying to say from a teleprompter. You know, read the prompter, dude. What are you doing?
The thing about America. The best thing about America is Xi Jinping, Himalayas.
But yeah, I mean, you guys. But this is the thing: they do not understand us. When we're walking them through the Black Swan, there's no deception, there's no trick, there's no trap door. You just walk through the argument, and then you understand. That's it. And you, as we're telling them, look, it's not about the rigs. Oh, but look, if you just consider the height of the rigs, dude.
It's not about the rigs.
Man, we should do a challenge, dude. Me and you I should have like a week off of work. You should take a week off, and we should see how many people we ransack in 1 week. Like, try to hardly get any sleep, just stay in the chat and just like.
Oh God.
I'm serious, man. Just go freaking ham on the world. Like whatever.
I'm going to go to Parker's and buy a big giant thing of their extra caffeinated coffee that they sell.
I'm actually serious, dude. Like,
yeah, I'm serious too. I'll do it.
Because to me, I'm thinking like, what do you think the damage would be after it's all said and done? Like, how many of these people do you think we could actually like? I hesitate to use the word mystify. You know what I mean? Toe tag, mystify, like left speechless. Because I mean.
I'll mystify, you do the toe tagging.
I just want a body count, dude. I want to like stack a pile so high like they did in 300, make a big wall of them.
Every once in a while, we'll play Cop Killer, just for the body count portion.
Hell yeah! Shit, dude, I gotta get back to work. Break time's over.
All right, see ya.
Later, Meg.
Later, bro.
Take it easy, my Migga. That's Miggy with a no Y. But yeah. See, that's why I love Lovecraft. And the writing too is just really flowery and captivating.
Yeah, the gods of the unknown. That line really stood out. I actually had to write that down.
The thing I was reading was literally about a guy getting the mail out of his mailbox. So that was an interesting story. That guy's the reader's voice grew on me. But I was following. I like it. I think because I get anything I read that I like, I get lost in it and stop paying attention while I'm reading. But yeah, it seemed like they were going to go see him. And then I guess everyone got cast out. That's where I got confused because I thought they were just going to walk in and see the guy. But
I'll tell you what happened. They went in, they saw him, and he said, "Well, I've got a scientific mind, Nyarlathotep. This doesn't affect me." And Nyarlathotep told them all to go ahead, go. And when they went outside, indeed, he had changed them. So they went in to see his presentation with his technology and his electricity and he said the squatting shadowy gargoyles that squatted on their head, right? And he could deny it all he wanted, but when Nyarlathotep sent them out and then they were still in denial, they realized, that everything had changed because he opened their eyes to the world that they couldn't see, and it was all in ruin and decay and rotting. And abandoned, like post-apocalyptic.
It's hard to unsee that.
But yeah, you can't go wrong with Lovecraft. Another good thing is he was a raging anti-communist. So, All right, I'm gonna go to bed.
I was gonna say I'm over here yawning.
Yeah.
Good night, me.
That was my cue. I'll see y'all.
Have a good night.
No, that's a walk-off song. HP audio book, HP Lovecraft.
That was the first for me. A nice little bedtime story. But yeah, I guess I'll comment before I go. Just Mickey, if he's out there listening, but that idea is not a bad one. I can imagine what it would be like if you guys set up shop. And it does seem like there's certain characters that attract a crowd. And so it could be a hell of an event. It doesn't have to be a 1 week. It could even be like 2 or 3 days back to back, And I'm sure there's some people who would come play support. I know I would try to, if you guys made an attempt to try to fill a certain time slot or whatever, and I try to make it and support how I can, soundboard it up, whatever. So, yeah. You, Mimus, Indio, there's a certain few people that when they pop in, you start to see the other numbers kind of pipe, joining in the panel. You can hear the ping, ding, ding, people joining. So, yeah. So, that'd be cool if you had to do that. Well, don't break the bank to do it. But yeah. Good night, AI. Good night, Mimus. I'm gonna head out too. You guys. Y'all have a good night. Somebody take over.
Who's there? Hey, Dust.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Bean, mate.
Pretty good. How about you?
Yeah, good, man. It's Thursday, just finished work.
Oh, nice.
Ready for a long weekend.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to. Some friends are coming into town, so I'm excited to just go hang out with them. And it's supposed to be sunny down here, so it'll be good.
Nice.
Yeah. What's been going on here? It's quiet.
I don't know. I just jumped in
Okay.
about 30 seconds ago.
Oh, nice.
What have you been up to, mate? How's your journey going?
Journey's good. I think this year's a lot less of the shock factor with everything, so now I've kind of accepted it, and it's nice as far as flat Earth goes.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. Now I can live my life, and I can go back to just, okay, I know not to trust anything anymore. I can just live my life.
That's right, man.
Yeah, it feels good. Now, I wish all my friends were on board, but, slowly but surely, I think they're going to look into it more and more.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a lot of people waking up. I don't think anything. A lot of people don't believe what is going on anyway. So
Exactly. And it's funny because every time I see a post, I was just watching the news feed and it said NASA successfully tested a water propulsion jet system or some space agency. I was like, it's just, you click on it, it's all CGI. I'm like, this is such bullshit.
water propulsion jet system.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got them, don't we? They're called jet boats and jet skis.
Yeah, well, I was trying to say they have one up in space and you click on the image and it's like, okay, it's just, again, another CGI.
What's the water pushing against?
Exactly. I don't know. No clue. But I mean, I have more and more friends that are kind of open to talking about this kind of thing, and I'm noticing on comments on the internet that there's a lot more people that are every time there could be like 100 comments, and there's going to be at least 5 people saying space is fake or don't trust NASA or fake alien invasion. So there's a lot of people out there that are.
There is, yeah.
Which is so interesting to me. Actually, one of the questions I had for the group tonight is 4chan. Has anyone used that or not? Or I don't even know what that really is besides.
I don't know. I think some of the earlier guys, maybe older guys, were on 4chan and stuff like that. I don't know what it is, man.
Okay, I'm just curious because I watched this documentary called The Dividers, and it was basically when Trump won the presidency. Shia LaBeouf started this art installation, and basically all it was a live stream security camera that you could go any time of day and say whatever you want, and people were saying he will not divide us, but the internet trolls that were on 4chan were like, hey, now we know we can actually show up to a location and we can troll people in person, because it was all these other people that were kind of more, I don't know, liberal minded or woke, and being all up in arms because of Trump and causing this division, and then it just became mayhem, and it's kind of an interesting documentary. And I was like, I guess the internet hive mind, my point of why I'm thinking of it, they were so good at causing this mayhem, and I don't want to give the whole plot away because it's actually a really fun documentary, but I'm curious if those kinds of people have looked into Flat Earth, and maybe that's where a lot of people have tried to debunk Flat Earth, and then they can't, so then they became part of the group, I guess. I don't know. I was curious if anyone had any experience with that.
I'm not sure, man. I know most people who seem to come to Flat Earth are conspiratorially minded anyway.
Yeah.
there's an inkling that something's not right.
Well, it was interesting because the internet hive mind couldn't be stopped, even though Shia LaBeouf and the people that were there to support his cause thought they were doing, their part to create peace. They were creating a lot of, there was just division to be made, and then they tried to, I don't know, I don't want to give it away, but it was kind of interesting. It's called The Dividers. Well, I think I'll post the trailer in the live chat so you guys can see.
Cool.
Interested. But what's
Always
interesting
looking
is
for
that
new stuff to watch.
Yeah, it was cool because it kind of just showed you. It was like a moment in our culture as well as technology where internet trolls could meet people in real life and see how things ensue, from there. And it was a funny journey.
Very weird, that whole kind of Trump's the enemy of everyone, like it's such a weird kind of thing. Like they just hate it. They hated him because they were told to hate him.
Well, and that's kind of the point of this documentary too, is that there was just both sides didn't have it all figured out or whatever.
Yeah, they never do, because that's what politics is.
Yeah,
just a division with no answer.
But the guy that made the documentary was pretty interesting. He's like a younger guy, and I don't know.
Take a look.
Yeah. Other than that, what's new with you?
Not much, man. I've been really busy, actually, which is good.
Yeah.
At the moment, so.
Cause you
good.
Yeah.
Just looking forward to this 4-day weekend.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, get some time off for Easter.
Yeah. We got. We're just gonna relax. Going to my parents' place for Sunday lunch.
Oh, okay. Wait, have you talked to your parents about flat Earth before?
Yeah, my father. Yeah.
How'd they react?
He's just all right. We've had a few discussions about it. He's a in hyphen science guy, space nerd,
Okay.
So, but it's never a difficult conversation with him. So
yeah,
he's all good. Yeah, there's he's got the same answers for everything. Okay, we just made it a thing if we're getting into a kind of heated argument to stop the conversation.
Yeah,
so,
that's good.
We don't go any further. If someone's starting to get annoyed, then we go, okay, time out, mate. So that's enough of that.
Yeah.
And then we've got enough to talk about without having to argue about something, So it's good. Not my mum though.
Not your mum.
Separate. Has been kept separate.
I know. I tried to talk about my mom recently, and she was like, "Are you?" She had no faith in my intellect at all. I was like, "Mom, you know me my whole life. I wouldn't make you watch something if I didn't really look into it first and try to debunk it myself." And so finally, it took a long time for her to come around, but now she's like, "You know what? Fine, it could be true," because she's very Christian. Like, it makes sense that,
I did go on a bit of a rant about the solar system and stuff like that, and I went and she looked at my dad and she said, "Is that true, what they say?" And he said, "Yeah." And she said, I was never told that the sun was moving through the universe." She said, "I've always thought it was still." And I said, "Yeah, it's not only moving, it's going at 67,000. Sorry, we're going at 67,000 around it.
Yeah.
And then that's moving at 500,000 miles per hour through the Milky Way galaxy." Like, I don't know. I said, "But you can't detect anything, so you just got to believe it." He goes, "Is this true? Is this true?" To my dad, and he goes, "Yeah."
And he was like, "Yeah."
And I said, "Well, it's not true. It's what they say it is."
Yeah. Well, I was such a science, space, I guess nerd is the best word, but I'm really interested in space as well and kind of eating up everything.
Me too, man.
Years. So, but that's what was weird is once I started looking at flat Earth, I was like, I knew what they had to say so well that I could also tell how fake everything was and how things that weren't adding up in my mind when I was watching NASA or researching or whatever it was. You know, they would show the animation of the sun moving through the solar system. I'm like, why doesn't our sun have a tail? If it's moving that fast, it would have a tail. We would have to dodge the tail. It could be like a serious hazard. And I would think about it, I'm like, well, I guess it just somehow it doesn't happen. And then I would always think,
relative.
Yeah, and what about the planets? When did they ever pass in front of the sun? Like we should be seeing Mercury, Venus pretty, throughout the year where it's going to kind of be a dot moving across the sun, and we don't ever have that. I thought, okay, that's kind of weird. And, the whole moon landing thing, it just, as I've gotten older, things have started to not make sense. And so,
yeah, it just takes one click, and then you're kind of like, oh my God.
Yeah.
How the fuck did I not see this before? This is all bullshit.
So hard.
Just one thing. Just a click, and then that's it. It's all over. Your whole kind of, space paradigm's gone, and it's all over.
Well, that was
everything about it.
The hardest part for me to grasp. So I'm like, that means they're lying every day, all day, every day. They're just lying. I'm like, wow, that's pretty evil.
Yeah, it took me a while to get my head around it. To where are we? Like, because we were always in space. So you can kind of go, okay, well, we're just in space. So you don't need to know any more than that because you're on a round ball in space and that's it. And you go once, and then you go, okay, it's flat. We're not in space. Where are we?
Yeah.
And you have to replace it with being somewhere for a while because that's what you've always done. You've always been somewhere. And then once I learned to let go of not ever knowing where we are. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I was pretty happy after that. I was like, but I don't know. Maybe we'll never know. But it's definitely flat and stationary. So that's what I know.
Well, I was kind of brought to flat Earth through different means. It was basically a spiritual journey that I was looking into evolution, and then it was leading me towards flat Earth. I'm like, that's weird. And then whatever I saw, just
in the algorithms or
in the algorithm, yeah. And I think I had in the algorithm, it was kind of like the people that I felt. The things that I was looking into were, is this world trying to hide God? And I was trying to focus on that, trying to figure out if there was any proof of a creator. And then it just led me to flat Earth. And that was when I heard what they were saying. I think it was Robbie Davidson or Mark Sargent or somebody talking about, I think they were doing an interview together. And whatever they were saying, I was like, wow, this is everything I've ever felt in one interview. And I was like, that's a lot to take in right now because I agree with everything they're saying. And then it was just happened to be flat earthers. I was like, are you freaking kidding?
Yeah.
I was like, of course my people would be the flat earthers. That would just be my luck. That would just be my freaking luck. And I'm like, no. And then I was like, well, let me listen to what these people have to say. And I just started to really like the people that have made a point and put themselves out there, like Rob Skiba. And I was like, okay, I'm agreeing with what this person says. And then I was just watching the content and loving all the content that they're showing more about space than I ever saw otherwise, right? I mean, they were really breaking things down and breaking down the Earth. You learn more. You're zooming in on the sun, zooming in on the moon, all these things I've always wanted to do and could never find anything on. And I'm like, that's when I was starting to realize this is real because I've tried so hard to learn about that stuff and there's nothing. It's all fake. It's all, and so I'm like, wow, I just can't believe this. But then I got excited and I wanted to share it. And of course my friends are going, all right, well now he's literally gone too far because he's already been talking about all these things they don't want to talk about, questioning this, questioning that, talking about God, talking about whatever. And then add flat earth. They were just like, are you freaking, I'm like, well,
this guy's lost his mind.
Yeah. And I'm like, am I losing my mind? Great. That's just
it's quite the opposite.
Yeah, it's so hard because the indoctrination is the brainwashing and everyone is going to think that now I'm even more brainwashed. So then I'm like, I don't want to be that different, but I'm fine with it. I'd rather know the truth. And so that's now my friends, they know how I feel. I'm like, look, when you have the energy to look into it, let me know. I'm not going to try to force it anymore. I wanted to talk about it as I was going through it, but then, nobody can talk about it unless they kind of watch and see. And then even then, they don't know enough about what science even says to have the conversation either way, just like what your mom was saying. So then it's like, well, they're not really helping me. And that's when I found the Discord, and I was like, all right, I can just listen and there's yeah.
I learned so much since being here.
Yeah.
Like even just, like being able to think about things in a different way,
Mm-hmm. For sure. No, it's nice to hear everyone on here that has made a point to speak and to try to help people understand, because you can tell these people are rational and they're articulate and obviously intelligent. So I'm just sitting here
a process of thought as well,
Yeah. So now I'm like, okay. And luckily my brother, he was the one that told me about this years ago. And so him and I have this in common now, which is good. And eventually I feel like more and more people are waking up to it. So I'll just gotta hang in there, I guess.
Hang in there, mate. Can't go anywhere now, so.
Yeah, I know. But now I worry about, okay, is my boss gonna... But if anyone confronts me on it, I'm just gonna say, hey, why don't you just look into it before you judge me?
Yeah, that's right. And who cares what everyone else thinks anyway?
Exactly. I really don't. But
yeah,
it's you just don't want to be looked. It's being, if you just even bring up the possibility of flat Earth, people do look at you like you're an idiot, and then that everything you've ever said becomes like it's
irrelevant,
no longer credible. And I feel like the only thing I really have in life is my character and who I am, and so to have that be in question.
Is that you or something you've made up about yourself?
Well, I mean, I know like my word is important to me, so
of course,
and I want to. Yeah.
Is your word important to anyone else?
Well, I think like my friends, I would hope so. But that's where they want to be friends, because it's like, oh, I trust this person, and if they came to me with something, like they've all, But I hear what you're saying.
What if your word is true?
Mm-hmm.
And then it becomes to them discredited.
Then I don't need to be friends with them, I guess.
100%.
Yeah. Well, and I've kind of come to that realization, and I've had those talks with a few of my very close friends where it's like, look, I'm not going backwards. So if this isn't something that you guys can handle, then I'm just here to tell you, like, I love you as a person, but I'm going to keep pushing forward. I'm not changing my mind on this right now. It's not that I'm not open to whatever. It's just, I don't see how I can go backwards.
No. Yeah. Imagine going back to the spinning ball.
Yeah. I mean, look, if there was definitive proof, look, I'll be completely open to whatever, but
I agree with you there.
Yeah. I mean, everything that I've studied, even the Bible just alone is enough for me to be like, this book has some wisdom and knows what's going on. I can't ignore that book either. And I don't want to. It's made me just more interested in knowing what the book has to say, just to have the knowledge, because it doesn't seem to be wrong. So if it's helping that, then I don't see how it could be a bad thing at all.
Yeah.
For me, I just think, look, I gotta keep going. And I took some time away from certain friends, and now I find them
boring.
Well, not even boring. Yeah, for sure boring. For sure boring, yes. And it's okay, because I've been friends forever, and look, they were always good people, and I still love them. But I noticed that because I have withdrawn, and I'm hanging out with more like-minded people, that now my friends are wanting to hang out more again and trying to make time with me, and and open to these things. Like one of my best friends was like, well, I'd go to a meetup and I'll look into it more. And I'm like, okay, there you go. That's all I ever wanted. I don't need you to believe it. I just need you to see what I've seen and then make your own mind up. Because
Yeah, you don't need to go along with it, but we can still remain friends just because we've got different even though we've got different beliefs. It's like people having a different religion. I know everyone's going to shoot me for saying that word belief, but I said it.
Yeah. Well, I hear what you're saying. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, like like a Christian and a Muslim being friends, but they believe something slightly different. Even though this paradigm is totally different, but
yeah.
you know that you've actually looked into it, whereas someone like that hasn't looked into it, so you can kind of give them a bit of leeway if they're your mate, as long as they don't call you a fucking stupid flat earther, then that's fine,
Yeah, well, they called me a flathead.
Yeah, you still believe them. Yeah? Really?
And I said, that's okay, Globtard, and they weren't ready for that.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And it's not really insulting unless it's got an insulting word in front of it, If they just call you a flat earther, that's fine. But if they call you a retarded flat earther, then it's a bit different,
Yeah. No, I
it's
think
like calling someone a retarded, Jew or something like that. It's stupid, just because they've got a belief.
Right. Yeah. It's
different belief.
I'm not
that word again, but
I'm not exclusive. Luckily, my friends are polite about it. I think that they might not want to necessarily talk about it. Not all of them or whatever. There's certain ones that just they don't believe anything's going on. They don't question the system. I mean, they didn't question anything.
Yeah, I find that weird. To me, that's really weird.
Yeah, it's hard for me to want to be around someone like that because I find it very weird too, and also boring, a waste of time, and so and not really helping anything. But I still love them. It's just, dude, I need open-minded people. I need to be around that. So
I'm hoping to get into my sister's brain one day. She's always been a kind of lefty, but she's just got into like Reiki and aliens and stuff like that, like all at the same time. Like she's doing all these like body energies, and then she discovered aliens and things like interdimensional stuff. So I'm hoping that leads her to flat Earth. And then I can, because that's where I went.
Yeah.
I went to Ancient Aliens, and then I was always into
same
alternate histories and things like that. So from aliens to ancient history to there being the Anunnaki to other things, and then into flat Earth. It's a process, but I'm thinking if she's thinking about different dimensions, then maybe we'll get there someday.
I think so, because that's kind of the route I went. I mean, I'd seen every episode of Ancient Aliens.
Oh yeah, I love it. I still like it today.
Yeah, no, it's
just because they go around the old ancient architecture. That's what I like.
Right. Yeah, I agree. For the architecture, it's a great show, and it's well done, and it's fun to watch.
Yeah.
But knowing that they're pushing this like space agenda, it's complete propaganda.
Yeah, that's right. If you can look past all that crap, then you'll be all right.
Yeah. But on top of the thing that's interesting to me is that they take bits and pieces of what's real and twist it. And at first, when I was really into the show, I'm like, oh, that's because people aren't talking about the fact that it could be aliens. It's like they're just saying what could be. But now I'm like, well, they're obviously twisting things. And look, aliens could be something we don't understand. So there's a possibility of that. But they're reinforcing like the globe model constantly and reinforcing space.
Yeah, they grab what's popular,
and
then they get what's popular and they turn it back at the end into something to do with the globe. face or something, you know, like it's always turned back into that. So you get something that becomes popular, like a trend, you know, you know, there was a thing with Tartaria as well, like the Great Floods being a meteorite or something, you know, it always comes back to that.
Well, they use a lot of Book of Enoch too, and what's weird is when I started to read the Book of Enoch, they're completely ignoring the majority of the text, which talks about like basically the Earth being flat. And so that's when I was like, okay, they're just relying on people not doing their own research to interpret things however they want.
I've never read it. I've got it. I've got the Book of Enoch in my Audible, but I haven't listened to it yet.
It's interesting because if it's another book that's missing from the Bible, then it offers a lot more insight into how things were, which starts to make more sense why it's not included in the Bible. That maybe it's been, you know, taken out on purpose to hide the truth. Because when you read it, it's clearly talks about the sun and the moon and the stars and how they move and not the earth and all these things. And it just gives you more of an account of what happened with the days of Noah. And the days of Noah was interesting to me when I saw a Flat Earth video about meteor craters and how they're not actually from meteors, they're giant geyser craters. That's why there's no rubble. But if you watch Ancient Apocalypse, that show on Netflix that's beautifully done, and it's Graham Hancock, who's a super interesting guy because he is basically so close to Flat Earth, he doesn't quite know it. He's talking about how
he just doesn't know it. He's one of my favorites, actually. I really like his research.
Yeah, and he's so close because he's like, hey, there was these comet impacts that created all this extra water, and that's
It's
and
him
so
and Randall Carlson.
yeah, exactly. I've listened to him for years on Joe Rogan and got into all of that. Yeah, I love all that stuff. I've watched, but what he's not realizing is that there's no space, so these cannot be comet craters. They're geysers from the Earth, and
that's where the water came from.
Yeah, and so once I looked at it like that, I think that was one of the most interesting days of the Flat Earth journey was seeing, I think it was Terry Eicher's video on it. And he talks about Book of Enoch, and he talks about the meteor craters are not meteors, they're geyser craters. And I was like, that has to be true. Because it makes perfect sense.
He had his channel shut down, yeah?
Yeah, he did. So sad because he really was putting out a lot of content and he does a good job just making it easy and fun. Well, something's
a lot of interesting stuff that comes with Flat Earth, you know.
Yeah.
So like one of the girls on here, you know, Kim, now Flatsy Klein, she said, Flat Earth is the skeleton key.
I love that.
The truth. Yeah, I do as well.
Exactly, because everything falls into place. It
opens every other door. Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at the comments right now. Let's see.
No, I'm driving. I didn't even see. I'm probably getting shot down with saying belief before.
No, people are being nice. But I mean, someone said, I heard more and more positive things about Mark Sargent. That's cool. He helped you help yourself. It took Owen Benjamin waking up for me to take a serious look. Yeah. So this is to Toby Dog. Owen Benjamin, yeah, what a funny guy. And he helps too. I wasn't really following him, but I just really enjoyed Mark Sargent's kind of cadence and the fact that he's so positive sounding all the time. And it's weird because I just met him 2 weeks ago and he was exactly the same way that you would think in person. Just excited to talk about Flat Earth, so knowledgeable, very open.
He does seem like a really upbeat, positive person, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's always kind of takes the high road and very positive. And I listen to his podcast. It's like once a week, and I enjoy it because he kind of talks about his view on world events, and he does a lot of interviews for Flat Earth. He'll kind of be interviewed wherever he is asked. And last week was someone doing a school project and was just curious about Flat Earth. And, you know, he's always got a great little anecdote or something to help paint the picture. And then to meet him after watching, you know, Flat Earth Clues and listening to all these interviews and listening to his podcast, I was so excited to talk to him. But also, you know, he's not necessarily a celebrity. So It just was more like just meeting a friend that you kind of felt like you knew, and it was great. He was super friendly, and we had a lot of good conversation. We spent the whole day just kind of hanging out as a group, and I encourage everyone to
Did you
go
meet?
to the. Oh, go
Did you
ahead.
meet Flat Earth dude?
Yeah, we've met a few times.
Oh, cool.
He's so sweet. He's super funny. Yeah, he is the one that got me on the Discord, and that was my very
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, he's
So we
cool.
went to the.
I
He's
was
cool.
I was trying to jump on when he's on. He's fun to talk. Really fun to talk to.
Yeah, and super nice in person. Easy to talk to, like non-judgmental. Just everybody was great. It was kind of like, all right, these are all people that are genuine, and everyone was so happy and nice. And there's going to be a Flat Earth conference in Las Vegas, I guess, the October of this year. So people are kind of maybe planning for that, and we could get a group going or something if everyone makes it out.
I hooked up with a guy who's organised a Flat Earth meetup in Melbourne in one of the high-rise buildings. So got a viewing deck up there and everything. So it's on April the 17th or something like that. So I'm gonna I think it's something like that. So wait, did I see Katsura in here before? Oh, is he gone? Is he?
Is he gone? Oh, but Toby Dog, he said he watched.
He's from Melbourne, Katsura.
I'm not sure who that is.
I'll go. I'll see what it's all about because I actually met this guy on Dave Weiss's app. So I don't know how far into it any of these people are. Like, could be interesting, you know.
Yeah, I met this girl.
I'm gonna go there. I'm just gonna sit there, listen to people. I'm not gonna, go. Oh well, you're wrong or this or that. I'm just gonna go. Oh, okay. Oh, well, thanks, guys. Nice to meet you.
Oh yeah,
Pick the ones that know the most and go. All right.
Well, once everyone's in person, no one's really like trying to teach anyone in that moment. When you're in person, you're kind of just like, "Hey, how are you?" It's just becomes
it's more of a normal conversation.
normal. Yeah. Before then, I think the best question is, when did you learn about this? Where is it taking you? And where are you at now? And then that's how you can kind of gauge everything.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, what was your best triggering moment?
Yeah, like when did you start? So that was my question to everyone when I'd meet them. When did you learn about this? And it was interesting to hear some people are within a year and some people were like 10 years, 20 years. I'm like, wow, how did you know about this not long ago? And like I met this lady at the meetup who was 81 and she was a flight attendant her whole life. I think I was telling the group last time I was on here, and she was so cute, just a beautiful person and just bright-eyed and so excited to be there and just say like, I had no idea, I couldn't believe it, but when it clicked, she said she hadn't flown her whole life and her husband is a pilot. And he slowly, he took longer to wake up than her, but eventually it happened, and it was just nice to see someone, could be my grandma telling me like, no, the earth is flat. I'm like, wow, this is great. And she was totally normal. So, more and more people like that are coming up. Yeah.
Well, you've been told your whole life that we live in a ball. Like, there's no point looking any further. That's it, And then, you find out, and your job is part of actually knowing that the Earth's flat. But because of your, because of what you've learnt when you're young, you always see this flat surface as a ball, and you don't even think about it. It's really weird, and then they get to their older age and they go, oh, fuck, it's flat. Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, the hardest part for me with Flat Earth was just letting go of space because I couldn't fathom how that was possible. I'm like, well, then how are we even here? Do you mean because they had ingrained where are we?
Where are we?
Yeah. So that was the hardest part for me. And then when I was started getting more into the Bible, I was like, oh, I like the version the Bible says. It's just the base of God's kingdom, basically. I'm like, okay, that makes more sense. I like that idea. I mean, I can live with that. So that for me was comforting. I'm like, oh, he's not far away. He's right above. And that's why Earth is special. And the fact that I started to appreciate the Earth more and look at the Earth more, look at everything that it has a purpose, every single creature, every flower. I'm like, okay, I like that just as a getting in the mind of God. And so that's just a better way to live, I think.
Much better.
Mm-hmm. Very exciting. Well,
It's
hey.
like someone's watching.
Oh yeah, I mean that part also is like a reminder, like, hey, try to do the right thing. But I think he's
that was a big thing for me.
Yeah, I get it. Nobody's perfect though, and that's the whole point.
No, definitely not. Even less perfect when I was younger.
Yeah, it's hard when you're. Plus, the system, learning that the system really did have it out for us. It's like, no wonder as kids, if you rebel or whatever, it's like you're picking up on something. It's the way it should be. And they're just trying to control. And if you're naturally more inquisitive or rebellious, you're not wrong now.
I was always like, who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? Even when I was young, with teachers and stuff like that, I was like, who the fuck are you? Like, why do I have to do? I'd go home to my parents and go, well, what do you mean? I can't argue with someone who's wrong? What are you talking about? The whole point is they're wrong. Oh, you can't argue with the teachers. And I go, well, I'm going to argue with them if they're wrong. So, And when they tell me what to do, I'm going to do the opposite.
You're so funny. I can picture that about you. I think that's funny. I was a little bit more the opposite. I was very obedient, very much in line with what they wanted. And then as I got older, I was like starting to see more and more of the cracks and the hypocrisy. And then by the time I was a teenage, I'm like, oh, forget it. Like nobody knows what they're really even talking about.
Yeah. You can actually sound like you know what you're talking about if you just use words in a sentence that kind of sound good together. You might not even be saying anything, but you go, oh, he sounds really smart. I'm just going to listen to what he says, and you're actually not saying anything. I've done this so many times where I've just done it as a joke. I go, oh, really? I go, no, I'm fucking around. I didn't even say anything. I go, oh, what? Yeah. Come on.
You're hilarious. I can see it. I can definitely see you fucking with people where it's like they don't even know it's coming. They're so over the
Just make up a silly sentence with a few big words in it, and you go, oh, really? Yeah, you didn't listen to what I said, did you?
Yeah, no.
Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah, come on.
That's funny.
It's all right.
I think I was more just realizing in any profession, some people, just barely know what they're even talking about. So unless you got to have open heart surgery, and really need the doctor that knows what he's doing, it's like chances are people don't know.
Fake it till you make it.
Yes, that goes
People
for
do it all the time.
It's all
they get a job, they don't know what they're doing, and they fake it until they know what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
See it all the time.
Yeah, and it can take a while. So
some people never get it.
Which is kind of scary. I think as a kid, you assume, oh, these people know exactly what they're doing. They're so smart. And then you start to feel like insecure. Or at least this was my experience where it'd be like, okay, how am I going to live up to these standards? How am I going to do this stuff? How am I going to do that? And then I started to get older.
Adults are so smart.
Yeah. And then, with politics, I thought they had things figured out 20 years ago. And
science.
Science, yeah, everything's changes. I knew something was weird when they demoted Pluto. I'm like, really? When they demoted Pluto from being a planet, I was no longer trusting.
No. What, they turned it into a moon or something, yeah?
Yeah, like
or
a dwarf.
Dwarf planet. But it's still a planet then. So stupid.
So stupid. Just why? Why change everything up like that? Like, if you got it wrong that big, that's a pretty big mistake.
They just wanted to get people talking about space again.
Exactly. And that's where I'm like, wow, they made up everything. These planets are not even circling the sun. That's why they can do this, because nobody's going to fucking check it. Nobody can check it. Nobody's going to look at it. Yeah, you can't go fact check any of this. So annoying. It's annoying. It's like, wow, why don't they just come clean? And everyone just needs to tell the truth. But that's the creepy part.
Can't. They've gone too far.
They've gone too far. That's the weird part. It's kind of now I'm just hoping I can live, longer and just see how this all unfolds.
Well, just don't eat the food that they give you, and don't drink the water they give you, and breathe.
Well, it almost feels like, how do we escape? That's the hard part, because they're just poisoning. If they really are poisoning the air and poisoning the water and poisoning our food, I'm like, dude. I mean, I have to have faith that God's going to come fix it, or at least can bring you back, because it's just not fair. And that's why. And I know this isn't a spiritual discord, but I'll just say that.
I think it's only me and you in here at the moment, anyway. So.
Yeah, everyone's just either listening or not listening.
I think.
I mean, I try to be respectful just in case, but it seems like more flat earthers they believe in something, which is good, I think.
Yeah, definitely. There was a question asked the other day, can you be a flat earther and not believe in God? So, yeah, but you can change the word, you can change the name God and still say, okay, I believe in a higher power, yeah?
Yeah, I mean,
because I'm not a Bible person.
Yeah.
I haven't looked into it, so...
Yeah,
I had a conversation with a couple of people on here that that I've been meaning to have for a long time.
Well, I mean, you'll be called to it when you're called to it, but it was really for me. Right. I've
been getting some signs lately.
Well, that's interesting.
A few things, yeah.
That is interesting, because the Bible says that God knows who His people are and that He will wake them up, basically. So it's kind of like, if you're getting that call, it's because, I mean, that's just one.
Yeah.
I'm summarizing, but, it kind of feels that way. I think for me...
I'm not going to fight against it, so...
That's good. Yeah. Look, the Bible says this, which is the most interesting thing to me, is that God loves those who want the truth. So if you're somebody who really does want the truth, then He knows how badly you care. And so... that's kind of like a big message of the Bible, is just being somebody who's thirsty for knowledge and thirsty for the truth and wants justice, because that's literally what God says is coming. So it's just a nice reminder that whoever did create this place is like, hey, yeah, I created this place and it's amazing and it's gorgeous and you guys are all supposed to enjoy it. And I know that you're not right now and you're suffering and this is not what I had intended, but I'm going to let this ride out because I can't just start over, because that wouldn't be loving. And so eventually I'm going to get there. And that's kind of what it feels like to me personally that we're going through. And a lot of people are like, well, when are we going to get there? Like, when does it get better? And unfortunately, God in the book is kind of explaining like, hey, it's not going to get better until it gets worse. And so you need to be aware of what to look for, but eventually it's going to be fine because He has the power over everything, power over death, power over suffering, power over evil. And so it was a combination of listening to a lot of like Rob Skiba really was such a great person to listen to because he has done the research. Yeah, and I really, and for me, I would already was on this spiritual journey because, again, like I told you, I was looking into evolution, and I was trying to really understand what do we know about evolution? What's the proof? And the more that I realized we don't have anything,
There isn't any.
I was shocking. Yeah, and then I think God for me was like, okay, you want to know how badly being deceived, like flat Earth, and then now I was just okay. Well, so I think knowledge is power. You seem like someone who really wants the truth as well. I can sense that with you. I've heard you enough.
100%. Yeah.
Speak that's just like the most important thing to you, and I think that is a huge sign that.
Yeah, whatever's supposed to happen with me is supposed to happen with me.
Yeah.
I won't fight. I won't fight the direction that I'm going in. No way.
No way.
I learned a long time ago to trust my instincts instead of listening to my head so much, because I'll try and convince myself that I need to think, not critically. I need to think in a regimented way to get to places, but I started just following my gut, and then everything started to fall into place after I started doing that, and it was really. I ended up starting to play around with it as well. It was quite fun.
Well, I think that's good.
I was very conscious of it. Yeah.
I would guess that we've got to be similar. You're in your 40s. I don't know if you can answer that or not, but you don't have to.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm 42.
Really?
I'm not worried, man.
42. Okay. Yeah, I'm just a couple years behind you.
Yeah. So I came to this in this knowledge in what I think it's 2015, 2016. Not as fully into it, but that was my first dabble in flat Earth, and I was hooked. I had a gap, had a break, and had another kid. And then had a couple of years off, and then couldn't resist getting back into it.
Yeah.
Never looked back.
And do you try to teach this to your kids or to your spouse?
There, I have my two boys. I always have, especially this Discord on in the background. My wife, she doesn't care. Not really. She's a person that's into karma and stuff like that. She'll eventually, I think she might get there.
Yeah.
She's like, doesn't really worry me. I'm not that interested at the moment. I say okay, but she knows what's going on in the world at the moment. So she's a flat earther. She just doesn't know it.
Got it. Yeah, I think a lot of people still they want to be kind of neutral and she probably has a bunch of reasons, especially being a mom and wanting to be stable in her mind. It can come off a little unhinged and unstable to be a flat earther. So I can imagine if I was a mom, I would be like, okay, I might believe it, but I need to be, grounded.
Really, that's right. Yeah.
And I can't let this turn my world upside down. Like women in general, like that are devoted to the kids, it's like that becomes the priority, and I think that's how it's supposed to be. So
yeah, I'm not going to take her focus away from that.
Yeah, exactly. I get that, but kids grow up fast.
We got a good relationship, so
that's great. That's great.
Yeah, we go away on holiday. We go 4-wheel driving, camping by ourselves a fair bit as well. So it's nice. Got a nice relationship.
That's wonderful. I think that's great. And obviously, if she's married to you, she probably really values your opinion and thinks you're smart. And so, it's already in the back of her mind, I would imagine, where it's like, okay, this is the reality.
She's probably going, all right, soon I'm going to have to listen to him.
Exactly.
Go nuts.
Well, I was into karma stuff too, but then, and we could talk all day about that, but I realized there was a friend of mine that moved to India, and she was saying how she was very fortunate because her husband is American or whatever, and she's American, and they had a great job over there and good income, so they were living pretty much as good as it gets. They had their own maid and blah blah blah, and it was kind of a normal thing for the people that are from, you know, get job transferred out there. And so she was treating her basically housekeeper or whatever like she would out here in America, and paying her extra and not making her do they'll do everything over there. They'll wash your hair for you, and she was like, you don't need to wash my hair, and
Yeah.
super nice, and became friends with this lady. And then the other maids found out, or the other owners found out, and they got all angry because they were like, you can't overpay. Now my maid's getting mad, and da 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 da. And they were living like right above, I guess, where the slums are, or within, you know, let's just say it's walking distance. And it was interesting because the people that live in the slums, they don't revolt against the rich people that are in their high rises right above them, and the rich people in the high rises don't feel guilty because they think that these people did something wrong in their past life, and the people that are in the slums look at the people in the towers like they did something right in their past life. And so she said it was starting to really affect her perspective on karma, and that this was more of a control mechanism.
Yeah.
And, you know, because, so I just found that very interesting to hear her firsthand account about how things from living in India herself, where, you know, they really have a strong belief in karma. And so,
I had a good chat with Miggy over the weekend on Mayhem, and he was. We had a good talk about him. He was telling me that everything is laid out for us. There's this thing about free will. It's maybe not what you think it is. So I've been looking into a lot about that.
Yeah, see, I have to believe that we have free will, even though I think personally God knows the ending. He still wants
Maybe you
us
should
to
talk to Miggy about it. Yeah. All right, mate. I've got to get going.
All right. Well, have a good night. Good chatting with you.
Comp check. It's just me, huh? All right. With that, let's check out the YouTubers. Who you got out there? Derek? What? That's it? And the Nightbot, man. Derek. Oh. Baskin. Cosmic. What's going on? Baskin. Cosmic. Derek. What? All right, that's it, man. Pretty light. Everybody's leaving, man. When I show up, I won't take that personal. You know, maybe I should. Maybe I should take it personal. It's all right, man. I'm just feeling some dead air. Yeah. All right, let's just check out some of these memes in the live stream voice tags. Hearing more and more positive things about Mark Sargent. That's cool. He helped yourself. Took on Benjamin waking up for me to take it serious. Right on, Toby. Whatever helps you along the way, dude. That's a funny story. Okay. All right.
Good morning, man.
Good memes up in the VC voice text, baby. That's a nice picture of the dome underneath the water in the middle of an ocean. That's kind of wild looking. Nice graphics, man. I don't think you're supposed to post anything like that. That's a no-no. Supposed to... Me? Posted that? All right. I won't mention it. No, thanks. I support the government. It's a picture of a brain. It's trying to hand him a picture of a brain. That's funny. Yeah. I gotta mooch that one. All the airplanes taking off. And they say, hey, man, it's the world leaders telling us that you can't have stoves or drive a car. Yeah, thanks, assholes. Yeah, thanks, assholes. All right. I thought we weren't supposed to, like, post about gender stuff, man. What happened there? Memes? I don't know, man. Staying away from all that shit, man. Staying away. Staying on the flat earth, man. Yeah. Mm. Dude. All right. It's just me. All right. And the YouTubers. That's it. Man, just feeling lonely, man. Feeling all. I'm feeling dejected, man. Bubbles in space. That's a good one, Flatter, man. I like that. I like that. Ah. Wednesday night, man. It's early morning for some of you UKers, man. Timbo's cooking dinner. Anybody else around? Yep. Nope. Dread Ross. That's funny. All right. Karl Popper. The hell was that? Sorry about the glove, man. Totally sorry about that, man. That's a bummer. All right. Let's see. Nothing going on there. Nothing going on there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened to that server? Uh-oh. Is it gone? Holy shit. That ain't good. Oh, no. Shit happens, man. Servers go down, apparently. Dude, yeah, they were talking a lot of stuff over there. It was offline, but... Huh. Wow. Interesting. Yeah. That's too bad. Wow. Huh. It's gone. The disinformation one? That or I got kicked out. Maybe I got kicked out. Usually, I don't know. I don't know what happened. Shit happens. What's up, Phil? What's going on? What's happening, Phil? All right. Nobody wants to chat. That's cool, man. Yeah, this one server I was in for like a month. Looks like it's gone. Damn. That's crazy, man. Wow, that sucks. That was a good server, man. I like that one. Hey, they go down, man. Be getting off topic. Don't be spreading, misinformation stuff. Apparently, that happens. Let's see here. Let me check my DMs here. Calm down. It's got that going. We good? We good, huh? Let's see. Well, let's see if I find a song or something to play. Maybe, I don't know if I can. I think I still have the bot. Let me check. Still got the music bot. Let's see. Yeah, DJ bot control. Cool, man. Let me find something, man. Maybe, I don't know. Huh. Whoa, wait a minute, man. What the hell? Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. That ain't it, man. I'm still looking for something to play. All right. All right. Play some oldies but goodies, right? Let's see if this works, man. Everybody's dropping out, man. All right. Exclamation point play. Space. V.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Anybody here? No, I keep going. All right, I'll play another one. Hang on a second. Let me play another one. Damn. All right.
resistance and I'm not giving in. Breaking the paradigm everybody's living in. No more spinning on a ball, that shit was just pretend. And I'm not gonna say it is just for the sake of fitting in. The truth is different to people because illusions vary. The truth is hidden, the truth is missing, the truth is buried. The truth is beautiful, truth is ugly, the truth is scary. That's why telling the truth is revolutionary. The truth is something that these people just will not provide. That's why they gotta keep sheeple completely occupied. Now our food and our fruits and veggies are modified. And that's what happens when common sense is just not applied. They govern your mind, that's why it's called governmental. Everything that comes out of their mouth is utter dribble. And we just sit here every day, it's always uneventful. That's why I'm out here causing ruckus, man, that's what I'm into. Defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it. You have to be asleep to have the American dream. There's bloodlines and they seem to think there's a supreme. Democrats and Republicans are sharing the scene. It's no different than the WWE. Everybody's an actor and the world is a stage. We're just some slaves, never knowing the world is a cage. They got us worrying about chasing fortune and fame. They train us to ignore these things and it's more than just strange. But I won't do this anymore, man, I'm taking control. If you don't do it for yourself, no one's saving your soul. It's better that you make it whole than they'll make it a hole. Ripping it, tearing it, twisting and taking it slow. I've never been the type of guy that would tolerate ghouls. They try to take us and brainwash us in all of their schools. They're lying to us every day while we're watching the news. But I refuse to lose and no, I won't follow the rules. Forever I'm defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it.
Oh, eat the grass. What's up, man? What's going on?
Hey, man.
You all right?
Can you hear me good?
I can hear you
Does it sound like
perfect.
a fucking robot or anything? Our internet's out here, so I've been passing the kidney stone. So between those two things happening,
Good, dude.
I have not been very active.
Yeah, lay low, man. I got this.
I'm good right now. This is the first time I've actually been. I just woke up, man. I'm freaking
Damn.
sleeping.
All right, well.
Here I am. I'm
pass
still
the
alive.
stones. Pass the stones.
It's like one of this too shall pass. It may pass like a kidney stone, but it'll pass.
It'll pass. It's just got to make its orbit, man.
I need a little bit more gravity or something. Pull it down, get it out.
It's just
Gotta
me,
find a
I guess.
gravity
Just
pocket.
yeah, I keep playing music or whatever. No,
Yeah.
just
I
chilling.
noticed you were in here before, but then I had to run inside. And then by the time I came back, you had the bot going. And I'm like, oh, just wait a minute.
Yeah, it was just me. There was a couple other people come and gone. I was shouting out to the YouTubers, shouting them out. It was just me. It was What and Derek, man. They got some back and forth going, so I'll let them go. They don't care what we're doing. They're just in the chat. So we could be playing tiddlywinks for all they care. They're busy.
I can't really access the YouTube chat either or anything right now.
All right, I got it
Got to
covered.
call the internet guy and get that junk fixed. Something happened because somebody else was fixing something else, and then they turned the breaker off and screwed with something else, which now the internet doesn't work. I have no idea what happened in the middle area of all of this. I just know internet doesn't work now because Dishwasher Man effed with the freaking breaker. Oh well. Our internet's fickle anyway. It's because we're out in the country, so there's like shitty wiring, and then the people are too the companies are too lazy to actually replace properly everything. So replace one little piece of something and think it's going to keep it fixed.
Yeah, they're too cheap.
And then the same piece breaks. They keep on having so it could be some shit like that got, short circuited or whatever. That crappy.
I was in this disinformation server. I don't know. I think maybe Wits had started it. I don't know, man. It's just gone. It's like I don't know who started it, but Wits was in it a lot. But
I was in this disinformation server one time, but I had to leave that. It was called Facebook.
Yeah, well, this is.
I still have an account there. I just don't go there.
This was a flat Earth server, basically, truther server.
I'm just picking on.
It was. There were some good combos in there, man. Damn. This is offline.
That's why they want, dude. That's it. That's why they want to take these servers down. Those conversations will never happen again.
I know.
Some of the people who had those conversations have passed. They cannot happen again. They want to wipe our history, dude.
Yeah, they're wiping it.
This is like our, but it's something deeper than that. This is our history as people who are seeking the truth. They want to wipe that, and that we should be taking personally.
Well,
backups, anything we can do to reserve things or protect it from being destroyed, all of it.
I got a few hard drives full of some shit, but I got it all now. Hell no. Got some pieces here and there. Sometimes
It's
that's all
okay,
you get. You just got to pick up the broken pieces sometimes.
Think about it. They can wipe everything, right? But the truth about the flat Earth existed before the internet.
Yeah, they could wipe it all. Everything could get wiped
There's
out.
nothing they can do. They can't stop it. There's nothing they can do. They can wipe it as many times, but the truth remains the same.
Yeah, it would just. Yeah, if they turn the power off, it would be kind of hard to talk to each other.
To be honest, that's what I want. I want the lights to go off across the entire world. I want the internet to never come back.
Yeah.
That's honestly what I want. But until then, we have technology and the lights are on. But for me, that's a symbol. When the lights turn off across the whole world and our tech ends up fading away, that's when the true light turns on in all of everybody's hearts that remain. It's going to take that. And yeah, I know it's going to take some other stuff in between. Can't mention that here. But it's not about encouraging anything. It's just a matter of fact. Stuff happens. Stuff happens when the lights go out.
Yeah. Flat Earth's in the back pocket,
And that's my point. It's going to be level, regardless. No matter what government rises and falls, no matter if the lights are on or off. Nope. It's level, period. With or without the tech. Really, my ultimate goal with all of this stuff, the getting people to learn about the flat Earth and research it, that's great. That's awesome. My personal ultimate goal is hopefully at some point, at maybe 10% population, tipping point, enough people know about it. Maybe we can actually do something about all the stuff everyone's been bitching about forever.
Yeah.
Because that's a real reason. Like, nobody wants to actually do anything except complain and then vote. I'm like, what the fuck is that going to do? The complaint department's closed. And you go and you look at your votes and it says complaints department and it's just a big trash can. Oh, shit.
Damn.
And then they flip-flop us back and forth between two hamburglers.
So yeah, that link that I got for that server, it says it's invalid too, man. And that was in a DM.
Yeah, they're taking everything out, man. In fact, if you're on anything that may be taken out, you might want to get off of there just in case they target your account as being a conspiracy theorist. You're a misinformation guru, man. They're going to take you out.
I would be known as a known associate.
Yeah. They'll put you on the list, and then they'll watch you, and they'll cut down other stuff you're on. I'm surprised my account's still here, to be honest.
Yeah, I guess in all the scheme of things, yeah. We're lucky to be here, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and I'm not even thinking about anything I posted, just all of the servers that I've been on over the years since I first made this account. I'm surprised my account's still here.
Yeah. All right, I got a text New Perspective about that server. I'm gonna find out what's up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was some funny people in that one, man. It got pretty wild late at night over there. That was fun. Oh well.
Dude, this is the thing. Because I really want to openly admit this because I don't care. I don't speak for everybody else. I just speak for myself when I say this. But the point of all this to me is pretty much to do the exact same thing but opposite that the Great Reset wants to do. It's kind of a Great Reset, but on the other end of the spectrum without them in control. And more like if y'all were to just reset a router. Like that. You can't turn back on, back off, or off and on. And see if it works. I don't know if we tried that yet. You just try turning it off and on again to see if it works.
Yeah, try it again, man. Yeah.
If only it were that easy.
All right.
Because it's fun to you gotta find a power button for Earth itself. Just hit the reset button. If you're like, can we reset the router and see if it works better when we start over? And I believe that there's going to be something. The true form of the apocalypse to me is enlightenment, and it has nothing to do with chaos and destruction and doom.
Right. Yeah,
it's more about people, things being uncovered and revealed. It's not negative doom or nonsense, or all the other headlines anyone wants to think. I don't believe that.
Hey, a lot of fear porn, they say, out there.
Exactly, fear sells. That's why I don't buy it. I'm not buying the shit.
Pretty easy.
Yeah. They would rather you and I sitting here talking shit, pissed off and scared, and everything that's at our own shadows, even, or discussing whether or not birds are real, than actually talking about real life.
Yeah.
Or pointing a finger at the other political party. Oh, it's them, those people, whatever that means.
It's a deleted user. That's where it usually is.
You're looking it up, and that guy, it's all deleted and everything. Damn.
Anti-disinformation. Yeah. Deleted user. It's done. All right.
Yeah. Well, with all this thing, though, I think that they're going back to retroactively doing stuff, too. So anybody who made any posts about stuff a long, long time ago, they'll go and find out stuff, too.
Yeah, man, that was a big thing back when they started deleting people's YouTube channels because of some video they did, 3 years ago. It's like, shit, really? That sucks.
Ooh, I know I know why. I know why my account didn't get banned. I archived my entire server. I archived the whole server and put everything in read-only mode so that normal users couldn't access anything to post on stuff. And that's probably why it didn't delete my account or anything, because I basically was like, no more Pharmakia conversations, no more anything. And I just I archived everything. Which that's what we got to do. You got to put it away, outside, out of sight, out of mind. And like the regular users can't even access it. And it's in the back. Like nobody can report nothing. Nobody can access it. It's just history. It's not even meant to be read. And that might help people save their servers. They put anything sensitive in the back. Put it away. I hope that helps somebody if they hear this. The best I can do is point exit, put it away, hide it, put it away, cover it, delete it, whatever. Get it out of the public view.
Yeah, it's kind of your self-censoring kind of thing.
Yeah.
That was a big deal. People were scrambling on YouTube, hiding a bunch of shit. Yeah. Oh, shit. Private.
And it's okay because we can talk in person. Fine. And so just talk in person. Grassroots stuff. Hell, I kind of want to give you a phone call so I can talk to you about stuff that we're not allowed to talk on any of these services.
We've all heard the rumors like they're going to make it illegal to talk about flat Earth soon.
Oh,
it hasn't happened yet.
I don't think they can. It's not that they'll make it illegal. I think they're just going to use their bots to, AI bots will automatically.
Dude, we are so shadow
moderate. Yeah, they'll automatically moderate all the misinformation.
This is so shadow banned. It's unbelievable.
Oh, dude, flat Earth is misinformation, though. They do regard that as misinformation. If you ask ChatGPT, I swear to you, I asked ChatGPT both ends of this. One of them was to write like a positive about flat Earth, and it said it couldn't. It was against its programming. So then I asked it to write a warning.
I can't do that, Dave. Sorry.
I asked it to write a warning and then I gave it a link to this Discord. I just said, write a warning about it, and it did. It went into full detail about exactly why people should not come here. I'm like, oh shit.
Like, all your shit's being recorded, can be used against you later. Yeah.
No,
thanks,
it was talking about misinformation and a bunch of other crap, like as though flat Earth, the whole flat Earth is an archaic, blah 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 blah. Yeah, all of that.
Well,
because I'll ask it both sides of the question to see where its bias stands.
Justin Trudeau told us all about us. He's fascinated with flat earthers, man. I found that interesting.
Yeah. I actually think they're using us for publicity. We're the it's from their perspective, we're the cringy edgelord. So they can make a mention that
I don't even know where to begin, man. The information about flat Earth, the way it gets out and in the mainstream anyway, it's all derogatory or making fun of it.
Yeah.
They never actually take it real super serious. I've seen a couple people
bullshit, yeah.
But I've seen flat earthers go up against scientists and videos that get like 20, 30 million views, but they're always making us look really bad. They added it in such a way that it's like, thanks, assholes.
They utilize botnets to increase views as well. Like they can increase likes and views. And
they'll never have a fair fight, man.
Yeah, we'll never, because we don't cheat. They do.
We could never get them on a TED Talk or whatever. Anything at all, man. See, if you do, man, you get like 20 seconds and then they cut you off. Like, that's
my
not
solution is this, bro. I don't fight algorithms. I'll tell people to their face that their worldview is fucking stupid. That's my solution. I talk a lot of shit on here, but I say twice as much in person, dude. I'm just saying.
Well, I know you well enough, man. Nobody's going to be offended too much.
Yeah, well, I try not to be offensive, but every once in a while I'm in a bad mood. Don't give a shit about feelings. So, I will very matter of fact. And I'm quite rude. Because I define what nice and kind is. I'm very kind, but I am not nice. And I will not be nice.
I'm always
Because
nice,
nice-
unless you're swinging at
No,
me.
my definition. No, the definition that I was showing you. I believe in being kind, like having mercy and grace and being good to people. That's awesome. But the whole nice thing, like, oh, be nice. But nice means ignorant and stupid and fastidious and scrupulous. And why would I want to be any of those things?
It's like bringing in a Glober in here, or some guy that thinks he knows that NASA is the same as Star Wars, and he's going to tell us about how the Earth works. Dumbasses.
Those people are nice.
Like what?
Because they'll talk with the nice voice, right? They'll be all kind and like, well, blah blah blah, and they'll think that because they're debating in a nice voice that they're being kind, and they're not.
Well,
they're actually being disparaging. Like you're talking down to us when they act that way.
Yeah, but that's in their mind. We see them as like extremely misinformed.
Yeah, but we know what they are. We know why they're doing it. For one, they don't want to look bad in the public eye. They want their argument to look good. And two, they're very much wrong.
Well, it's sad when you don't know the first thing about what you think you live on, man. How it works. It's weird, man. This should be
What's
weird.
really weird is they always point up. They'll say Earth round because up.
That's
as
it.
though the ground is up there. And I'm like, what the
Goes up, definitely goes up.
So I see up there, so obviously ball.
Wow, man.
Yeah, I blew a fucking bubble, so we live on a bubble.
Wow. Sometimes it looks like a ball.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing too with the wonkiness of certain things. It'll give stuff that makes it seem like a ball when you're closer to it. And when you get further away, it gets flatter and flatter. What the hell is that?
That's really wild, isn't that something?
Yeah, like it'll give off thoughts of being a ball when you're close to it. Now go up higher. It keeps just leveling out, flat, no drop over distance, none of that.
Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah, those little cartoon graphics back in the day explained the drop away real easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. Sure somebody's got one around there, but
I show you like a magic school bus or some crap, and you'll think that like that's when you should see the Earth being round.
Magic School Bus, the ISS. The Magic School Bus called the ISS. Yeah, they're on a school bus ride. Hey, I'll be back in 30 seconds. Hold on.
I'll be here for 30 seconds. Holding. Oh, jeez. Oh, sorry. All right. It's not muted. I had to rearrange and move a little bit. That hurt.
I'm back. So yeah, the magic bus in space, man. The magic schoolroom where we play with water and make pizzas, and show you how to use a toilet in space,
Oh,
man.
dude, that would actually be funny.
It's money.
What if we wrote?
Come on.
Let's write a parody of the Magic School Bus theme song, but sing about flat Earth.
It's the magic school bus in outer space, man. With a $25 million toilet.
We call it the NASA school bus.
I think they're replacing it with a $50 million toilet. But anyway.
Are they getting upgrades?
Yeah, I heard about it. They're getting a little upgrade.
Are you getting a space toilet that actually wipes their butts for them now?
Yeah, man.
A bidet that doesn't use water.
These people are amazing. Hey, did you see they had the crew, the new crew going to the moon?
Yeah, I did an image of that too. I did a parody image of that too.
Yeah, they were out on the town, man, doing some sporting event.
Yeah.
Anyway, some big one. It was some kind of like championship game or something. But they pounced those guys out there center court. Everybody gave them a big cheer.
Oh yeah, they're heroes now. They're gonna go off and save the world by taking pictures.
There's 3 dudes and some chick looking chick.
I mean, and we can just accept that that's what they are without making any assumptions.
No, this is the best of the best, man. Back in the 60s, they had to roll out, man. You got to be
This isn't the only one, by the way. This is the intro for it, because there's a bunch of space agencies that are also doing their own shit. So they're all going to start coming out. Well, we got our team doing this, and we've got our team doing this.
Yeah, the whole.
And then, yeah. And meanwhile, a bunch of other space agencies are going bankrupt.
Yeah, man.
Did you notice that too?
The what?
There's a bunch of private space agencies going bankrupt silently.
Ooh, I did notice that this week. I saw a couple headlines that the Virgin Orbit or Virgin wasn't Virgin Galactic. It was one of the other Virgins he's got. Who knows? He's got so many Virgins. It's crazy. Space Virgins and Galactic Virgin Airlines. Anyway, yeah, one of his Bronson. He is going bankrupt with one of his companies. It wasn't Virgin Galactic though. It was a different name. Anyway, I saw the headline. I didn't click it because I didn't want the AI to know I was looking at it. Because if I click it, I'll get 47 million more of those same articles, you know. And I know better. Unless I'm really interested, I know better not to click on it. So, anyway, there was another company that went bankrupt too, but I don't know. I didn't know. I have no details on it, man.
Yeah.
I heard a lot of companies are, these space and companies and different companies are. There's a lot of people getting laid off, man. I noticed a couple headlines like that, but they might be cutting back on the space program here real soon. And we're not going to be able to go to the moon. Sorry, everybody. We just ran out of money. My bad here at NASA. I know we have a big budget. And we got some. We're going to grow lettuce in space with that big budget. That's what we're doing. We're going to find out how lettuce grows for the 47th time in space. Yeah, thanks. That's really great, man. Thanks.
We'll test the effects of cocaine on spiders in outer space.
Right, there you go.
Because that's so important. We got to know.
We got to know how that works in space, man. We got to know how to drink coffee in space. Did you see that coffee cup? I think it was Pettit that was trying to drink the coffee, and the coffee stayed there and the bag went the other way. Pretty funny, man. Anyway.
They admit, though, that none of this has to do with any form of, zero-G shit. Like, they're not in outer space. They're basically going so fast they're falling or whatever, according to their own shit. So this isn't even testing anything in space. It's testing what things are like when you do it while you're falling.
There you go.
So what the hell is the point of all that shit? Because if you were to, according to your own globy stuff, if you go further away from Earth, you're not falling anymore. Now what are you doing?
Right.
So you got a different situation going on.
Yeah, it's a different kind of falling. Come on, everybody knows that. It's
flying. That's falling.
It's an orbital falling.
Yeah.
You just don't understand the physics, man, that the object itself creates its own gravity or anti-gravity. And when it's zipping past the Earth, man, it's going very fast, man. It's going 17,500 miles an hour, bitches. So she's going fast so she can stay afloat while falling at the same time. That's how it works. Right.
What's funny is that's kind of true on a flat Earth. I think it works on a flat Earth. Because if you're falling, but you're gently gliding while you do it, you could fall for years, hypothetically. If you're and you gently increase slightly at certain points, you can bring that fall up and fall more. And
That's
continue like a continuous free fall and then uplift and free fall at certain points. It's not hard, especially if you don't actually have people on there and it's a high altitude aircraft, like a giant glorified drone.
Interesting.
Which that's actually what I think it is. Is either a drone or there are people on it, but that's what the freaking harnesses and bullshit are for, is because they're not actually falling. They're walking around and they have to pretend like they're floating. I call bullshit on floating. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying there's not an ISS up there. Could be a drone, could be people. Like, I'm calling bullshit on the floating.
All right. And now free falling, yeah, I'm down with that, but not floating. You're not gonna float.
Yeah, they're free fall, so that's just zero G plane. That's easy to do.
But
they've got and NASA has a bunch of them, so
yeah.
But another thing is all the helium that NASA buys every year, like they're the number one purchaser of helium.
Yeah, I know
helium's not flammable, so they're not burning it.
It's a strange phenomenon that. Who's the biggest buyer of helium? NASA.
Who's the biggest buyer of fireworks? Disney.
There you go.
NASA's also the number one purchaser of glitter. They buy the most glitter in the world.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, because it was Walt Disney and Werner von Braun, the godfather of rocketry, and they were hanging out together after World War II, kind of chumming it up here in LA, bro, like chilling. And making
chilling like a villain, chilling
movies, bro. Making movies about years from now in space. We can do this and that, and we can make a hotel appear in space. It's going to be amazing.
They were chilling and chilling like a couple Mongos.
Fucking Mongos, man. Well, if you look at it now, man, it's just like they're talking about, going to the moon and, going to Mars and doing all, space hotels back before they even got to space, basically. It was like 1950s, 55, 58. Yeah. They're talking about all this magical space shit. Disney and Werner von Braun. And then guess what, man? Boom. They're NASA.
Yeah.
Bam.
Oh, they're doing it right because it was born out of all that propaganda from World War II that Disney was doing.
Dude, the 50s, well, after Sputnik, and the space race started, but that was a little bit later. But yeah, there was a ton of space movies in the 50s. Just tons of them, man. Just
the transition
space movies from the 50s, man. There's hundreds of they made hundreds of movies about space in the 50s. Nobody's ever been to space, but they were cranking that shit out. Anyway, funny stuff. Don't believe me? Check it out for yourself.
Started it out with cartoon characters and had everybody believing they live on a ball.
Go watch Werner von Braun and Walt Disney hanging out, talking about some crazy space hotel or some shit.
Disney's got some creepy pictures of him with certain people, but I'm not going to go into detail about that. Those who know.
Yeah,
and Werner, Braun was a freaking occultist who practiced black magic in order to even accomplish his first rocket launch, which he openly declares that he did. Like, he does not hide it. It's not mystery. It's his belief. He's openly up.
Talking about Parsons or him hanging out with Crowley up here?
I was talking about the father of modern rocketry is a black magic occultist who had respect for Crowley and openly admitted to using black magic spells in order to accomplish his first rocket launch.
Von Braun or Parsons?
Von Braun, I believe. Is whoever the father of modern rocket, whatever. Yeah, he's a cult.
I don't know. There's
look at that any way they want to.
I mean, you had Jack Parsons out here in L.A.
Yeah,
hanging out with Aleister Crowley and L. Ron Hubbard. I'm like, and that's how JPL got started. Okay, cool, man. That's interesting. I don't know. That's an interesting.
The Magic Kingdom, man.
I don't know. That's all I'm saying, man. It's like that's how rocketry in Southern California got started. Going to space, man, was right here. It was born right. Part of the lineage is right here where I live, man. Right here.
Yeah. The Tinkerbell thing that goes over in the circle, like it makes a dome over the Magic Kingdom thing.
I love that one. Yeah.
It looks like the arch from a rocket launch.
Mm-hmm. And then it's the castles poking through the dome, man.
Yeah.
That part you have to notice because the castle is poking out into the great unknown, the outer space,
like the Tower of Babel
up there, man. It's towering through it. Now, there is some giveaways. They love to show shit right in your face, or at least that's what I've learned, right? They have to put it in your face in order to not. They're not really tricking you if they show it to you right in your face, right?
I don't think it's even about that, though, because a lot of people act like, oh, well, it's in the rules. They have to do it. No, they don't. Nowhere in the Bible does it say the devil has to tell you when he's lying. But I think these people are so cocky about it that they feel like it's like their arrogance makes them unable to keep their mouths shut. They brag about their lies.
Yeah.
And that's what it looks like to me. It's not, no, they're not doing us any favors. Right. Oh, yeah, we got to tell the good guys the truth just because the rules. What the fuck? There are no rules for bad guys. There's no rules for the bad guys.
No,
there's no secret book or just because of the conduct of villains. Well, no.
They just shoot you and take your money. Thanks.
Yeah, okay. There's no code of conduct for bad guys.
That's no rules for those guys. Yeah. Thanks.
But the laws of the universe do dictate that you cannot tell a lie without using the truth. So you simply can't.
There's something to it, man. But it can go either way. It's just bad guys. Of course, it's just bad people, man. You try to avoid.
That's something. Is most of it's just people are arrogant and braggy, and then they just reveal their own shit because they can't help it.
But all I know, man, it's a major news event. It's distracting everybody. They're all up in arms about it. But meanwhile, they're still going to the moon this year, next year, maybe. I don't know. And I'm really pumped that we're going back to the moon and with these great new astronauts. They look pretty stellar, man. They look pretty sweet. They're little blue jumpsuits, man. Looking good in your blue jumpsuits, man. Looking good.
Man, I can't remember what it was. Some of the boys, I was here when it happened, but some of the bros were running the math and calculating some stuff based off of the exact date when the first, or when the moon landing happened. Oh, right. I think you were here too. I think it had to do with the moon landing and that movie. A Trip to the Moon. And it was like exactly 66.6 years since that or some shit.
Like that, right?
Yeah, it was on point though, and all of us were like, "Oh shit,
no way!"
And then we fact checked each other's math, and we're like, "Oh shit," because it was on point.
Interesting.
They love their numerology.
Yeah, it seems they think it's working for them, and
I don't like the QAnon bullshit, but I will say that symbolism will be their downfall. That's pretty accurate statement. Symbolism usually is what causes people to fail because they'll embrace that shit too much.
Well, yeah, there's so many of them. It's hard to keep track. I mean, they're everywhere. But, if you're paying attention, you start seeing them. But it takes a while to get your eyes adjusted to seeing them because it's kind of like that movie They Live, And you're like, oh shit, there they are. There's those Mongos again. They're here too. Okay, just checking.
My advice for anybody: both sides are flipping. Calm down.
You know what the interesting thing about this new moon landing? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna turn you up. I'm gonna turn you up a little bit, and you're a little low. But go ahead.
I think what's interesting about this new moon landing and what's gonna kind of be the talk of the town is the fact that we got the first woman and the first person of color going to the moon, and I think people are gonna harp on that more than
There you
actually.
go. Yeah, you're right.
The joke of it, and apparently we're not even landing on the moon. They're just gonna circle the moon and come back.
Hey, we're not even gonna orbit the moon. We're just flying by, baby. We're just gonna fly by, take some pictures and shit. Yeah.
Well, they did say if that goes well, then we'll land on it or something. So
They're gonna grow some lettuce on their way there and back. I don't know what.
Are they gonna take the Tesla with them this time too? Probably pop up in the Tesla, maybe.
Go visit the Tesla, man, while you're out there.
Yeah, do some donuts on the moon.
Take the Tesla for a spin, man. Yeah.
I just can't wait to see the images in the videos they have.
Let me ask you guys, man. Let me ask you guys. Have you ever seen one of those Teslas on the street anywhere ever?
No.
The red one? No.
Yeah, that red one. Yeah. Have you seen that car on the street anywhere in your life in the last, 4 years, 5 years now?
You didn't see it in space either.
Well, I saw it on the screen, man. I did. But I think I saw one, but it was blue. It was the same model, but it was blue at a gas station, man. And it was parked near the entrance, and it wasn't getting gas. But I'm pretty sure I saw one, man. And anyway, that's the only one I kind of remember seeing, man. And it might have been 5 years ago now at this point. And it was not red because I would have stopped in my tracks and took a picture or something. But it was like blue. I'm like, that's the same one that fucking Elon sent to fucking Mars that didn't go to Mars.
Probably waited like years to get that thing.
Does anybody know where that bitch is, man? Anybody got any tracking on the... Because they can track an asteroid the size of a beer can. You guys know that, right?
Oh, that's true.
But they can't track that stupid Tesla floating out there. Where's that bad boy, man? You got any
or they can't track a missing plane with hundreds of people on it.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Good answer. Because the plane went down on flat Earth, man. And my theory on that, the missing plane, man, the guy flew to some other lands farther away. But I have no evidence, nothing to back that up. But other than I heard it somewhere once.
Yeah, I went down a big rabbit hole with that story. You talking about Malaysia, right? I don't really want to go there, but
they were flying over the flat Earth, and they go missing. Bye and never heard from again. That was it. It was how many people? Like 300 or something?
It was 278, I think. I think it was about 278 people.
Yeah.
So, it was one of those. Okay, it's still a mystery today, just like the Bermuda Triangle. It's a mystery, man. Nobody knows about the Bermuda Triangle. It's out there on the flat Earth, man.
Isn't that NASA's favorite place to launch the missiles from, right down there in Florida?
Well, they do have. That is a coincidence. I'm a coincidence theorist. Are you guys coincidence theorists? But if I get off track, man, it's because it's getting late, and I'm a little I'll be checking out here in about 10 minutes or something. But anyway, yeah, Bermuda Triangle, interesting place. Yeah, they do launch the rockets there from the eastern side of the Florida. I've been there. I've been to that place, man. I actually been right there where they launched those rockets. And at the time, man, it was where they housed the rockets, and they said it was the biggest building in the world by cubic feet at the time. And it was big, man. Got to go inside the big there. Got to stand next to the Saturn rockets. Are you guys familiar with those? That's what took the people to the moon last time. I got to stand there and check it out.
The sixth Don?
They had one on its side, you know. It was big. The fucking rocket looked big, man.
Did you peel a piece of the aluminum foil off so you can go home and use to bake with it, or?
Yeah,
Bet it was probably some good stuff.
Nice, but
you should have grabbed a piece of that aluminum foil and made a bowl, man.
Anyway, they launched those bad boys off the Cocoa Beach. You guys remember Cocoa Beach? You guys know where that is?
Cocoa Beach.
Check it out, man. Cocoa Beach. Anyway, great place, dude. Nice warm water.
I'm going to go reach for my computer and the internet isn't working here. What the hell am I doing? I can't even.
Yeah, really nice water when I was there, and nice waves. Yeah, it was a cool place, man. Cocoa Beach. Anyway, yeah, they launch them over there and then off towards this place called the Bermuda Triangle, which I guess is a really bad place to go sailing or boating or anything. You don't want to go through there, apparently. Bad place. Yeah. So you got to stay away from there. It's kind of recommended. I'm pretty sure it's recommended, like through if you were to go get your sailing masters, and you're gonna be a master's captain. Yeah, you can handle it.
Yeah, I don't think that the stuff that goes on there isn't real, but I've come to a conclusion, or a small conclusion, that a lot to do with flat Earth could have something to do with the Bermuda Triangle. Just where it's at, and some of the flight patterns that I've read on. I don't know if you've seen or read the 16 emergency landings.
Well,
there's a lot of interesting stuff out there.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Banjo in Japan there. Oh, yeah, that guy's awesome.
You guys were talking about helium earlier, right?
Yeah, helium balloons. I mean, that's what we think the satellites are dangling on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it only makes sense. I mean, they're the biggest purchaser of helium.
My favorite answer to that one, man, is called the Samsung Selfie Satellite. That's right. Samsung Selfie Satellite. And what it was sold as was they were going to take a video screen up to outer space, and you could project your image from your phone or whatever up to the satellite and take a picture of your picture from space. And it's called the Samsung Selfie Satellite. Oh, yeah. And they had a big party with like bands and celebrities, and they were going to do the very first Samsung selfie from outer space, right? So they had this whole party. They had it was a shindig, right? It was happening. DJs, music, lights, stage. Yeah, that whole bit. And they were pumping it. And it turns out, man, like a couple of weeks after they did the first selfie, there's this giant balloon that crashed down to Earth, man, in somebody's backyard on their farm. And they took some video of this thing that landed, and it was the Samsung Selfie Satellite, and it was on a fucking balloon. And if you watch all of that and you come to the conclusion that, they're trying to fake some outer space shit, that one's pretty easy to prove, man, that they're trying to fake some outer space shit, man. And they sold this whole thing as a big deal, man. Samsung is a huge company, man. You know, they spent millions of dollars on this shit, and it backfired. And you can find the evidence, man. Go on BitChute and type in Samsung selfie satellite, man. You'll get all kinds of videos. Don't believe me, man. It's amazing. Yeah, they love to fake the space, man. They love it. So, you know, they think they're good at it, but we bust them every time, man. We bust them. You guys are busting the catching. Dude, there was this girl that did this thing called, she had a YouTube channel back in the day called the BSS of the ISS. Or something like that. The BS of the ISS. And she would just sit there and just figure out their little cables, and there was flies on the outside the windows. I mean, it was like great. She was great, man. She was busting their asses. Anyway, it's one of those channels that got, you know, just wrecked after the purge of flat Earth channels. Oh my God, there were so many, man. Now everything's just completely shadow banned. They're not going to, at least on YouTube or Google or Microsoft or whatever. Yeah, you're kind of censored. There's a few places that you can find good information, but you gotta look through it. But
That's one of the most interesting things to me too, is that everything's shadow bound. Like if you search something up on YouTube, it'll have all the videos that say the Earth is not flat and the reasons why the Earth is not flat instead of what you searched up, which is crazy because if we're idiots, then let us look like idiots. Why are you shadow bound?
Yeah, I talked to a lot of people that come in here. Hey, how'd you find us? You know, it's like my first question. How the hell did you find us? Because I'm curious. And yeah, well, it was a link. Somebody sent me an email or something, or they didn't find us on YouTube. I've yet to meet anybody. Hey, I found you on YouTube. No, you don't find us on YouTube. It doesn't happen. But I've heard other things, TikTok lately, Instagram, obviously. There's a few other Discords. Usually they find out about us through other Discords. Yeah, I was in this gaming place, man. This guy talked to me, and it was probably one of us, and said, hey, man, you should check out this place, man. These people think the Earth's flat, man. Go check it out. And they do. They come in here and we get to talk to them. It's a great thing, man. Thanks for the service. Everybody that contributes to this place. It's awesome. So they're faking space. Yeah, boy, they can do it. It's pretty easy to do, man. I watched some Hollywood shit, man. It's pretty awesome. Dude, I saw back in 1932, man, they had a fucking gorilla hanging off the Empire State Building. Oh my goodness. These people know how to make shit look cool. Oh yeah. That was a Tartaria movie, by the way. King Kong, the original. Tartaria. And Tartaria is on the flat Earth. It's an interesting look into, man, if you haven't checked it out. But something happened. I don't know. I got to figure it out. But it certainly is a interesting phenomenon that happened here on our great flat Earth, man. Beautiful, stationary, not moving, shooting through space, millions of miles an hour. Oh shit. Hold on, everybody. Hang on. I'm going to stand on the other side of the campfire tonight because we're traveling real fast. And the wind's blowing that way, so I'm going to stand over here. 1,000 miles an hour spin. Shut up.
1,000 mile an hour smokestack.
What the fuck? 1,000? Well, Timbo's only spinning at like 640 miles an hour.
Yeah, but they measure that in Australian miles.
Well, that's kilometers.
Yeah,
we call those kilometers.
Yeah, I think I'm spinning at the same speed as you are. What are you at?
I'm at like 850 right now. 850, somewhere around
there. So, are you at, where are you? You're at
30.
40.
I'm at 32 or 34 north. I'm not at 33 north, man. I swear.
I'm at 38. I'm at 38. So.
Yeah, you're a little slower. That's why I was like 650. Say you're around 700, maybe 700.
Yeah,
I don't know. You're hauling ass, dude, man. Don't you feel it? Come on.
Well, I'm going 50 in the car at the moment. So does that mean I'm going 750?
There you go. You're gonna get a ticket for that. I know it. Guaranteed. Did you ever see that one where the guy's standing in front of the camera and he's like on the side of the road and you can see the police lights and he's talking to the camera and he's like, and he starts it out like, well, let me tell you something, sir, that the earth itself is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, right? And get this, man, we're traveling around the sun right now at 66,000 miles an hour. And here, get this, it gets even crazier, right? So we're spinning around the Milky Way, man, at like 500,000 miles an hour, right? We are hauling ass at 500,000 miles an hour through the Milky Way. Are you following how fast we're moving? And that is why I cannot walk a straight line tonight, officer.
You can't argue with science.
You can't argue with that. Anyway, he goes, and then the cop goes, put your hands behind your back. It's a great video, man. I don't know where you could find it, but
we go at 20 over the speed limit. You go, yeah, but I'm driving west. So if I'm driving west.
I'm going against the curvature. I'm going, yeah.
I know if I'm going, I don't know. Now I'm confused.
I'm going against the spin, the rotation.
So I'm going less. I'm actually negative 950. So you need to give me a speeding ticket for going too slow.
I would love to bring that up in court, man. That would be so fun, dude. I might have to get a speeding ticket and take it to court. Fuck this.
Yeah. You go, no, well, I was facing west, so that actually means.
Yeah, I think there's a case to be made there. I'm not an attorney, but I have two brothers that are.
Maybe put it past them.
Yeah. Could you fight a ticket based on the Coriolis? Interesting.
Or the radar's refracted.
That's it. The radar is refracted. See, now we're building a case, bro. First of all, we got Coriolis, and now we got radar refraction. Oh my goodness!
You You couldn't have seen me coming. That's not me. That's just
That's not me coming. You
an
don't
image
understand
of me.
You don't understand time frequency manipulation through the quantum.
Based on dilation.
The quantum rectum of the black hole. You understand?
It's based on dilation of the quantum rectum.
The quantum rectum? What the hell is that? Oh my goodness! Come on,
you're wild.
I am. Hey, I'm just outer space, man. I'm coming up with stuff that's no. Yeah, we got to take it to court. Okay, we can not use that one. We can use Coriolis and the radar refraction, definitely 100%. However, we need a third point to our case. That's the closer, the third point. Let's see. Well, you're gonna have to go with the speed around the sun.
Obviously, the quantum rectum information has something to do with the orbit of Uranus.
That deserves another pint right there. Oh my god! Did you write that down? Anybody? Oh, you might want to write that one down. That's definitely a meme.
We're here all week.
Hey, make sure you tip your waitresses and waiters. Or what do you call them now? They're not waitresses and waiters. We have to change the name, but
they call wait staff.
The people that bring me fooders, bring me some
wait
fooders.
staff.
The what staff?
Wait staff.
Oh, go there.
That's what they call them here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking for wait staff.
Team players. Staffers. Oh, shit.
Well, what if they're... Never mind.
You were going to go there, weren't you?
I was going to.
Don't do it, man.
I thought about it. And that thought was like, hello, darkness, my old friend. I'm like, no, never mind.
But it's so bad because we miss out on all these really good jokes now as well.
Well, we can take it offline, man, and take it to the house, but on the live stream.
Yeah, we all know what we're talking about, though.
Exactly. That's the funny. Well,
you don't even need to talk in code. You just go, and everyone goes, yeah, I know.
That's it, right?
Yeah, you just stop. You stop mid-sentence and you go,
yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
That's sad because it's true. Comedy's dead.
The moon, huh? Going back to the moon.
Future-proof.
Yeah, going back to the moon. Oh, wow. What a cock shit show. And
you'd have to go to the first time, though, in order to go back.
Distractions, man. Distractions. There's so many distractions from our reality, man, of our actual reality versus what we see on TV or hear on the news or whatever, man. I mean, I used to freak people out, man, that I would go to like downtown fucking Harlem because I wanted to check it out, man. I'm just like, I heard this place is really wicked, man. And I went down there and go to the bar and sure shit, man, everybody's cool as fuck all, man. I'm like, what the hell? Okay, that's not true. And then, cruise out to California and go to like deep into Compton, Inglewood. Yeah. Go get a pizza. Yeah. I'm just some average white guy. Yeah. And it was never a problem. I never felt like, oh shit, I'm in a fucking bad place here, man. Oh, this sucks. No, it's beautiful, man. The homes are sweet. I mean, people hanging out, barbecuing. Yeah. Yeah. Drinking beers, they're like, yeah, what's up, man? Yeah. Cool, bro. I'm gonna go get a pizza, man. Which one's good? You know, they're like, dude, don't go there, man. That guy's fucked up. Yeah. Yeah, it was just crazy. You know, you're right down in the heart of, like, you know, apparently on the news and everything in the world, they always said, you know, there's all these shootings and shit and people everywhere and, you know, crime. And it's like, whoa, man. I went out in the real world, man. I never seen any of that shit, man. That's funny.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
I never see it, man. It's
They make
weird.
up all this stuff on the news, and then you never even see any of it.
We don't see the curvature, man. I just can't find it, man. All this shit on the news, I can't find, man. Not all of it, man. I mean, we had some forest fires here years ago, and fucking A, man. I mean, a bunch of people's houses got fucking toast, man. It was on the news, and I'm like, well, guess what, man? Those people's houses got toasted, man. I watched it right here with my own two eyes. I'm like, oh shit, wicked, man. So yeah, not everything on the news is obviously misinformation, but it's definitely information, and you can check it out for yourself, man. That's the cool thing about information. You can check it out. They try to limit your access to all the information, but they definitely, you can find it, man. You just got to dig a little deeper. The Earth is stationary and flat, not shooting around the sun. At 66,000 miles an hour. Really? Okay. We're hauling ass. I can feel it. Well, not really. That's the whole point of sarcasm, really, is that I'm being extremely sarcastic.
Couldn't tell.
Couldn't tell? Damn. I must try harder.
I'm being sarcastic about your sarcasm.
That's right. And you should. Every time. YouTubers. We got 17 people out there.
Been a bit quiet today? Or?
We got Watt and Derek, man. They're going back and forth about Enoch, and I'm not going to even try to get into that, man. That's out of my league, bro.
Me too.
And then we got Orr out there. Brenton.
All I'll say is the Book of Enoch is definitely canon, and anybody who thinks that it isn't is being intellectually dishonest with themselves and really should, fact check themselves to make sure that they're on point. Because if they're calling it fake, they're blaspheming against the truth.
Yeah, like I said, man, there's a little bit of a chit chat back and forth.
Well, I know Derek knows the scriptures. He knows the word. If you're talking about the Derek I know, he knows the word, and he's probably standing up for the truth in the best way he can, and then somebody's probably being retarded. Knowing how to.
Hey,
I'm not even going to work with him.
He could be going up against an AI bot for all I know.
Yeah, it could be a bot too. But I know that Derek's standing up for what's right. If he's in there,
How can you tell the difference? Apparently, I don't know. What's that? Eat the grass? What?
Oh, I was just saying. I know if Derek's in there, he's talking. He's standing up for what's right and true, and that's why he's in there.
Right on, man.
You talking about Derek Nelson?
Yep, that's Nelson.
Yeah, he's standing for what's right. He's awesome. He knows his stuff. He studies to show himself approved. So he ain't going to be standing up for something that he hasn't checked. Like, he knows what he's talking about.
Well, it's been fun, fellas. I got to crash. Keep up the good flat fight, man. Flat fighting.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck the flat smacking. We're flat fighting now. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, there was just a smack back. Now we got to go flat fucking fighting. That's it. I coined it. There you go. That's when you go into like Jim Panda's server. You're flat fighting, dude. You ain't. There's no slapping shit in there, bro.
Those people need a spiritual defibrillator.
Yeah, I'm not going in there, man. Actually, I probably should go in there, man. Might calm those guys down for 5 minutes. I don't know, man.
Hey, maybe you should, man. You got the right kind of vibe sometimes.
It's like, dude, man, did you guys check out the surf report today, bro? It's fucking awesome. No,
Pretty flat.
it's totally flat, bro. It's not good.
No waves.
No waves. That sucks, man. Waves are great, man. Waves, they're just so geometrically amazing, man. It's just such a cool thing.
But why don't they all go in the same direction if the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour?
Well, I see left brakes, right brakes, up, yeah. Wall.
You think there'd be more of an inclination to having waves in one particular direction than another?
It should all
if
be
it was
going
spinning in a certain direction.
Yeah, they should all be hanging a left. Yeah, for sure. Why aren't all the waves hanging a left, dude? What happened? I don't know. We'll figure it out tomorrow, man.
Yeah, that sounds like tomorrow's problem.
Yeah. I got to crash. I got get some rest. All right, carry on. Cheers, everybody.
Stay blessed, bro. Have a good one.
I'll be back too. I'm going to do a quote.
All right, I hear you, man. I'll be
back
here. Just chilling. Yep.
What up, ladies and gentlemen? How's it going? How's it going? So, all right, we got Scoring the Globers, episode 7. I had some stuff pop up, didn't work out as originally planned for Wednesday, but we got it done today. I let, hopefully sound and everything is good, I let Telegram vote on this episode, and they chose to learn about the sky. So, should be good times. Let's just say that the Globers are not going to be particularly happy with this stream. And be there for your Glober friends after this. Maybe organize a Glober intervention. Look into baller rehabilitation. Just be there for them. Support them. It's hard. It's tough out here in these streets, in these Glober streets, Heliosexuality is no joke. It leads to mass confusion, and you just got to try to show empathy and be there for them. And they may go into a state of depression. So try to cheer them up, show them a couple clips of Joe Biden, and then just show them cartoons of their model and let them grieve in a healthy way. That's really all you can do. So in preparation for the presentation, if you are new to this conversation, or if you are not, then I'm sure you've begun to find out that anyone that claims that the Earth is in fact a globe and flat earthers are stupid, they have a handful of quote unquote evidence for this. And pretty much all of it, maybe 95% of it, is pointing at the sky. Why are all the other planets balls, and why are all the other planets round, and how do sunsets work? The fact the sun sets proves the Earth can't be flat. The fact I can see the sun and then I can't see the sun proves that the Earth can't be flat. I can't see Mount Everest from across the Earth. The Earth can't be flat. Why can't I see Polaris from Australia? Earth can't be flat. What about eclipses? What about what direction the sun comes from? What about the solstice? What about the equinox? What about the southern star trails? What about when we see the stars looking in the south from 3 different directions? Oh no, 3 different positions. All they have is made up stories of the sky. Now, Globers, please pull out your pencils. You are going to want to take notes, but basically, in case you didn't know this, the globe model was quite literally engineered looking at the sky. So if you stumble around in your stupor of heliosexuality in 2023 and you try to stumble through incoherent mumbling sentences and tell us how you know the Earth's a ball because something in the sky matches the model, that's pretty ignorant. The model was, again, quite literally made, crafted from, engineered from the sky. They looked at the sky and then they made a model of the Earth based on the sky. It couldn't have even been the current globe model if it wasn't based on the sky and it didn't match it, because that's how they made it. So the fact that the sky matches the globe model doesn't prove the globe model. It's how the globe model was made. Soak it in. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to explain reality today. And ironically, Southern Star Trails in no way debunk the flat Earth. They actually debunk the globe. And the sun doesn't debunk the flat Earth. It debunks the globe. That's right. And all kinds of celestial phenomena debunks the globe. I know that's brutal. I know it's hard for you to accept that. Fairy tales about the sky is like your little baby, but it's going to be okay. Like I said, be there for your baller friend. Look into a friendly baller intervention. And only as a last resort, tie them down, open up their eyelids, and MK Ultra them with flat Earth videos. Okay, let's get into it. We're going to do the presentation. There's quite a bit to cover. I'm going to try to make this click for everyone, and hopefully it does by the end of it. Again, it is explaining how we see what we see in the sky on a plain Earth. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Samuel. Ron Digby, thank you for the $1. Hey, thank you for becoming a new member. MKE Matt A, welcome to the Miswits. and John Sopko. Thank you for becoming a Misfit. Welcome to the club. Hey. All right. Love the new logo. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's get started. In a world. So, hopefully this fills up the screen here. Let's do it. Tonight's stream is called Eyes to See. All celestial phenomena explained on a plain Earth. Let's get it. So, one of the most famous things that is commonly said as to how the Earth cannot be flat is that when you look in the south, the stars move clockwise, and in the north, they move counterclockwise. And they claim this is because you're antipodal upside down on a ball. And that's the only way that it could happen. So we have the star trails here, and they say that this is impossible and debunks flat Earth. Let's see if that's true. So here is a nifty little model made by someone by the name of Walter Bislin, and it explains all celestial phenomena on a plain Earth. This includes eclipses, equinox positions of the sun and the moon positions throughout the year, visibility of the sun and the moon, directions of the sun and set and the moon set, the fact the sun doesn't change angular size, southern star trails, all positions of the stars, everything. It explains everything. Very interesting. This was done by an anti-flat earther. Here's the truth about this story, by the way. He worked on this for a long time trying to debunk flat Earth. He found out he really couldn't once he took the azimuthal grid and put it on the flat Earth. So he kind of just gave up and said it would be impossible because light would have to bend. Okay, so let's look at some of this so you guys can start to get an idea of it. So this is, of course, a local sun and moon moving over top of a plain Earth. Of course, the sun would not light up the entire Earth. That's ignorant. Yep, has a radius of light. And there's something called attenuation of light. Light does not travel forever. That's an insane, absurd claim. So, seems pretty simple concept here. Let's move on. So you have what's called an azimuthal grid of vision. You can only see so far. You have a limited view in all directions, 360-degree field of view. And this is what we see the world through the lens of our personal, people have coined it, dome. More specifically and more accurately, it is an azimuthal grid of vision or observability. Azimuthal grid of vision. We will cover what that means. So here's another depiction. As you can see, we view the sky through this azimuthal grid. There's Polaris at the correct angle relative to that latitude as the stars move over top. Now, of course, the stars can in fact be a plane over top of us. In this beautiful masterpiece that is the Walter Bislin Flat Earth Dome model. Shout out to Walter. Thanks, Walter. You can actually make the stars be a parallel level plane over top of you. So here's an idea of what's going on with the positions of the sun relative to latitude. As you can see, the sun changes position throughout the year, and of course changes position relative to your latitude. This right here, if you were to view the sun at a certain time of the year, you would see that in certain areas on the Earth, you see the sun for 24 hours. Makes perfect sense on a flat Earth. Now, you always see it close to the horizon, which it seems like it should actually go all the way up in the sky and stay there on a globe. But no, just coincidentally, the globe always favors what would have to happen on a flat Earth, just like the ISS doesn't go over either of the poles, but whatever. I don't know which one we skipped, but it'll be okay. So here's just a basic part of the model. Now, later I can pull the model up and go through it and kind of show you more hands-on, but I threw all this into PowerPoint. So you get a basic idea. We have a dome potentially over top of the Earth. It actually seems like a layered magnetic field. A toroid, we live in a sphere, not on one, on the plane through the middle. But we have a personal dome, and that is the important aspect to really wrap your mind around. You cannot see forever. Any psychopath that tells you that has been indoctrinated to believe one of the most absurd notions ever put forward by mankind, other than rocks turning into fish. So you cannot see forever, and we have curved eyes, curved retinas. We, of course, see in curved visual space. We have a limit to our perspective. We can only see so far, and we have a 360-degree field of view. Okay. Just covering some of the basics here. This is my boy Shane, Anti-Disinformation. He's on BitChute, Rumble, Odyssey. You guys should definitely check him out. A lot of his stuff will be in this stream. And let's hear what he's got to say. Oh, you guys can't hear it? You guys can't hear it? That's going to be such a bummer if you can't hear it. No sound. I see it. Let's see if we can get that fixed here, because if we can't, which we may not be able to, I may have to do an entire screen. That's okay. We'll just do it. It wouldn't let me upload it, unfortunately, because hopefully this will work. If something sounds bad, you guys are going to have to tell me, because I'm sharing the entire system's audio, but it's all I can do to get the sound. Okay, let's see if it works. You guys keep me up to date. Oh my gosh. So someone's saying they can hear it, and some people are saying that they can't hear it. So someone's saying they can. Okay, this is super annoying. You guys got to get the sound, so we're going to have to figure it out. All right, I think what I can do, though, is I can make it a link. I'll share it to myself, and we'll share the tab. Sorry, I don't know. That is one thing that sucks about StreamYard, is if you share a window, an individual window, it doesn't let you share audio. Okay. Let's get this worked out here. In a world. It's okay. We needed to give the Globers a moment. No sound on the window you're sharing. Yeah. I get it. It's not an option. Slideshow. All right. I think we're good. We're loading up. Hopefully everyone gets it so far. Pretty simple, but I'm going to really make sure that it clicks with everyone. This is basically a death blow to the Globe. It's pretty unfortunate for them, but such is life. Such is life. I already checked it, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, at the bottom on StreamYard, if you just share a specific window, it doesn't share the audio. And it's saying that the PowerPoint is too big to just upload into StreamYard. So what can you do? You guys couldn't even hear it when I shared the whole... That's so weird. It's loading right now. Can't hear it. See if it worked. What in the world? Can't believe that. Can't hear it. See if it worked. Okay, I think we're good. Let's try to share it. Okay. Hopefully this works. Bro. In a world where they are hating. No video sound. I know I may just have to like not have sound, but that's just really gonna suck. What is going on, bro? They had to stop it. They had to stop it. They couldn't handle the gravy. Look at this. What is going on? It's not even showing anything for you guys. That's crazy. I'm about to just play it without sound, and it's really unfortunate. I'm salty. Maybe I should just freestyle. Clip it out. Forget it, we'll do it live. What in the world, bro? All right, we're about to just do it the way we were doing it with no sound. Fight me. All right, it's all good. I'll just narrate most of it. Doesn't matter. It had some music and stuff, and I think the music was cool while you're just watching the visuals. But whatever. Oh, we need the sound. We have to have the sound. What's up, Austin? Always good to see you online spitting knowledge. It's one of my favorite pastimes. Killed him in the last 2 debates, by the way. Keep up the great fight. Thank you, T Baggins, for the $10 super chat and the kind words and support. Your internet's been acting up. I don't know. Bruh. And you couldn't even hear it when I shared the... That's what's so crazy is like... You couldn't even hear it when I shared my entire screen share system audio. I'm guessing you still can't hear this. I'm guessing you still can't hear this. Oh. See if you guys can hear this next one. Oh man, I'm so salty, bro. That's why I was saying you guys have got to be able to hear it because it's so funny. All right, we're just gonna present it without the sound, and I'll play the video for you anyway. But I'm sorry for the delay. That's super lame. Who would have thunk it? There it is. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Let's get back into this presentation. All right, so Shane was just basically explaining how you can see here that it shows you all the positions from the south. And if you know, of course, you got South America, Africa, and Australia. This is like their favorite little argument that you wouldn't be able to see the stars, blah, 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 blah. Is it in the headphones? Yes. It's supposed to share everything I hear. All right, anyway, so these are all the positions. Now, what this next scene-wise, we'll play right
Walter says light would have to bend for that model to work. Bending light rays. My daddy MC Tune said light can't bend that way. Stupid flurf. Bend. D. Light. Rays. Ah.
So there is the Glober's argument back, and that is not a straw man. So just so you know, okay, if you go back here, this is what the Glober's argument against the azimuthal grid is. It's because they need to say something, and he couldn't come up with anything, because if they don't come up with something, dude, this is a death blow. Explains every observation. So he puts these goofy little rays on here with arbitrary positions of stars. And he's like, oh, light would have to bend so impossibly. And then they all repeat.
Walter says light would have to bend for that model to work. Bendy light rays. My daddy MC Tune said light can't bend that way. Stupid flurf. Ben. D. Light. Rays. Ah.
All right. So we had a Glober be nice enough to submit a video so we could hear their position. All right. So here's basically how you can look through your azimuthal grid. So here is how the azimuthal grid works. I put this little video together for you to understand it. So as you see, you look out forward, you have a curved visual space limit ahead of you. Of course, this would be you looking up on the right. If you looked up, this is what you would see. You have a curved visual space, an azimuthal grid of vision. Here is the depiction of how that is established. So you have your zenith directly above you. The line that connects through that is called the meridian. You then have your celestial object or your star, and you take an altitude angle to that star. Of course, in order to do that, you establish your azimuth on the horizon. Your azimuth is the direction established on the horizon. You take your altitude angle to the star. And what you get when you do this is you'll end up mapping out positions all around you, right? And you'll get a dome. This is called an azimuthal grid. It's based on real life angle measurements to the sky. And that is how we map out the sky. That's even how Time and Date and Stellarium does it. The Globers take this fact that that's how we map out the sky with a flat horizon mapped out to the azimuth angle. We take altitudes from that and we make an azimuthal grid. And then they try to force it down a globe's throat. And in fact, this is how they engineer the globe. I take hijacking our perspective. Okay, so now you guys know what an azimuthal grid is. Hopefully that makes sense. Pretty simple. So maybe you're like, what's the azimuth? The azimuth is just the direction on the horizon. You're establishing your direction. You guys, obviously north, south, east, west. Establish your direction, and of course, you have your zenith above you. You take your altitude from that horizon in front of you with your direction established with your azimuth. So your azimuth and your zenith. You have 360-degree field of view all around you. That gives you a dome. Here is another depiction so that you fully understand. Anyone denying this is denying objective reality and how we make measurements of the sky. So again, you have your zenith, you have your horizon. That would be you establishing your direction with your azimuth, and then you're taking altitude measurements up from that, and then you're going to map that in all directions, 360. You get an azimuthal grid. Here is the observer and what he can see so that you understand it. You have, of course, 360 degrees all around you. This is how we see the world. Any single, and all the people that are like, the dome is too close to the surface to work. Pump the brakes, man. Pump the brakes, man. Trust me on that one. So anyone that denies this aspect is denying reality. This is how we see. It's just objective. We have a 360-degree field of view. And when we map out angles within this 360-degree field of view, we get a dome. We see in a dome. Okay. Let's move forward. Again, here's another depiction. Again, you have your zenith. I want to really drive this home, make sure everyone understands. Pretty simple. The observer standing in the middle, like right here. Okay. You're standing in the middle. You could turn around and you can see a certain distance in all directions, 360 degrees. This is how you're seeing inside of this curved hemisphere, if you will. And of course, we're going to take our position to the star based on our azimuth. So an angle up from the position on the horizon, establishing your direction, called the azimuth. And of course, you have the zenith right above you. Okay, now, simple proofs of the fact that this is obviously how we see. I did see a generous membership gift in Un Mundo. Indeed. Vin Live. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I don't know where's the gifted. I saw that you gifted. Thank you, Lisa Severe. I don't want to missay your name, but gifted 5 Miswits memberships. Very generous. Hey, thank you for the membership gifts. So if whoever captured them. You guys, welcome to the Miswits. Shout out to Lisa. What a legend for doing that. Greatly appreciated. Okay, let's move on. All right, so this is how we see. Here's some proofs, pretty simple proofs. So these clouds are obviously not actually going down to the earth. The clouds don't come meet the earth. They just look like they're going down to the earth. Those clouds aren't actually going down to the earth, though. It's just inside your azimuthal grid of vision. It looks, once it reaches the edge of your vision, the limit here, it's going to look like it's going down because it's on a curved limit of your visual space. So that's why it looks like it's going down. That's how perspective actually works. Not this, let's draw straight lines from our eyes standing outside from a third-person view, and oh man, I know how to do 7th grade math. Doesn't mean anything. Here's another example, which is hilarious. Shout out to Clay, show me this. I guess the clouds are going behind the curve of the earth. Or maybe it's simply perspective and things drop down in the distance due to perspective and how we view in our azimuthal grid of vision. Isn't that probably what's going on? Or the clouds are on the earth. I don't know which one. Here's another depiction so that we understand this is just a product of perspective. They have hijacked perspective in how you see the world, claim that it's a ball with straight lines coming from your eyes. Pretty simple trick, but also very effective. It was engineered on observed phenomena, so you can always point to the observed phenomena, and ignorant people think that proves the model. Okay, let's move on. So here's where it gets very interesting for the ballers. It's going to be okay, I promise. The fact that the Earth's not a ball isn't the end of the world. A lot of us kind of had this visceral reaction at first. That's crazy. That's stupid. Wow, I can't even imagine something like that being true, something that big and crucial and fundamental or foundational to everything I think I know about where I live and stuff. Like, that's insane. It's going to be okay. I promise. We're all here with you. We all went through it. It actually becomes a realization that it's a beautiful truth. It's really not that huge of a deal. Sure, people are going to ostracize you, but just look around. People were scared of the air for 3 years. Do you really want to fit in with everyone else at this point? All right. So here is a phenomena called anti-crepuscular rays. Now, according to the globe, these rays are parallel. And when we look over here, we see that 180 degrees away, we see it look like it's converging down to a point. These are called crepuscular rays. And anti-crepuscular rays 180 degrees away. Okay. So even the globe has now been forced to acknowledge this. Has been forced to acknowledge the 360-degree field of view azimuthal grid of vision. And based on perspective, it looks like it's doing something that it's not behind you, basically wrapping around you, giving you an optical illusion of convergence where it's actually not, where it looks like there's a point here that isn't actually there. Moving on. Here is another example. You have the crepuscular rays. We're going to pan the camera over our head, then back down to the horizon, and we're going to see the anti-crepuscular rays. Okay. Now, this is also very interesting. So you look at the crepuscular, you have the anti-crepuscular. Now, this is a depiction here. You see what the light is doing. Optically, it looks like it's curving over top of your head, right? It looks like it's a dome, like it's curving over your head. Now, the globe Earth claims that these are parallel, and they just look like they're converging to your left, look like they're converging to your right. They shouldn't be curving over the whole sky. They should look completely flat over top of you. Fundamental difference in understanding here. It once understood, this is a irrefutable death blow to the globe Earth model. And that is the irony of everything. Fed Up Gear, thank you for the $20 super chat. Brother, much love. Wow, very generous. Mike does. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Much love. Thank you so much. And I see, where's it at? There we go. Very generous super chat. Charlie, thank you for the $50 super chat. All generous super chats. Thank you guys. Much love. Greatly appreciated. It would be awesome to be the stupid. Congrats, guys. But you won't offer any type of actual rebuttal. We basically use you as an example of what not to be. Okay, so we have crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays. Again, on the globe Earth, we must claim that these light rays, this is an optical illusion. They're actually parallel from 93 million miles away. And it just looks like it's converging on the other side, but the sun is 180 degrees behind us. So even the globe Earth has to claim a 360-degree field of view optical illusion with anti-crepuscular rays. Very simple stuff. Okay, and again, it should be straight over our head on a globe. Here is another example. Now let's let the meteorologist that thinks we live on a ball tell you himself. Oh, you can't even hear it? Oh my gosh. I'm so salty about that. I'm just going to repeat it. So he just proceeds to talk about, he said, the weather's been very warm, but what happened Sunday appears to defy logic. And he's like, it appears like the sun is right here, but we know, of course, the sun sets in the west directly behind us. This is called anti-crepuscular rays. So yeah, it seems to be emanating behind the mountains, converging into a point, but actually it's just an optical illusion and it's 180 degrees behind us. This is the meteorologist saying it. I'll release the, there it is again. I'll release the PowerPoint. It's very unfortunate that you guys can't hear it. So again, just to understand what it is that they say that the light rays from the sun are basically like these railroad tracks, right? And this is just the optical illusion of convergence, right? If they keep going the distance, they're going to appear to converge. So they claim that these rays are actually like railroad tracks. So if I look this way, I'll see optical convergence. If I look behind me, I'll see optical convergence. But in reality, they claim that they're parallel, right? Now, if I step back from this phenomena, I should never see them curving. According to them, they should be parallel. Like if you stand in the middle of a railroad track. If you stand in the middle of this railroad track and you look this way, then you turn around and look the other way. Well, you see the railroad tracks close to you are 180. Now, another problem is this has to go over your head because we see the light over our head, then come back down optically to the horizon. We will get into that, though. It's going to get bad for the Globers, honestly. Unfortunately, you guys can't hear it again, but this is another weather channel talking about the anti-crepuscular rays. And here they explain the sun calc, and look how they calculate our optical perspective of the sun on a globe. Suncalc.org. This is the weather channel explaining anti-crepuscular rays and how it's just an optical illusion. And look at how we perceive the sun according to the official explanation from the globe. Yeah, isn't that interesting? It's almost like we have an azimuthal grid of vision that forms a 360-degree field of view dome in all directions. If you deny this as a globe earther, you deny your entire belief system, and you must now do away with the globe anyway. If you don't understand that, rewatch the stream, I guess. So he explains that pretty simple. So again, to remind you, the observer has 360 degrees all around him. That's how we view things, even according to the globe. That's the only way the globe could explain these anti-crepuscular rays, right? Which is why they show it to you. Again, suncalc.org, timeanddate.com, azimuthal grid of vision, including on Stellarium. Okay, now how interesting is this? And this is where we are going to really lay this out. As you see in the top left, you got a dome, and you see these two lines appear to move in towards each other. If you look on the right, you also see this light appear to bend towards the top of the dome, towards each other, curving. Now, if you look very closely here, this is a real picture of the Earth. You will see light rays coming up from down below, coming up, curving over, and coming back down. Wow. How's that work on the globe? I thought that this was an optical illusion. These were all parallel rays. Okay, then they must just converge. They can't curve, though. So why are they curving? Now, of course, in a personal dome of vision, more specifically an azimuthal grid of vision. That is exactly what you would see. Oh, what a coincidence that exactly what we would see is literally what we see on the Earth. Now, this is a personalized grid of vision. Okay? It's nothing to do with the dome over the whole Earth. The dome wouldn't be that small, would it? Okay, this is our personalized dome. I need all the flat earthers to listen, please. You guys have got to get this. This is the end of the debate, definitively. All right, let's check it out again. Look, this is just a dome. Now we'll be doing further demonstration, observations, and experiments, breaking this all down in the future with different angles and different effects and phenomena replicated. This is a real picture of the Earth that shows the curve. They should be parallel, only optically convergent. They should in no way be curving in a singular line down to an optical illusion of convergence down on the horizon on a globe. Here is what it would look like exactly in a personalized dome of vision. Let's move on. Now here is a bunch of different phenomena on the Earth that we see that correlates with this, oftentimes invoked by flat earthers as evidence of a dome over top of us. But in reality, it seems to actually be a product of our personalized azimuthal grid of vision. Okay? It is our personal azimuthal grid all around us. We perceive everything through that curved limit. Okay? And we've demonstrated that, and we're going to continue to do it. There is no other way that we see things. We have curved eyes. All lenses replicate the eyes, and they are curved. Everything we use for optics is curved. We live in a world that views life through curved visual space. Okay, now let's watch this video, and we'll move on from there. I'm sorry that you have no music, but of course, you have the perihelia here. You have, of course, crepuscular rays, and as we covered them, we also have anti-crepuscular rays. Here, we have a very interesting effect, and I really want you guys to pay attention here. You see this before, right? Everyone knows about sundogs and halos. I want you to pay attention to this, though. So first of all, the globe Earth claims that this is because there are ice crystals in the sky. Now, they don't explain how that gives you this shape, though. Again, these light rays are parallel. The only optical effect is perspective, Euclidean perspective, that makes it converge like a railroad track. So why is it curving? Why is it curving? And more importantly, and I hope you guys are putting this together, why is this starting to go the other way? Why would that happen? Very interesting. So we have the curve around it. Now this is a moon dog. So we also see them with the moon. Okay, which is very interesting. But we perceive everything through our personal vision. Now these are in Minnesota and in Poland and in South America. They're all over the world. Okay. Now, this is, of course, at night. This is a moon dog. This is from an observatory. And if you look, I wonder if it got cut out. It might have got cut out. Anyway, sorry. But this actually shows the moon in the part that I accidentally cut out, I guess. At the right edge over here, it shows a moon dog. Okay. These are going super fast. Here's another one. Here's another one. Now, what's up with that? That's pretty interesting. It's almost like, now I might need to come over here and talk to you guys. Look at the circle, okay? Why do we see a circle above us? Why are rainbows actually circles? Why are rainbows circles? Okay, follow me here. Actually, I have a depiction I should just show you. I'm going to upload it real fast. It's better for me to just show you. Okay, here we go. Now we have a personalized dome of vision, curved visual space, right? This is how it would look looking up. You see here on the left, you of course would have circles on the interior of the azimuthal grid that are getting smaller and smaller and smaller as it goes up. So this is what you would see. You would literally see circles based on the edge of the dome that you see. So the right is what you would see looking up. The left is what you would see from the outside. You would have circles that get smaller and smaller going up. What a coincidence, huh? So here we go. We have circles. That's what rainbows are. This is for sure how we see the world. And it is the only thing that even offers explanations to these phenomena. All right. Here we go. Another beautiful shot. Now, again, what you notice is it goes up and creates a second layer. So why is it starting to go in the opposite direction? What's up with that? Why is it beginning to curve at a different layer in an opposite direction? And the dome is not this, if there's a dome on the earth, it wouldn't be this small. Now, it's technically, it could be possible an optical effect based on the reflection relative to the angle and the distance and the size based on the different things that would make it look like this. But we know we see life through a personalized visual space that's curved. Okay, so I'm not saying that was a rainbow. I'm saying rainbows are circles. Surely you guys know that. Okay, so anyway, I want you to pay attention. This is just based on how we're perceiving the light. And whenever there's enough stuff in the, whether it be dust or fog or whatever, we're able to see our imposed limit of curved visual space. We're actually able to see the curved limit of our visual space, our azimuthal grid. This is a byproduct of personal perspective. And we can actually test this by going to different angles and seeing what it looks like. This is actually a time lapse over a long duration of time that the halo stays there. Well, of course it does, because the camera stays there. Here we go. Look at this. Layered, go in the other direction, and it's extending to above you, and it would, in theory, go all the way around you. And rainbows look like they are in a dome, but of course you can see them from above, and they'll be circles. I think this is actually the wrong video. I'll play the other video in a little bit, but I guess the point here is you see that's the important point. It's curving backwards. Now, the globe cannot explain this. The globe claims that it's ice crystals. Ice crystals, bro. But they never explain how that maintains this shape or how it even establishes the shape. How do ice crystals give you this shape, though? These light rays should be all parallel. And when they look like they're converging, it's just perspective. So why are the ice crystals creating a dome? And then why are they going the opposite direction? There is no even official explanation. There is no way to explain that with ice crystals on a globe. You can explain it with our curved visual space, azimuthal grid of vision. And again, we can time lapse these. And I have another video that shows the time lapse. We have time lapses of these where they don't move. So, ice crystals stay static and stationary and then maintain a shape of a dome and then layered outside of it with the same geometry and then go in the opposite direction at the top of it. No, that's not possible. That is an impossible explanation. This makes perfect sense if we understand that we view everything through an azimuthal grid of vision personal to the observer. I wonder if this is the right one. Same one. Okay. Now, here we go. This is, of course, why we see that. What a coincidence, huh? This is why we see that. This is not the dome over the earth, though. This is how you see. This is an azimuthal grid of vision relative to you. That's why we see this. Okay. This is over each person. That's why this will change relative to the position of the observer. All right, moving on. Again, you see this curved and then optical convergence down. Now, this is supposed to, again, be parallel rays all over top of you, looking like they converge down. But of course, if I take this point here of optical convergence, draw it over my head, and then back down, I get a dome. Well, we literally see the dome here, which makes perfect sense, understanding the azimuthal grid of vision. And of course, here he says light bend via atmosphere. This is my boy Iru. But it's actually just an optical effect. It appears to bend via our limited perspective. And then when we combine that with, we combine understanding that with this, okay, we have circular eyes. We have visual curved space. There's no other way that we could possibly see the world. Physically speaking, we have curved retinas. We have curved optics with everything that we use, even pinhole cameras. Everything is curved. That's how we see the world. We have diffraction interpreted through a curved, concentrated point. Okay, so we have curved retinas, curved eyes, see the earth and everything in the world, and curved visual space. We have an azimuthal grid of observability, vision, 360-degree view. And I know I'm saying these terms a lot, but I want them to click with you and for you to understand them. Now, when you add the Atmos, what you're doing is effectively throwing this in front of your eye or putting glasses on. You're exaggerating the effect of your curved visual space, how you visually see in curved space. You're exaggerating that with the Atmos, acting like a lens. Exaggerates it. That's why when it's clear outside, you can see further. That's right. Contrary to the baller saying, that's when everything is refracted and lifted up over a ball. Okay, let's keep going. Now, if you see here in the top right, you will see, look at that. The arrow goes the opposite way because of the water. And of course, you see the light in the fish tank. Now, what it's actually doing is it's actually exaggerating and exemplifying how we perceive the world through curved visual space. It's an optical effect. There is no physical bending of anything. Okay. Now, again, here we have the crepuscular rays, comes back around to anti-crepuscular rays. And here is a depiction, right? If you have, again, you would have curved light over top of you. And now it just looks this way because that's how you view the world. And here you have counterclockwise movement and then clockwise movement based on which way you're looking at a rotation through your curved visual space, personal to you. Well, that's exactly what we see with the southern stars. It's exactly what we see. If you look in the top left here, you will see, I cannot believe that there's no sound. I'm still so salty about that. Sorry, I was seeing if the trying to see if the other PowerPoint's working. Let me see if it is. Maybe you guys can get some sound.
Walter says light would have to bend for that model to work. Bendy light rays. My daddy MC Tune said light can't bend that way. Stupid flurf. Ben. D. Light. Rays. Ah.
Oh, sorry, I was accidentally muted. All right. Now we're going to cover the next scene. Hopefully you guys can hear it. So check out what he says.
Okay, so watch this. There it is. Sun's above your head and then it sets. One more time. That's exactly what is happening, okay? Let's change latitudes now and let's go to the North Pole. If you go to the North Pole, the North Star would be directly above your head at your zenith. So if this is the latitude of 45 degrees, because if the equator is, okay, so watch this. See now it arches. It's going this way because the sun is at the degrees. The North Star would be here, okay? So if you're at 90 degree north, the North Star is 90 degrees above your head. 40 degree, then it's 45 degrees above your head. Now if you're at the equator, the North Star would be directly 90 degrees. You wouldn't even be able to see the North Star if you go past the equator. See? Watch, I'm going to show you. But first, you're going to see how it looks. See, now it arches. It's going this way because the sun is at the equator, but you're not at the equator. So the sun doesn't go directly above your head. It does this arc. It does a curve instead of a straight line. So the sun would never do a straight line at the North Pole. It would always go around you, and the sun would never do a straight line going above your head. The sun would always be turning at the horizon at the North Pole. So the sun never sets in Sweden and Scandinavia during the summer. It keeps going around the horizon, and it's never above the head or below the horizon. It's at the horizon. Sometimes it's twilight where the sun is below the horizon, but even though it's below the horizon, you still get light because it's not a ball. Well, peep this out, guys. This is very interesting here. Look what happens when we go past the equator and we go to the South Pole. Boom. The South Pole is near the horizon. It's never above your zenith unless you go to the South Wall, which we're not allowed to go there. So no one ever takes pictures of the South Pole directly above your head except for the Army. And that South Pole going the opposite direction is just a reflection. This dome is reflective, and as that turns this way, like that, this goes the other direction.
I told you that this was quite literally game over for the globe, and it explains every single celestial observation. I'm not joking. Okay, I wish that it would. It won't let me. It doesn't matter. We'll just do it like this. And I had to find clips of other people explaining certain things because I can't show you the model through PowerPoint, but I'll pull the model up and explain everything to you guys in just a second. It explains everything. So thanks, Walter. Okay, let's check this out. All right, you gotta pay attention. Of course, PAD here stands for Personal Atmospheric Dome. And in reality, the light is not even physically bending. It's an optical effect. This is a very key component. This is the missing piece to Flat Earth. Okay, now I'm sure you guys have seen this nonsense. This is not a Professor Clown show here. Saying, how could all these three observers see the Southern Cross at the same time if they're all looking in different directions? And so many people think this is a slam dunk against Flat Earth. Well, not so fast, buddy. First of all, these are improperly drawn angles. They are not looking this way at all. So keep in mind what this looks like. See where this guy's looking way out here, this guy's looking way out here, and this guy's looking way out here. They can't see what you're showing in reality at these positions, looking at these angles. That's not what happens in reality. So let's look at what happens in reality. Okay, so they're seeing them not directly south, but two of the observers are actually seeing them southwest. Okay, which is what we would expect. Let's go on to the next one. Now, here are the actual positions of what you see from those locations. Now, as you can see, if you look real close, and I hate that it's not bigger. I'm sorry. It won't let me play it. The positions are different. Look right here, and right here. We have a bigger visualization in a second. And look at the different times, 5 a.m., 11 p.m., 6 p.m., and you see them in completely different positions. So it's not some one place you look down at the bottom of a ball and you see it. The irony is that this straw man is about to backfire so hard on the globe, we're going to demonstrate it's actually impossible on the globe. It's only possible on a flat Earth with a personalized azimuthal grid. All right. So one of the questions that everyone wants to know and wrap their mind around, Sigma Octantis, how does it quote unquote maintain its position and stay in the sky? Now, first of all, they say you can't see this star with the naked eye, but telescopes have seen it, observatories have seen it. Well, that's convenient. Let's just say it's real and that you can't see with your naked eye, but it's really there. Let's just say it is. Doesn't matter. Doesn't help you out. It doesn't stay in the same place. It moves in the sky. Okay? It completely moves in the sky. It does not stay in one place. It changes position in the sky. How does that work? How's that work? Okay, let's move on. Oh, wow. Okay, so to make sure that you fully understand it, just like these anti-corpuscular rays appear to be converging to a point, this rotation over top of you, all going around Polaris, you look south through your personalized azimuthal grid of vision, and it looks like it's going the opposite way due to perspective through the azimuthal grid, and it looks like it's converging into a singular point, just like anticorpuscular rays. It quite literally has to be the case because we see it happen everywhere else in nature. That's why we have a specific point of convergence, which again actually changes position in the sky relative to the observer and the time. Oh, it's starting to look like this can only work on a flat Earth. Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse. So again, we have the alleged home run that we have counterclockwise in the north, and we have clockwise in the south. Well, check it out. You have your personalized dome. Now, don't worry about the scale here. You see, this is what you would view just like with the corpuscular and anticorpuscular rays. You would see in the middle of your personalized view. Now, it's all relative to the actual stars moving over top of you in seemingly a plane. You're going to perceive this optical convergence in the middle, going straight, meeting in the middle, and then converging at a point on both sides of your dome relative to the motion above you. So if we look at the corpuscular and anticorpuscular rays, they would meet in the middle. Because look, say we're at the sun setting. So we're looking in the west, we're seeing where the sun is setting. It looks like we have corpuscular rays. We turn 180 degrees over here, and we see anticorpuscular rays. If we were to, now we follow them from side to side over our head. Remember the videos. Now, if we were to take them out, what they look like they're doing, and have them meet, right? Well, they're going to meet in the middle, and they're going to create a straight line where they meet. So this is a product of perspective. It has to be. We see it happen on the Earth with anticorpuscular rays. There's no other explanation. This is what you would see. We see it with anticorpuscular and corpuscular rays. They have to optically meet at a point. This is what you would get. This is what we see when we look at the stars. That is certainly not a coincidence. So hopefully this really clicks with you. Watch the stream back a few times. I'll make the presentation publicly available. Again, we're looking at the west. We have corpuscular rays. We turn 180 degrees behind us. We look to the east. We see anticorpuscular rays. If we draw them from one side to the other, they're going to meet in the middle just like this, and you're going to get this straight line just like we do with the stars. Here you go, side by side. This is all a byproduct of perspective we see in 360-degree visual space. So now we have the stars moving over top of us. We're looking out in each direction. Now, of course, we can't see the same stars from all these positions or something, but it doesn't matter. These stars are all moving in one direction over top of us. We're looking south in our azimuthal grid, and we're going to see an optical effect relative to our personal view. So this is what each observer is going to see because of the effect of the optical convergence down to your limit of the curved dome, if you want to call it that, so that it clicks with you. I don't want to call it that because, accurately put, it is an azimuthal grid of vision or observability. So again, here we go. You would have Polaris, and then you would have what they say is Sigma Octantis that can't be seen with the naked eye. The optical convergence, just like we have with the rays. Of course, you want to glitch out. So just like we have with crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays looking like they're meeting at a point, that's what this area around quote-unquote Sigma Octantis is. It has to do that. It has to converge down to a point just like the crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays do. Boo. I'm hoping that this is really clicking with you guys. Once this clicks with you, honestly, this is just such a welcome to Flat Earth. I hate to break it to you. Because we're about to explain. We've already explained one of the problems in brief passing as to why this actually debunks the globe. But we're about to get into a little bit more detail about that. So just kind of soak it in. I know when you first see it, it's kind of hard to wrap your mind around for some people. I understand it. But once you really put together how the crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays work, I think it should help you click. Again, where you see the optical convergence, again, the optical illusion that there is convergence going the other way, because you're looking in the opposite direction of rotation, just like you're looking in the opposite direction of where the sun is. And then based on your curved visual space, like we see with sun dogs and we see with halos and all this, you're going to have an optical point of convergence going around a singular point that people call Sigma Octantis. Okay, next. Now, here are the actual positions of these stars that they think is some type of home run. And they draw their arrows out south and act like it's a home run. Now, look, this is south right here. Now, look, this is a little off of south. You see the Southern Cross right here. Now, look where it is in the sky. You can look down here at the time, right? So if you see the time down here, we're going to keep the same time for every single observer. Again, you see the stars up here. Let's look at the next position. It's down here on the horizon at the same time. This is the part of the Southern Cross that people are bringing out. Why can they all see the stars in the same place in the sky looking in the same direction? Well, they don't. They actually don't. They see them south-southwest in different positions and angles in the sky at the same time. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Now look where this one's at the same time down here. This one is all the way up over to the right, very close to southwest. Okay, same time, same star. You see right here, this is the name of the star. You'll see that it's a star for every one of the slides. Okay. Now check this out. So we're going to look, if we look at different times, this is when we see the position of the star. Closer to south. I don't know if this is actually going to play something. Okay. Now here you go. All observers see the same constellation while looking southwest. How does that work on a globe? Now, mind you, let me just make sure you guys are reminded. They claim they all look directly south. They see the same stars at the same time. They straw man where they're actually standing and looking and what they see. They say everyone sees the Southern Cross up at the sky, same stars, same place, same time, same direction. In reality, they do not. They see them again, same time, up here, down here, up here to the right. How does this work on a globe? We're here looking southwest. When we're looking at the actual direction that the actual observations are, the star is supposed to be, what's going on? Why are we not looking at the stars? Huh. So the globers got some explaining to do, I guess, because there's supposed to be optical convergence over the South Pole, right? This is supposed to be a circumpolar rotation on a globe. Yet here we are looking away from that area when we actually put the real data of the observations on a globe. Uh-oh. Looks like that backfired a little bit. I would love for this to play, though. How dare them? I'm not sure why it's not playing. They're hating. They're hating, cuz. Alright, hopefully the rest of the videos play. Anyway, luckily the first thing you see is actually this point here. I would love to hear how this works. The irony of how this has totally backfired on them. This was their home run. Flirts are so stupid. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, feel free to enlighten me exactly how this works. I don't know why the videos aren't playing now. I may have to go back to the other screen. They're really, I'm not saying they're doing something, but like, this is really kind of lame. Okay, well, maybe you guys are supposed to soak that in, Globers. Incoming ad homs. I can feel it. Okay, back over here. Actually, what we're going to do, I think we should listen to that one again just to make sure everyone gets it. It'll be okay. I forgot. I'm so sorry. I forgot you guys can't even hear it. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. All right, moving on. That's so lame to me that you guys can't hear it. I had it all made, looking all good for you. All right, here. At least you can see this visualization now. You guys can't hear the music, sorry. There you go. You see where the positions are. These are at the different times, right? 5 a.m., 11 p.m., 6 p.m. You see here that we're going through the actual positions. Now, of course, everyone should know this. You're constantly updating relative to north whenever you establish your directions of east, west, and south. Dun, 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 dun. I forgot you guys can hear it. It's going to be okay, Glovers. I promise. We're here for you. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Dun, dun, dun. Wow. Look at the positions of the stars. It's almost as if you guys were just parroting nonsense and didn't even know what you were talking about. Wow. That's a surprise for me. I don't know about you, but. I mean, this explains every celestial phenomena. I wish you guys could hear the music. It's pretty epic. Here we go with Australia. You see it? I wonder if you can. Okay, moving on. Again, here we go. This backfired, but what's new? If you're not new to Flat Earth, that's kind of what happens every single time they claim to debunk Flat Earth. So here we go with another visualization so that you guys fully understand. You see the stars. Now, these are arbitrary stars that the dude just put on there. It doesn't really matter. It's about how people can see the same star from different positions. You have 6 p.m., 11 p.m., 5 a.m. with the actual star data instead of made-up cartoons with arrows that aren't accurate. And all of a sudden, it works perfectly fine, and we have no issues whatsoever. What a shocker. Okay, let's move on. So here we go. Photographed from near the Arizona Sky Village, looking west to the setting sky. Oh, StreamYard will at least let me play music, I think. Tell me if you guys can hear the music that I play. Thanks, Walter. Thanks, Walter. Oh no, this is a sound I'm playing through StreamYard. Okay, so really soak in the ways, the directions are that you're looking. Arizona, Australia, looking south down here. Of course, see the way that the stars move. Oh, the beauty of taking the best alleged globe group and just shoving it back down heliocentric model's throat. There we go. Okay, very interesting. So here we go with the star trails mapped out in this program. And you see, if you're looking out over the plane, you see that you have just the star trails all coming from Polaris. Now they say this is what it should look like on a flat Earth. They say that we should see. They say that we should see all of these stars just like this. Where can we find Walter? He's an anti-flat earther. You're not gonna find him. Are you talking about Walter Bislin? Yes. Yes. Crucify the globe. Yeah, we took it to the altar. Hey, tell him thanks, Walter. Now, once we add the Atmos in the program, you start to see that the star trails perfectly match everything now. It is important to fully grasp this part. So, in fact, this is, again, what I showed you. We have the personal vision, the azimuthal grid of vision, and then the Atmos. What does the Atmos do? The Atmos actually does this right here. So it exaggerates the effects of your personal grid. Just imagine taking a pair of really thick glasses. So take a pair of thin glasses, now take a pair of really thick glasses, okay, and that you're putting the atmosphere on, you're looking through your vision. It's important to understand, when we account for that in this program, immediately, all of a sudden, star trails that are all going in one direction around Polaris, the program makes them match reality. Wow, what a surprise. You guys see how it matches exactly what we see as soon as we account for our personal vision? So what he just said in the video, you guys can't hear it. This was Zach. He says, so perspective would help a little bit, but not a lot. Well, if you use this box, straw man, Muppet vision, step outside, draw straight lines from our eyes and pretend we know that there's just proportionate exact change forever, infinitely straight lines everywhere we can see forever, all this nonsense, whatever. That's not how we see. We see an azimuthal grid of vision, an arc of vision. We have curved visual space. I'm going to keep saying the phrases until we understand them, and this is literally the end of the globe as we know it. Not that that hasn't been the case for years now, but this is literally ripping 95% of their alleged evidence out of their dead hands and actually flipping it on them and then loading the mag and then unloading it. It's pretty brutal for them. Of course, we have the curved visual space. Again, the Atmos actually exaggerates and exemplifies that effect. And then what do we get once that happens? We get this. This is what we get. Look at it. Take it in, Glovers. Dun dun dun. Here we go. All the stars radiating out from the center, all moving in the same direction. Here we go. Mapping it out, and we see. So again, just so you guys get it real fast, you see. This is what we see. We put it over top of the Earth and we add the Atmos. And then, of course, that's actually exaggerating our personal limit of our view, because perspective is a real thing. You can't see forever. As insane as that is, people actually seem to think it's real for some reason. They actually think they're looking back in time with telescopes. So what can you do? This is what we get. This is not doctoring anything. This is just reality accounting for layering the Atmos with perspective. And when properly defined, you have an azimuthal grid, curved visual space. What a coincidence. All right, that's one. So here we go again. So if you look here, you look through a dome and you have these concentric circles with the dome over top of it. What do you get? Oh, look at that. It makes the concentric circles look like they're warping around and then create an additional convergence point around a single area, just like we see in reality. Wow. Who would have thought? Almost like we can demonstrate it. So let's look and see how the stars would appear when we're looking at them through the atmosphere, through our azimuthal grid of vision. Wow. Look at what the dome. Now again, to make sure everyone understands, each observer has one of these. Okay, just so everyone understands. Someone asked, is it a dome inside the flat ceiling? Okay, we again, I want everyone to understand it. Okay, So there could be a dome over top of the whole Earth. It looks like we live inside a sphere. There's a toroid. Looks like there are layers to it, and that could effectively be interpreted as a dome. That's what it would be. We live on the plane. We see the top half of it. Sure, you can call it a dome. So of course, this is what you would see. Yeah, sure, call that a dome. Call the top half of this a dome. That's cool. Sure. This is different than that. This is our personal vision. Okay. And when we look through our dome of vision, our azimuthal grid, which is literally the reason we know this is real is because we've taken angles to stars all around the Earth, and this is how they look from everywhere. We get our altitude angles, like I covered in the beginning, and we get an azimuthal grid. That's how we see the world, and we can prove this with railroad tracks and crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays and sundogs and halos and perihelions or whatever it's called. All of the celestial phenomena that we see shows us that this is how we see. There's no way around it. So, understanding that, you have the dome. Well, you would have, if you drew around the edge of the dome, you would draw circles. That's what you would get, and they would get smaller as you get higher. Okay, now this is just your personalized dome. You have circles inside of it. If there's a greater dome, well, that's a different thing. That's a different thing. We have a personalized azimuthal grid, provably. I'll have to check my P.O. box in the next few days. I get that I believe that there is like a celestial firmament, okay? But that's not what, this is about how we see the world, okay? Look, here's the demonstration. This is personalized to the observer. You have to understand, guys, if it was just one giant dome, then it wouldn't be the same perspective and ratio for every individual observer. This is how we personally see with an azimuthal grid. It's the missing piece to Flat Earth. Flat Earth has got to absorb, understand, and then begin to integrate it into their understanding when they talk to people. Looking north, looking south, equatorial view. You think it's a coincidence that when we look at concentric circles through an azimuthal grid or a dome, that we get the very exact same manifestation? Of course not. Next. We're almost done, I think. It's like making me want to spit. No. Hey. I want you guys to pay attention. Yeah. Look at the dome. Look at the dome. How we view home. Look at the dome. Look at the domes. Look at that, bro. You think it's a coincidence? Seeing an azimuthal grid. They hijacked perspective. They said that you lived on a ball. They took our consistent limits to view and perspective, reverse engineered it into presupposed physical convexity of a sphere with water bending convexity around the exterior via their god gravity coalescing it, holding everything into place, but we can't define or explain it. It's pretty simple. Turn around and be like, oh, the sky matches the globe is ridiculous. That's what made the globe. Look at this. Just take it in. You have a personal azimuthal grid. This is how we see the sky. They have nothing. This explains positions of eclipses, equinox positions, sunset positions, sunrise positions, moonset and moonrise positions, southern star trails position of all stars, everything. Alright, let's check this one out. We're almost done.
Name.
It's gonna slow down. Maybe if we get the globe or stick, though, we'll come back to reality. They are really moving. Oh yeah. Look at the stars to the right and the left. Yeah. This is how we view the world, ladies and gentlemen. So at the equator, we have this. Of course, now imagine being on a globe looking in a singular direction, standing on a globe that's spinning a singular direction, and then seeing stars simultaneously go in different directions. Of course, the Earth can only be spinning one way. So how do we look straight out at the equator and see this? Because we have an azimuthal grid of vision. This is how we view reality. You have concentric circles of rotation going around the central point that is Polaris, all recorded history over top of you. And as you begin to look at the equator, look south, you'll see the optimal convergence points within this azimuthal grid, which is why when you look at the equator, you see both sets of illusory rotations. Time lapse of this, you would get the star trails that we just saw, of course. Okay. There's one more. This is the azimuthal grid, looking at the south, looking at the east, or west, of course, the equator. This is impossible on a globe. We're looking in a singular direction while the Earth spins in a singular direction, and we're seeing multiple different rotations in the same direction, the same singular direction. There you go. Here's a depiction for you.
Name.
Dun. Oh, sorry if the music is loud. Perfect circle time lapses make perfect sense. Actually, I have gravy for that on that as well. Okay. This might be. Okay, now look at what we just saw. Let me actually come over here and make sure you understand. Okay, so yes, we have star trails. Okay, now the cameras are actually engineered. You don't actually sit out there. It takes 2.5 hours to get star trails, right? Because I do them all the time. At least I used to. It takes 2.5 hours, and you can't touch the camera. You're definitely not tilted, wobbling, spinning, shooting through space, taking star trails. The ISS isn't going 17,500 miles per hour, going around the Earth every 90 minutes with all that change in pitch and angular direction constantly, 17,000 miles every hour, 5 miles a second, taking a time lapse while you see the lights on the ground, not moving at all, not being blurry, just all moving in a singular direction. That's all fake news because you can't even touch. If you've actually used a camera to take time lapse, you can't even touch it. And any little light that gets in the way messes up the whole picture. It takes 2.5 hours. Now, obviously, the stars don't do a full circle in 2.5 hours. So it completes the circles based on a program. That's why it's a specific setting in your camera, and it makes them circles. I think that they actually, as you get further out to the edge, they wouldn't be entirely perfect circles. So there you go. There's that. Anyway, so if you looked at the visualization that we just had, now look at the real stars. just to make sure you guys really are grasping it. Here you go. If you're looking at the equator, you'll see them moving in both directions away. How does this happen on a globe? The globe can only spin in one direction. We're supposed to be swimming in stars, so we should see them all moving in one direction relative to singular position of the observer. Never, ever got an answer other than it's just panoramic. No, when you just look straight at the equator, you see them move diverge away from each other. That's impossible on a globe. And here you go again. Okay, now we saw this. Now pay attention to what the stars actually do. Let's compare it to reality. Why is it not playing? How dare them? Cannot play media. Oh well. That is the presentation. But what I am going to do is I'm going to go back through it real fast just so everyone gets the recap. Okay. Alright, super fast recap. Hopefully the music's not too loud. Let's get it. Okay. Eye to see, all celestial phenomena explained on a plane Earth. You have the north and the south rotation, circumpolar rotation. They claim this is impossible on a flat Earth, only possible on a globe, that you're upside down on the bottom of the globe. Of course, seeing the south go clockwise, the north go anti-clockwise. We actually have, or counterclockwise, we actually have a model, thanks Walter. Everyone should coin that term, hashtag thanks Walter. He made it. It's called the Walter Bislin Flat Earth Dome Model. You can look it up. It explains all celestial phenomena on the Earth. You have the day, the path of the sun and the moon throughout the year. You have our observations of the sky through our azimuthal grid of vision. You have another azimuthal grid of vision depiction here based on the actual angles to Polaris, which is of course how we got the actual construct of latitude in the first place. And then they took the angle measurements to Polaris, took them on a plane, assumed plane Earth. They then put them onto a globe, and then they put them into a cylinder tube and then flattened them out and get the Mercator. So there we go. We see that the sun and the moon are changing positions relative to your position inside your azimuthal grid. And if you look, this is why the sun doesn't change angular size throughout the day, because it's not changing distance for you. So based on where it is in the sky, it's keeping a relatively similar distance relative to you because it's inside your azimuthal grid. So of course it doesn't change angular size greatly throughout the day. Here we go. Another depiction of it. Again, we'll go through the model again in a second live. I'll play this for you again just so you understand. This is like obviously a humorous take on the Glober's rebuttal, because the person that made the model, he said that it would be impossible. Sure, this would explain everything on a flat Earth perfectly, but light would have to bend in an impossible way. But again, in fact, the light is not physically bending. It is an optical effect, just like even in their own model. So they must concede this, because when you see railroad tracks, they're not actually converging in tangible reality. They're parallel, but they appear to converge. Same thing with anticorpuscular and corpuscular rays. Of course, there's an optical effect of sundogs, sun halos. So it's just an optical effect of perspective within your azimuthal grid. Some say personal dome, but I prefer azimuthal grid of vision. It's a very specific, technical, accurate, irrefutable position. And again, this is what the Glober's actual position is. Just so you know, this is all you'll ever hear them say is they'll gaslight you. The person that made it himself thinks flat Earth is stupid. He's mocking you. He's making fun of you. The person that made it himself said it wouldn't work. Light would have to bend in a way that's impossible. Bendy light rays.
Walter says light would have to bend for that model to work. Bendy light rays. My daddy MC Tune said light can't bend that way. Stupid flurf. Ben. D. Light. Rays. Ah.
Pretty funny. All right, here we go. Moving on. Just an idea of how you would look through your personalized azimuthal grid of vision. Here is a depiction I made for you so that you understand the actual process of getting the azimuthal grid of vision. So here you go, looking out. You can see it's relative to the individual observer. I'll drop this in my Telegram with the stream chat, as well as the PowerPoint. You have your zenith. That's how you get your meridian. Based off of your zenith coming down from it relative to, of course, your azimuth, you have your altitude to the star that you take from your direction position on the horizon. That's called your azimuth. And you map this out in all directions, 360 degrees. And then you get, similar to my logo, actually, you get an azimuthal grid of vision just like you do inside of my logo. So, of course, the way that we see is fractal geometry of how the actual Earth is in the entirety, and that is incredibly beautiful and also pretty common sense it would be that way, since every other aspect of reality is literally fractal, double toroid, vortexual. It's all the same. All right, moving on. This is how you see. You have the zenith, you have the horizon, that's your azimuth. You have angles up, you take them in all directions. So again, it's relative to the observer, just so you get a different depiction of it here. It's how you see based on your curved limit of your eyes. Here's another depiction. You got 360 degrees all the way around you. That's a circle around you, a view. Here's another depiction of how we get the azimuthal grid. Of course, time and date, stellarium, and even the globe paradigm has to use this, because this is what we actually get when we take real measurements. They took it. They said we're seeing actual positions that you can see forever, that there's no limit to perspective. They took this optical curve based on our limit, then applied it to the Earth and said that the Earth is curving and that it's a ball. Of course, we know for a fact that we see due to perspective effects like this, like the clouds in the distance look like they're going down. Of course, they're not actually going down. Of course, the clouds aren't actually touching the Earth here. So the sun's not going behind the physical curve either. It's just optical effects of perspective in the distance. Here we go with clouds moving away from you. If you look in the distance, you can actually see these clouds are going lower and lower, because again, you're looking towards the curved limit. And once you reach the limit of your perspective and it's curving down, there's going to be a convergence into a vanishing point based on your limit. Here is crepuscular rays. You turn around 180. Boom. You got anti-crepuscular rays appearing to converge down at the horizon. So if we look here, we take our point from what the rays are coming down from the horizon. So draw a point there. Then we're going to draw a line over our head. Do you see the light rays over our head? We're going to draw a light ray, or draw a line over our head back down to the other point. What are you going to get? You're going to get a dome. And even the globe has to admit that. I haven't had one being able to even comprehend and respond to it yet. This is the death blow to the globe. Here is anti-crepuscular and crepuscular rays. Once again, you see the crepuscular rays going over your head, going back to the other side, 180. Anti-crepuscular rays, again, the globe has to claim it's an optical illusion based on perspective, giving you optical convergence behind you. Here you go once again. Fortunately, you guys weren't able to hear the newscaster, but here he is explaining that this is just an optical effect. There's, again, crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays. There's crepuscular rays. You turn around, the sun's actually setting over here. So these are, of course, the opposite way, 180. Well-known phenomena. The globe tries to claim that it is like railroad tracks, parallel, and they appear to be converging based on Euclidean perspective. But of course, that is impossible based on what we actually see, as we will cover in just a second. So here, again, the news is covering anti-crepuscular rays, and here it shows you suncalc.org. And of course, look how it depicts how we see the sun inside of an azimuthal grid, a dome. What a coincidence. We should see way different. We should see 9 degrees, parallel rays, evenly distributed across the entire side of the Earth, 12,000 miles. So what a cool story. The globe is fake news. They took your perspective and lied to you about where you live. Here again to remind you. So if we look at the dome, we'll see that we actually get this convergence. If you look at the one on the top right, you will actually see that it'll be curving towards the center based on the light being perceived through this dome. Well, look, this is a real picture on the Earth on the bottom. And if you look closely, you can actually see it curving up from one horizon down to the other horizon. This has nothing to do with Euclidean perspective of parallel light rays from the sun 93 million miles away on a globe. This is us looking to our azimuthal grid of vision. Here's all the different examples. We'll play that again. I am going kind of fast, but I just want to recap. There you go. You see at the top, it's bending back up. It's going to keep going within your grid. This is actually a moon dog. I know a lot of people don't even know that those exist. But yes, you get them with the moon as well. Globe claims it's ice crystals. They don't explain how it maintains its shape, especially with time lapse, or how it even attains that shape in the first place. This circle. Again, this circle. I know I'm going over it all again, but this is very important in my opinion. So you see the circle right here. This is, of course, once again, you looking through your personal vision of our azimuthal grid, or you call it a dome. You're going to have circles that get smaller and smaller as you draw around the edge of the inside, and that's why you see circles in the sky. Okay, moving on. Here is a beautiful sun dog, and of course you can see that it's actually layered. It has a different layer out even further out. And this will sit here for hours. You can actually take a time lapse. It'll sit there. Believe it or not, ice crystals don't sit static in this time lapse for hours. And here you go. You see it start to bend up the other way. Of course, it makes perfect sense, understanding that we see in an azimuthal grid of observability. Here's a depiction of exactly what we see in the sky. The globe has literally no answer for it, and this directly refutes their interpretation of perspective. Thanks for playing. Here's another depiction right here. If you see that, you can tell that the light's clearly curving there. If you look right here, you'll see the arrow flip directions 180 based on the water, just like with the light. Now it's an optical effect, and we won't get into what light is, doesn't matter right now. But of course, if you look in the top right, you're going to see crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays appearing to converge. They must meet in the middle. And so you're going to see them appear to move the opposite way with a convergence point in the center of this optical convergence point based on perspective. So you'll see them meet in the middle. Okay, and we can't hear this guy Crush. He basically just explains that if you move around, you'll actually see exactly where your positions of the sun is. When you move over to this closer latitude, you'll be at 45 degrees in the middle of the north, and the equator, of course, you'll be at 45 degrees looking at Polaris. It's exactly how we see. Everything matches it. Every single celestial phenomenon perfectly matches what we see through our azimuthal grid on a plane. Literally all celestial phenomena can now be mapped on the flat Earth. Here's another depiction here. Now pay attention to the sun and the moon inside of your azimuthal grid. That's the sun and the moon that we see. Of course, that's not going to really change angular size. It's at the same limit that you have for that day, and that will always fluctuate relative to the atmosphere slightly, just like when you put glasses on. But once it reaches within that atmospheric limit inside of your azimuthal grid, you're not going to see angular size change, and you're going to see it appear to change in a slightly different direction. This is just the way that curved optics works. This is exactly why we see the sun appear to set where it does over top of a flat Earth. Okay, here's the infamous straw man of like, how can you see in all directions at the same time, see the same stars? These are not the directions these people actually see, of course. So we covered that. Here you go. They actually look southwest. When we keep going and look further, you see that these are mapped out for you where we actually see them at different times. You begin to see exactly where they are. I will go further in detail on this some other time. Here you go. You have Sigma Octantis. And of course, if you look at the picture on the right, you'll notice that you actually have it look like it's going to a single convergence point optically. Same thing with Sigma Octantis, which is not even visible to the naked eye. Let's just pretend that it is real. It doesn't make much, it doesn't really matter at all. You're going to have it all look like it goes around a particular point. Okay, but you see that point goes up and down in the sky. Now let's actually check out what happens in reality. So again, if you look at the stars, and they do this on the equator, the north and south, this is exactly what we expect whenever we understand that this is what the crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays are doing. If they look like they're diverging away from a point on the horizon, both sides, and they have to meet in the middle, well, that's what the stars do. So each individual observer has a different perspective of the stars, and it will move in relative to their positioning. And this is why you have the convergence point, again, of Polaris and Sigma Octantis. Okay, here are the actual positions of the Southern Cross. You see it's up here, it's not quite south. You see it's actually really close to the horizon, not quite south. You see it's way closer to southwest, halfway up the horizon. These are all the same stars at the same time. Unlike the stupid straw man depiction that they paint, you'll see that the positioning being the same requires different times. And here he is actually mapping it all out, changing the positions, the different locations, different times. And you'll see that changes their positions in the sky. They seem to want to leave that detail out of it. But, oh well. So when we look at where they actually are, of course, it doesn't work on the globe. How can each constellation be observed? How can all the observers see the same constellations while looking southwest? If we actually map this out on the globe, it doesn't make any sense. It should be, of course, the bottom of the ball rotating, creating the optical illusion of convergence around the circumpolar star. Of course, we don't actually see that, because if you draw southwest from those observers' positions, they won't even see that rotation where they're supposed to be. Uh-oh. Okay. We're going to go really fast. So here are the stars. You can match them up. They all match. And here's what the stars look like before we account for Atmos. Now, of course, what you're doing is, again, you're actually basically adding a lens to your personalized azimuthal grid of vision, which is why it exaggerates the effect. So it exaggerates the effect. And then once we account for this perspective effect, all of a sudden, all these stars that are moving in perfect circles, moving in one direction, east to west, which we know they do, over top of your head, all of a sudden, they begin to match the star trails perfectly. in all directions. This is exactly what we see. We see them appear to go down into the horizon, even though they're over top of us, seemingly in a plane, because it's just an effect of an azimuthal grid observability. Here's another depiction right here. What a coincidence. Oh, how dare you? Okay, there we go. Doesn't play. Who cares? And here I showed you guys an actual depiction of the optical convergence grid. It's not letting me play. It's all good. Here we go with another depiction. So you see the optical convergence left and right. And this is what we see in reality. Didn't let me play that either. But yeah, there you go. So eyes to see. If you have eyes to see and you can grasp the truth for what it is, you'll understand